All right, this is part 2 of the film analysis of Misery. So we pick up where Annie has returned from the store with the proper paper for Paul to type on. So the film analysis goes all the way to the end of the film, uh, even to the credits. And then there's an application of the 7 stages of setback that you were exposed to in part 1, and I give you another overview here, and then I actually apply it to the individual characters. There's also a special topic on goal orientation, and I link it to fixed mindset, growth mindset. So you'll be able to understand how each of the characters abandon their mastery orientation. And then, of course, there is the conclusion to the film. So this is part 2 of the film analysis. And then she comes in wondering what's been going on. Why is he so sweaty the way he looks? What have you been doing? Right? What have you been doing? And of course, he's not going to reveal that he just came back into the room without her permission. The irony is he gave her permission to learn about his work and title his work and tell him what the book is about, but she doesn't give him permission to leave out of the room. And so when she's asking, what have you been doing? Of course, she's not going to get the answer that she needs to know, because he needs to maintain the fact that, or he needs to hide the fact that he's been out of the room. But he also is hoarding knowledge as well. He's hoarding the idea that I know how to get out of this room. I know how to get out of this setback. Now, I'm not going to be able to fully get out of the setback because you have a deadbolt on the front door. But I have managed to find a way to get out of my setback, and I'm going to hoard this knowledge so that you are not privy to it, so I can continue to do it. And so what have you been doing says a lot, but it also reveals much about Paul and his acting abilities, right? And so he's asking for the pills, and she's saying, wait a minute, let me go on ahead and do something, go get something or whatever. And he says, I want the pain to go away. I want my pills, I want the pain to go away. Now, he doesn't want pills for real. See, now he is using pills to his advantage. She was using pills to solve his physical pain. Then the pills changed in purpose to solve the emotional pain after she had him to burn his book. Now, from his perspective, the pills can be used to distract her, right, from his really intended goal, okay? Because he's really going to try to use those pills to kind of drug her. So she goes to try to put him back in the bed, and he said, no, I want the pain to go away. I want my pills. And so in some ways, he's affirming and validating the nurse in Annie. Don't forget, you are the answer to my problems. Remember, you are the ones who gave me the pills. Remember, go get my pills so that I can feel better. Remember? And so she's forced to go and step back into her role of nurse. Whereas she wants to remain in this role of being a sort of co-writer for him, right, without actually writing anything, but just being an inspiration. He's trying to force her back into her setback of being a nurse. Because I think being a nurse for Annie, and I'm saying that now for the first time, that I think that's a setback for her. I don't think that was something that she really wanted to do, because if something is a passion for you and you really want to do it, you wouldn't have to kill babies. You wouldn't have to be charged with murder. These were no accidents. These were intentional acts that Annie did. And of course, we're going to find out later. But I think nursing was a setback. I think she might have been forced to become a nurse somewhere in her life. Maybe her father told her, maybe her mother expected her, maybe her husband expected her, something like that. I don't know. But you don't sort of trash something you believe is your passion or the thing that you want to do. A lot of times people get into these things because they don't have any other options, or they have left themselves without options, or they won't choose the proper option, and they try to get something and make it happen, and then it always has an end of the road. It always has a brick wall. I mean, how is it that some people can say they have a passion to be a musician or a rapper or an artist of any kind, and then they end up in jail? How does that happen? Because I would think if something is a passion for you, you would do all you could to protect it. You would stay out of trouble. You would not engage the wrong type of person. And all of us can be distracted by the wrong type of people in our lives. And it's not so much it's just the wrong type of people. We are our own distractions. People are not distractions. We create distractions. We are our own distractions, right? People are not in our lives because they force themselves into our lives. They are in our lives because we pull them into our lives. And so I think for Annie, nursing was really a setback, but he's forcing her. She hasn't really had to think about being a nurse, because she's more concerned about creating a writing studio for him so he can bring misery back to life. That's where her focus is. And so when he's asking her, I want my pills, I want the pain to go away, he's saying, I want you to operate in the position that you're supposed to operate in. I don't want you to operate in another position. Now we're looking at this as a possibility, as a hypothetical, just to sort of examine the theme of setback, right? But it's not that far-fetched, because of course he's acting here, he's putting on a face, right? But it has great implications for what he's really trying to push her to do, because he doesn't want the writing studio. But it's not as far-fetched to believe that he might need it as an escape too at the same time. He can't physically escape the house yet, but he might be physically able to escape mentally and psychologically by returning to writing. And so here's where he's saying, I want my pain to go away. And in many cases, he is actually in pain. He may be part acting here, but the pain that is in his body is still there. There are times that he's not really triggered by it, but having to crawl across the kitchen floor and then try to wheelchair himself back into the room took a lot of effort and energy. So then it brings back that pain that he was feeling. So in many cases, he's actually in physical pain, but I also believe that he's acting. And so Annie is moved by the fact that Paul needs her. And, even though she's looking at him strangely, receiving what he says, and being maybe validated by the idea that he still needs her, I also think this face is also the type of face that basically suggests, I don't really want to go back to that. Okay, I'll go get the pills for you, but I really want to focus on this writing thing and trying to bring back misery and make me happy again. But she'll go on ahead and play along because after all, that's what she's supposed to do. And so she comes back with water and pills to give to him. He takes the water, right? And he's going to hide the pills in his mouth. And so then she wheelchairs him back, and she says something about, I've never been popular because of my temper. And that may speak to some past issues, right? Because if you have a temper at this age, you had a temper in previous ages, previous seasons of your life. You didn't just all of a sudden get to a point in your life where you have a temper. So when she's talking about she's never been popular because of her temper, she's talking about a past issue that she doesn't reveal. She doesn't talk about. She makes these little statements as if we're all supposed to know who Annie is. And it's just little mini admissions about her character, but we are just left with that statement. And in some ways, we don't even wonder about it anymore, that she makes the statement so quickly as if it's a passing comment. But I think I think the viewing audience is really supposed to care about it. Why does she have a temper? Why does she blow up the way that she does? Things like that. But the writer and director don't really reveal it to us. So she's helping him in the bed, helping him really back into his setback. The person who, now she didn't create the setback, she created a subsequent setback for him. He created his own setback and not checking with the weather reports, right? And then riding off the road or driving off the road. And then when she decided to keep him there at the house, she created that part of his setback. But she's essentially helping him right back into his setback, back into the bed that is somewhat his prison, and the room that is somewhat his correctional facility, right? And he's forced to view the world from that room, from that bed, from the lens of Annie. Okay, and then she gives him a pen and a pencil and pad, and she basically says, "This may help you to write," you know. And then he's like, "I don't know if I can do that," or something like that. And then she's also saying, "Well, use me as your inspiration. I have faith in you, darling." And then after that, she's going to throw a kiss, and he's going to catch it in the air. And then he hides the pill in the bed. So this is where her mindset is. She hasn't even returned to asking him, okay, how do you feel? Are the pills working? Do you need me to do something with your legs? Maybe massage them, put some oil on them. Do you need me to bring in a heater or anything? She doesn't ask him anything that is related to nursing and nursing him to recovery. She jumps right back into him having inspiration to write Misery out of her death. Write Misery Chastain out of her death. That's why I say that face that she gave, I don't think that face where he's trying to force her back into her setback of being a nurse, I don't think that face is sympathy for him and his pain. It's more or less, okay, let me just go on ahead and get this done for you because I really want you to return to writing. So here's a pad and pencil. Right, here's a pad and pencil. But then you can look at this from Annie's standpoint, that if she's so interested in writing or she's so interested in becoming something or whatever, why doesn't she use the pad and pencil herself? Remember when Buster comes to check the house to see if on a suspicion that Paul Sheldon could be there, and she's talking about how, you know, she's talking about her Paul Sheldon collection and how she's been trying to write like Paul, and she created a writing studio for herself or something like that. And it's her way of trying to usurp Paul's abilities in the same way that she did when she was in college and then on the job. And so if she's so interested in all these things, why doesn't she take that pencil and pad and begin writing herself? And so then he's kind of, okay, he just got back into the bed and she's pushing this idea so much. Let him rest. She won't even let him rest, right? That's why I say this has become her new goal. She has completely abandoned her mastery orientation. Because remember, when she was nursing him to health at the beginning, after the crash, she had a towel. She was patting his head. She gave him the pills. She gave him some food. She gave him a number of, she did a number of things as a nurse. She don't even care about that anymore. He's sitting up here sweating in the bed, just tired, in pain, and she wants him to hurry up and write something. So again, her agenda is to actually push her own agenda, which is to get him to bring Misery Chastain back to life, which really means to bring her misery back so she can be happy. And this is where she throws him a kiss, and then he catches it in the air. And so this is the first time she's called him, I have faith in you, my darling. And so this is where she's starting to act like a wife even more. Because if he's supposed to be your patient, how is he now your darling? And so again, she has completely changed, switched her position, switched roles, switched her argument, that she's no longer going to be the nurse. This is her opportunity to do something else beyond being a nurse. She doesn't care if he has fully recovered. It doesn't matter anymore. Whether his legs get better, whether his arms get better, whether his pain subsides, it doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that he needs to write this book, and she's going to make sure he does it by any means necessary. So he catches it in the air. So now he's a participant. You know, if a person, once you kind of participate with them, they believe you. And it's sort of hard not to, because if you don't catch the kiss, the little air kiss, what might she do? And you're sitting up here vulnerable in the bed. You have no other choice but to catch the kiss. And so sometimes in Setback, you have no other choice but to take certain things, you know, because of the way the situation is. I had to stay in a shelter at a time, and you know, in shelters they give you chores, and we went to bed at a certain time, maybe 9 or 10, and then we had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then each of us had different chores. And I was trying to make money through freelancing because I couldn't find work, and I didn't have a computer anymore because I had to pawn it. And then I found a college. I hadn't returned to my college yet to teach, but I found a college, a university out here, Southern Methodist University, and I was able to go there and use their computers, the ones that they had for the public. The problem was that you had to get there very early. I mean, extremely early. So they had breakfast at the shelter, and then before you left, you had to do some kind of chore, whatever your assigned day was, sweeping or something like that. Well, you had to do it while everybody left, and everybody didn't get to leave until somewhere around 8 or 9. Well, I needed to be on the bus and the train by 6 a.m. in the morning in order for me to get to that college by a certain time, so that I could be the first one to get one of the computers. Because once, and there were only about six computers, I think, out of the many that were in the computer lab that were dedicated to the public, for the outside public. If you weren't a student of the university, you couldn't use all of the other computers. And so, but it's something that I had to take, because if I didn't do the chore, I could have been kicked out of the shelter. And so I didn't mind the chore itself, because I don't mind cleaning or something like. I didn't mind the chore itself. I minded the time, because I had to get out and be out at a certain time in order to get to another place. And where I was, it was so far that it would have kept me from doing that. And because I had to try to make some freelancing money, and that's what I was doing. So sometimes when you are in setback, you know, I can think of any other type of setback, having to move in with a family member and having to deal with their sort of temperament, their inconsistencies in their behavior, and just, you know, different things of having to deal with them. That's an air kiss that you have to take, because you are under their rule, you are under their house, you are under their context, you are under their environment, and whatever they say goes, even if it's unreasonable. The shelter was not unreasonable. When you have to live with somebody and they require you to do something, it's really not unreasonable. But sometimes the attitudes they give, the little provoking games they do to try to get a rise out of you, right? Because they really don't want to help you, and they think you should already be well enough in a week after losing your job. You know, that's the air kiss you have to take. while you're in setback, because it makes all the difference in the world between you taking that and working it out and holding your peace and not wearing out your welcome um, and doing what you need to do, or being kicked out and staying in perpetual setback. So it's like the air kiss you have to take, because what in the world is he going to do if he doesn't return the air kiss? She could do something to him, and he doesn't know what that is. She keeps him in the dark until it's time for her to act out and provoke the situation. So I don't think you should engage in that way, because it gives the person false hope. Annie is now in a position of trying to be his wife, and so because she wants that as a reward for helping him. Remember how she acted about the paper. I do this for you, I clean you, I cook for one. You better show me some appreciation around here. So now she has escalated that statement to, now you better throw me an air kiss, because I do all these things. I came back with the paper, so I want the reward. I want the reward of being your wife, even if it's just a fake wife, right? Because who calls somebody their darling? Nobody but a romantic relationship partner. And so it's getting very dangerous now, because once you move the relationship, and it wasn't even a relationship, it was relational, nurse to patient. Once you move it from relational and professional into relationship, there are different types of demands that you put on a relationship that could be dangerous if you don't continually adhere to it. So he has to catch the air kiss. So then Buster is in a helicopter, and he locates the crashed car. And then this trooper is reporting about the car, and there's the presumption that Paul Sheldon is dead. They can't find the body. It could be buried, and if he's not alive, it's because animals have eaten him or something like that. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting that he would be so quick to report something like that, but we don't know what the time frame is. So we don't know if they've already searched, but I would think if they did, they would have revealed that. And so he is continually speaking with the reporters, and so that lets you know Paul Sheldon is a well-known novelist, a well-known individual that people love. For them to have all these reporters out here receiving a report about him. And so we have these two main reporters reporting what they've heard from the sheriff. And so it's kind of like a little bit of a hierarchy, right? The sheriff, the reporters, and then these two main reporters. And so we don't get a sense that there is a local reporter. So we have to wonder if these are national reporters. And then here is Buster. His wife basically says, you don't believe he's dead. And they're looking at the side of the car where Annie had sort of used a crowbar to open the door, and that there's a indent in the car's door. And Buster says he didn't crawl out by himself. So that already provides a key for him, that there has to be another partner at play, somebody at play who got him out of the car, right? So he can't be dead. And only the person who is expert in understanding certain things, it's funny that the trooper didn't make the comment, right? He just summarized, oh, there's a crashed car, and that Paul Sheldon might be dead, right? That's his summary of the situation. Buster is looking at it much more critically, analytically, and thinking about it. He's actually visiting the car, whereas the trooper is so far away from the evidence, how can he make an actual um, conclusion, right? How can he make a valid conclusion? He's too far from it. He doesn't even reference the car. He only references the idea that Paul Sheldon was trapped in the snow and he's out there, probably the animals have gotten him. Whereas this local sheriff here is much more inclined to walk to the car, walk to the evidence, look at it, examine it, think about it critically, and deduce he didn't crawl out by himself. So that tells you that he has a very good mastery orientation in terms of, you would think that would just be obvious, but sometimes it's not obvious because the trooper has much more, he's higher in hierarchy than this local sheriff here. And so he's not attuned to the fact that you need to examine the evidence before you go and make a report or offer a conclusion to the reporters, because they're going to print that information. Anything that you say via camera, they're going to print it. So it was very hasty in the trooper to just make an assumption or presume that Paul Sheldon is dead without any real evidence, or at least pointing to the evidence that there was a car. And we see, and the other reporters do see that there's a car, but also looking at the fact that he might be alive, because you look at the door, somebody crowbarred the door open, and he didn't crawl out by himself. So I like Buster here in this regard, because he's showing his mastery orientation, whereas later in the movie he does not, in going and visiting Annie without backup. So we see Paul taking all those pills that he took and the ones that he likely saved up under his bed to create some sort of pill concoction, right? Because he's looking to drug Annie. After all, these are the same pills that put him to sleep. And so that same paper, so I guess that pad and paper did come in handy, because he's taken a sheet of that paper, fixed it as some sort of container, and he's going to pour all of these pills into that paper container. So he's pouring it out on his hand so he can smell it, taste it, see what it's all about. But he doesn't have the knowledge base to know what this really is about. He doesn't know what these pills are. If for anything, it could be sugar pills for all he knows. And so he smells it. Again, he doesn't have the knowledge to know what a pill will smell like, right? He doesn't indicate to us that he has taken drugs before or anything like that. So he wouldn't be able to detect whether or not these pills are legitimate. He tastes it. And I don't know why we do that, to see what it tastes like. I'm quite sure it's going to taste like medicine. And then he continues to pour all of the pills into the container. And so he's here by himself in the room. I think Annie is watching TV and he can hear the TV. It's interesting that she doesn't bring the TV in there with him to entertain him. Well, of course, it's likely her way of trying to hoard the idea that people might be looking for him. She don't want him to find that on the news, right? So, of course, I didn't think about that until now, that she's keeping the TV out, she's keeping the telephone out, she's keeping the radio out, keeping anything that could lead him outside of the room, out of his view, out of his reach, so that he is left in the dark. And he's really left in the dark right here, with the exception of this light coming through the window. And so this is a good view of the house and how it looks. It looks serene. It looks like it would be a house in a magazine in terms of, cabins in the woods or something like that. But it's always a nice, serene house. And so he's sitting at the table, his makeshift writing studio, and he's not as encouraged to begin typing. But he understands that he's going to have to play this role of being a writer. even if he is actually a writer. But for Annie and for this trying to bring back Misery, he's going to have to function as a writer. He's going to have to act it out because he really doesn't want to bring Misery Chastain back to life. And so then you can look at this, that the second book he probably was good. He was glad about the second book in his series. He was probably glad about the third book, maybe the fourth book. But I think by that fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth book, he didn't want to do it. Remember, he said, I didn't want to make it my life. It's hard to give up the rewards that come with the first, second, third books. I mean, you're so hopeful and you're so glad. You can't believe that people like your book so much, and you're going on these book tours and you are continually getting advances, book advances. So why not continue to accept the project at first, second, third, fourth? But somewhere on your fifth, everybody, I think, experiences this. Somebody might say much earlier, but it's hard to pass up the money when it's at first, second, third. Maybe fourth, you begin to change your mind about things, but definitely at fifth, you say, I just really don't want to do this anymore. Why should I have to do this? I think we're good at the fourth, but then you have the publishers and the agents pushing you to continue. So then the moment you say you don't want to do this anymore, but you still do it, that means you are basically acting. He's acting like a writer versus being a writer. That's why he said, I want to be able to write something to be proud of and put on my tombstone, right? That I didn't plan to make this my life. And so now you're forcing me to extend the series, and I don't want to do it, but I go ahead and do it for you. So I'm going to have to act out being a writer just to extend these series. So when he went to the cabin for 6 weeks to write that book that was untitled, that was him trying to return to being an actual writer. Because he doesn't believe that what he's been doing with Misery has been writing. I don't know what he believes it is, but he doesn't believe that it's been writing because he doesn't attach seriousness to it. And so it cannot be true writing. So now he's forced to do the same here in extending this series again and bringing Misery back to life. And he's forced to be a writer. He's forced to act like he's a writer because he still has to maintain this space with Annie. So he looks at the typewriter, not inspired, and it's not because he's not a true writer at heart. He's just not inspired to act out being a writer. But eventually he's going to have to put his hands on the keys. And so he looks at it, he types a series of letters, and he continues, and those series of letters, are profane language, but then he ends up taking that paper out and beginning his process. And so he inserts another typing paper, and then we see him typing, right? And it looks like he's typed a good number of pages, but Annie then is going to come in and say that she's not going to like the first draft pages. And she's going to tell him to start over. What you have written is not fair, right? And here she is coming in, telling him that the pages are not fair, that these draft pages are not going to work, and that he's going to start over. And he's actually surprised that she's so attentive to his work. But he forgets that Annie is a fan. How many times has she said, I'm your number one fan? Now, I haven't heard her say that in a long time since this part of the movie. At the beginning of the movie, she was saying that all the time. She had the piggy say it, in a sense, right? His name was Misery, or her name was Misery. And so she was talking, I'm your number one fan. But she stopped saying that. She hasn't said that. And it could be because after reading that untitled book, her whole demeanor has changed. Something about that book having no nobility and having all that obscene language has changed her view of Paul. we don't hear her say anymore that I'm your number one fan. And so she's saying here to him that you're going to have to start over. And that it's just not fair. It's what you have written is just not fair. And he said, I want to value you. I want to, respect what you say. But he's kind of accusing her of being kind of harsh, right? And so then Annie goes into this narrative. So she's telling this story about Rocket Man and how in a previous episode, he was trying to get out of the car, and then it went over the cliff or something like that, and then he died. But then when they came back and watched it and reviewed the previous episode, Rocket Man tries to get out of the car before the cliff. Before he goes over the cliff, he jumps clear. And Annie is suggesting that the viewer is cheated through the film, that this is not what happened before. He didn't get out of the car. And she's basically telling him that that he didn't free himself, right? What this says about Annie, it goes back to the attentiveness, that she's much more attentive as an audience, as a fan, as a viewer of another person's work. And that I've heard many people say, many writing instructors, many film producers, many writers of fiction, science fiction, that once you create that world, whatever that world is for the science fiction series, you cannot deviate, because there are people who are loyal to science fiction and fantasy worlds. And when you sort of change the game, they notice right off, right? Well, Annie is no different. She has read all of Paul Sheldon's books, and she knows how they should go. And trying to change the way Misery Chastain is represented in the book and the world that she inhabits is not going to fly. And so she's saying that you cannot cheat the audience. They know much more than you realize. She is a walking knowledge base of Paul Sheldon's work and what he has written. And so you are not going, she's basically saying to Paul, you are not going to cheat me. I know what's going on with Misery Chastain. I know throughout the series what she has done, what she's about, what her character is, what the other characters are. You cannot fool me into believing that she's that she can't be revived or something like that, that her misery can't be revived. I know misery. That's really what Annie is saying. I know misery, both misery as a concept, a noun or whatever, and Misery Chastain in the book. I know misery, and you cannot tell me any different than what I have experienced, what I have read about through your books, what I know about misery. So you're going to have to do a much better job, because you cannot fool me. So Paul is kind of shocked at how she's retelling this story. But you also have to say that Paul needs to be shocked at the idea that someone could be so in tune with his work and he not know it. See, this is a learning opportunity for Paul Sheldon, that people have been taking Misery Chastain in the Misery series very seriously, and that you wanting to kill her off leaves a lot of these people without any other direction. That no, you may not have wanted misery to become your life, and you didn't plan on writing it the rest of your life, but it has become their life. And it was very irresponsible for Paul to just immediately kill off misery without any warning to anybody that he was going to do that. And you might say, well, he has every right to do whatever he wants to do with his book. Sure. But he also has a responsibility to his viewing audience. They care. What if every science fiction writer says, okay, who cares if I make this change in the world the world making of the novel or the series or the film series or whatever. It's my prerogative. I have creative license to do that. Then you're going to lose your fan base, because people really, they know that world. They believe in that world. They inhabit that world. They go to Comic-Con just to be a part of that world in a visual and physical sense. They have book parties and reading parties and other types of parties just for that world. They dress up like that. They put on the garb. They become that. How many times have you seen people go to a Harry Potter book signing, and they're all dressed up in the garb of Harry Potter and all his friends? They care about that world, whatever that world is. And so he has not been paying attention to his audience. Like I said, when he first likely came into this, he needed money, and he pushed a book in order to get it published, in order to get money. And then it took on a life on his own, and he didn't realize that it was taking on a life on his own, and that now after 8 books, I'm going to have to shut it down. But again, that's irresponsible, because you have too many people who care about it. And so I think this is part of his learning process too, because he's realizing these looks that he has given Annie have been about maybe confusion, Lord, is she strange, or man, I got to get out of here type looks. I'm like, what in the world is going on with this woman type looks? But this is a look that's a little different, that he didn't realize who was really standing before him. And this is a look that's going to come much earlier than another look, when he's actually shocked about her violence towards him. But I feel like this is a look that's kind of revelatory, that he didn't realize what he was doing. I don't think he's had the full revelation of his part, the part that he plays in a reader's life. But I think on some level he's going to take heed, because then when he starts all over again, he writes better drafts, and it is much more acceptable to Annie. And something about her correcting him, because he's going through a correction. When you go through setback, you go through correction. When part of the 7 stages of setback is correction. That he's willing to be corrected, because then the quality of writing actually changes for the next draft. And so this is where Annie is retelling that story, and she gets very animated. And it just, what it does is, it doesn't to me reveal Annie as having a mental issue. It reveals to me Annie having a passion for the story. A lot of times people make stories very complicated when they are writing scripts or writing a novel, and so it's hard to follow. And then if it's hard to follow, it's going to be hard for the reader to follow. And basically all Annie is doing is retelling a story that she learned from years ago, and trying to make the connection that to Paul, that you cannot cheat your audience. We know much more than you realize. And to me, it looks like she's kind of, has a mental issue going on right here. But no, I think Annie is just excited and passionate about her ability to recognize story, and how important it is that you get the story straight. Because if you don't get the story straight, you're going to have a lot of problems with the plot development and scene descriptions and character descriptions and any other thing that you are trying to accomplish in that work. So I feel like it's much more passionate about what she is trying to reveal about story. So then she goes into her retelling of Paul's series, right? That she goes into really specific detail that kind of reminds him that sometimes you have written something so long and you want to be separated from it so bad that you forget some of the main details of your own work. And so she's reminding him of what Misery Chastain was about, what was going on with the other characters. And this should be something that kind of encourages him to rewrite the draft. It works almost like mentoring as well. Annie trying to mentor him back to writing Misery. Now, of course, she's mentoring him back to his setback, though. But she's also mentoring out of his setback, because if he doesn't do this, he's going to remain there. If he doesn't get to the end of the book, it's going to be even more challenging for him to stay there. So it's both mentoring in the sense that mentoring him about his own work and what he has done, and how much of an impact it has, and how much he needs to know this in order to rewrite the draft. But it's also mentoring him out of his setback, his current setback, so that he can. Because the setback is the draft that she's saying is not going to work, and so now he needs to be mentored out of that setback in order to write a better draft, so that Annie can accept it. And then once she's able to accept it, then he continues to write and write and write until the end of that book. And so Paul Sheldon, again, I think he's shocked. I don't think he's shocked by the fact that she may have a mental problem. He's shocked by how much she knows. Just how much she knows. Here it is again. He's been thinking he's just been writing a book for his own financial stability, but he's been writing a book for people to save them out of themselves, to bring them out of themselves. Whatever happiness, she said at the beginning of the movie that his misery series is what brought happiness to her. That's what brought happiness. That's why I don't think he should let go of the series. I think he should keep the series and also write serious work according to his standards. And so, because it helps people. And so she's telling him where he needs to begin at the end, in a sense, to rewrite the second draft. And so then we get to a good snowy day. Well, a snowy night. And I think this is kind of picturesque, right? It could easily go on a Hallmark card. And I also like this view. So the sun has kind of come out, right? And it's melting a little bit of the snow. And this could go also on a Hallmark card. And so Annie is now reading the new draft. And she is so excited about it that it's like she has to hold back herself, right? Because remember, when she tells him where to start, she says you have to start over from where Misery is buried in the ground, right? The book that she brought from the general store where he killed off Misery, well, she's buried in the ground as a result of having died through childbirth. And so when she reads this second draft, it's so it has such an impact upon her that she almost has to hold herself back. And he's looking at her, so you can tell that he has gotten a little bit better. His face looks a little different, right? Almost healed in certain areas of his face. He's still in a wheelchair, he's still got the sling on his arm, so that's going to take a little bit of time to heal, but there's definitely some healing going on. And so Annie is still reading. And he asks her, is it fair? Shall I continue? And she's basically telling him, yes, you should, right? And Annie goes into her own perception of Misery, that I knew she was born of nobility. And she's asking, can I read each chapter after you finish? I can fill in the ends, right? And in some ways, Annie can. In some ways, and in some ways, Annie has built a mastery orientation as a reader of Paul Sheldon's work, that she could easily become a critic of his work, a literary critic of his work, if she learned the tools of literary criticism. Because you don't just become a critic of the work just because you know how to criticize. You have to do some graduate work, write some papers like in graduate classes, have a master's degree, things like that, or a PhD, to sort of write scholarly, to learn how to write scholarly. That's what I'm talking about. And that she does have a mastery orientation as a reader of his work. So when she says, can I read each chapter after you finish? I can fill in the ends. She is most appropriate there. She's not appropriate as writing for him. She's not appropriate as really being truly an editor or an agent or publisher for him. But as a reader, and if you were looking at Annie maybe engaging a book reading club or something, and they are critically thinking about a film or a book, and they are referencing any other type of book in their in that immediate series, then yes, they will be definitely appropriate. So this is where, to me, she's operating appropriately. That she is a reader of his work, a mastery orientation reader of his work, and she could fill in is, and she has demonstrated her ability to do so, right? So yes, I do think she's operating here in a mastery orientation. And so then she goes into this spiel. She gets very happy about what she's read. And then, of course, referencing Misery Chastain and talking about her nobility. And she just kind of retelling the story and making all of the connections. And it's just exciting to her. It's Paul Sheldon bringing back her misery, both literally in terms of Misery Chastain as a character, and figuratively bringing the concept of misery back to her life. She wants to stay in her setback, essentially. That's why she doesn't really want to let Paul go, because she had been isolated so long, and now he's living there technically, and so she wants them both to be miserable together. And then she gets into continually discussing the book. And then it gives him happiness. Again, this is an act. He has no other choice but to smile. She's happy. He has to be happy, right? Have you thought about the times where you were trying to make a baby, make faces at the baby, right, to get the baby to mimic you, in a sense, right? You stick out your tongue, right? The baby sticks out the tongue. If you close your eyes and open them again, the baby closes his eyes and opens them again. If you do the patty cake or something like that, this is what this reminds me of. That whatever face Annie has in the moment, he has to create that face. So if Annie is happy, he got to create a happy face. You can tell he doesn't feel happy in this moment. He has no other choice but to use his talent to push out this work to make Annie happy. Well, really no different than what he's been doing with his agent and the publisher, right? He has to put on this face to push out, use his talent to push out content that he really doesn't want to write. And so it just reminds me of mimicry, mirroring, or whatever face they give you, you give them back so that you can continue to get your check, essentially, and stay in the business. Because once you get out of the business, it's hard to get back in. When I lost my job in 2008, and it wasn't due to anything I had done, I was a adjunct faculty member, and so I didn't have seniority or anything. And full-time faculty members, even if they gave up a class to teach for the summer, but decided that they wanted to teach it, and you had already been assigned the class, they had every right to take it, because the district has to fulfill their contract first. They are the full-timers. And so it took, so then I lost my job, and that was between 2008 to 2013 during the recession, when I couldn't get back on with the district and jobs were kind of shut down, furloughed, things like that. Uh, I didn't get back into the system until 2013, and that was due to a job fair. And so Paul knows he's got to put on this face, because if he doesn't produce another book, he's essentially out of the system. They only want people who are continuously producing for them in terms of capital revenue and profits and things like that, and producing in terms of promoting the publishing business, and then of course producing for him so he can get paid, right? But if you don't produce this next series, we're going to go with somebody else who will. And in some cases, the publishers will give you a certain amount of time to decide if you're going to write this book. And if you don't write this book after a year or something like that, we're going to hire a ghostwriter to write it, so we can continue this series, because the publisher knows the people want the series. Even if you don't want it anymore and you didn't plan on it becoming your life, that's beside the point. You keep it like you would keep a job, right? A job, while you go after your dream, which is to write serious content. The same thing about a person, literally, like if you wanted to go after your dream, you don't quit your job. Keep your job, because that brings in cash flow. And then you continue to work on your dream and pursue your dream until it gets to a point where you can quit your job. Your dream is making you so much money, netting you so much more money, that it might just make sense to quit the job. But this is what is on his face, that he has probably likely had to show to his agent and to all of the parties involved in publishing. This face, whatever face they give you, you got to show. Again, it reminds you of a baby. And so this is where Annie is saying, can I read each chapter after you finish? I can fill in the ends, right? That sort of excitement, that enthusiasm about it. Again, Annie represents a great deal of the audience that Paul has really, really not paid attention to. You sell books and you don't know to whom you are selling books, and what they mean to people, geographically. And so this is her sort of saying, I want to be a participant. And now in many cases, in this one case rather, he's sort of given her permission to be a participant. Now this is much more appropriate, right? Of course, he's been forced to write the book in his setback, but it's much more appropriate because she's revealing herself as a reader who has a mastery orientation as a reader, versus at the beginning of the movie, he was saying, maybe you should title it, maybe you should tell me what it's all about. She doesn't know anything about that. She doesn't even know anything about the work. And so you are wanting her to title something and tell you what the work is all about. But here is where she's actually most appropriate. And so then Annie is excited. Misery is alive. Misery is alive. She's going crazy in terms of just being happy about it and saying that she's going to turn on her radio and listen to Liberace and let him fill the room. And so again, she's excited because she's given proper permission this time. And so there isn't a weight on her shoulders of having to try to understand something, because the book that he's given her permission to fill in the ends on is something that she understands. See, there was a burden that he placed on Annie when he gave her permission to title and tell him what the book is about. That's a burden. That's not, even if she thought that book was a misery book, that was still a burden for her. This is not a burden because it's much more connected to what she already knows in terms of the misery series. And she's read all of the books. and she's prepared well. She can tell you the story front and backwards, right? And so, giving her permission, the happiness that she feels here, it makes much more sense, right? There's a relief that comes over her. There's no frustration. She is happy with this newer draft, and she's going to do all that she can to be of service to him. Now she's serving him. Now she's not acting as a nurse anymore, like I noted earlier. She's no longer a nurse. That doesn't even make any sense to her anymore. She's a reader helping a writer, author with his book now. You know, Annie is quite animated throughout this film. There are times when she shows us her true colors in terms of her frustrations and her anger and her temper that she actually labels as a temper. When she says that I'm not known for my I've never been popular because of my temper, right? And of course, we know that there must be some kind of history with that. But when she gets into these animations, especially when she's happy about Paul's work, and right here, she's so happy about this newer draft that she's going to put on her Liberace records. And she asks him, do you like Liberace? Now, I don't know for certain if Paul loves Liberace. Of course, he's going to respond to Annie and say yes, like a baby, right? Remember, a baby. The baby is going to lick out his tongue and close and open its eyes and play patty cake, whatever you tell him. So when she asks him this question, do you like Liberace? She's expecting him to say yes, right? Because why else wouldn't he say yes? I mean, who else would not love that singer who was Liberace? But her animations here, I do believe on some level that Annie is happy about Misery Chastain, this newer draft, and getting Paul Sheldon to rewrite it or extend the series, right? But I often have to wonder when you juxtapose her animations with her temper, which one is, we know that the temper is true, but I wonder if this heightened sense of enthusiasm is also true. And so oftentimes when we are animated, it is coming from a place of falseness because, we are putting on a show. I think we can always be happy and jump up and down and laugh and smile. But I think oftentimes when we are in front of people, I think we act. I think we put on a show. I think we get as exaggerated as possible. I don't know if it comes from a place of pride. It depends on what you are happy about in front of that person. If you are animated in front of a person because you just got a job and the other person, your friend, has been seeking for a job and has not gotten a job, but you jump up and down and say, I got a job. On some level, there must be some pride there. I think in one case, you can definitely be happy for yourself. It's possible to be happy for yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. And you should be happy for yourself. But you could miss the opportunity to be a little humble in that moment. You could always go to your house and jump up and down and be happy for yourself. But to be happy for yourself in the front of someone's misery, it just calls into question whether your animation is founded on sincere happiness, genuine happiness. Annie is excited and jumping up and down and animated in front of a person that she is forcing to extend his series when he doesn't want to. So she can't be happy for him, right? She calls herself happy for herself, but she is so oblivious to the idea of how she is the cause of her happiness, how it has contributed to her happiness, that she had to literally throw lighter fluid on the person's bed to get him to burn his book. And then she dropped the printing paper, the typing paper, onto his legs because she was mad that she had to go back to the general store to get better the printing paper that he uses. And then there are just other things that she has done, and she's jumping up and down and being animated in front of a person who has to put on a face. Because remember, she's also the one who who said earlier in the film that if I die, you die. Just to, insert that little word in there, sure, it doesn't mean anything other than the fact that I said it. No, it means a lot, right? And so I think she's very insensitive as a person. If you want to add words to really describe her, in addition to the one that she says she has never been popular for her temper, then add insensitivity, delusion, just a number of words, oblivious, right? And then of course, uncaring, unconcerned. It doesn't matter to me that you are struggling with your legs and you would rather be in another place than here, and that you haven't called your daughter, or you haven't talked to your agent, or no one knows you. It really doesn't matter, those things. The only thing that matters is my misery, is my setback, and I want to stay in my setback for however long I want to stay. And if I have to make you extend the series, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And so that's something that I thought about when I was thinking about her animation, because I was going to delete this screenshot because I said it just seems a little bit redundant, and I gave it a rest, and then I got back up and thought about it some more, and I said she sure is animated. I mean, just really, really animated, especially in contrast to how she acts in other ways, right? So that's something that I want you to think about in terms of her animations. If you believe they are true, or if she's acting. We know the temper is true, because she validates her own self as saying, I have never been popular for my temper. So when she demonstrates her temper, we know that to be true, because she backs it up and says it's basically true, claiming it herself. She claims the word temper and applies it directly to herself. It's not some outside force saying that she has a temper, even though there is an implication in not being popular for her temper, that someone else has perceived her as being the type of person who has a temper, right? But she takes ownership of it, and that's probably the irony. That's probably the only thing she really takes ownership of in this movie. So that's kind of interesting. And so here Paul is asking Annie, would you have dinner with me, right? Now, of course, he can't cook the dinner. She's going to be the one to cook her own dinner. But he's asking her if you would have dinner with me to celebrate Misery's return. But Misery hasn't fully returned yet. The first draft pages does not reflect a Misery's return. Sure, I guess in the first 1 or 2 chapters, 3 chapters or so, he is pulling her out of the grave, and maybe that is a way that she is returning in terms of her being alive. But Misery hasn't fully returned because the book hasn't fully been written. He hasn't fully written the book yet. And so that's why I think he's a little premature here. He's too early, because his goal, we're going to find out. And remember the pill concoction he had created, pouring the red pills into that paper container that he's trying to drug her, right? Put her to sleep, because he knows those pills work. They put him to sleep. But the problem is he hasn't finished the book yet, and he's trying to use these pills as a way to escape, but he's still not learning from his mistakes. He can't walk. And even if he was able to drug her, how long would that last? I mean, if he's going to drug her, she would have to. That was a lot of pills that he poured into that container. But how long did it really last? And see, he's never timed himself in terms of when he took the pills, when he went to sleep, and when he woke up. See, that's how you test out um, strategies for an escape plan. You become your own guinea pig. You were taking the pills initially because she gave them to you and you had to take them, and plus you were in pain. And then you started acting when you crawled out of the room and came back and pretended that you were in pain, and in some ways he was, right? And took the pill. And then you started basically hiding the pills. And so now you need to test out the strategy. First of all, when she leaves, how long is that? Right? How long is that? How many hours is that? I don't know if he has a clock in the room or anything like that. She doesn't leave him with the radio or phone, of course. But that would be an interesting thing to ask for a watch, right? Just to know when. So when she leaves, is it an hour? Is it 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Is it 2 hours, 3 hours, right? When she leaves, okay? When you take the pill, at what hour do you take the pill? And then at what hour do you wake up? Then it becomes a proactive rather than reactive strategy for how you might overtake her. Trying to have dinner and pouring pills into her drink is not an effective strategy because you don't really know how long the pills will last. So I said to myself, I just think to myself, he's still not learning. I immediately thought to myself that it's just too early. He's too eager to escape. And he still hasn't learned anything about Annie and her strategies in order to take her down effectively. Out of the two people in this scenario, he is the only one who is consistently down. He hasn't, like I noted before, he hasn't gotten on his legs and tried to walk on them. He hasn't gotten on the floor again and tried to pull himself around or something, anything to try to exercise his body. Because even if Annie stayed asleep after being drugged, say for instance, the drugs did not kill her, but they put her to sleep for 8 hours. Okay, how long is it going to take for you to trek it to the main road? It could take 8 hours. It could take a long time. Well, I mean, that's arguable because it may not take that long, because when she came to rescue him out of the car, she must have been nearby. And so it may not take as long as we might think. Either way, he doesn't have a true strategy. He wants to escape so bad. And as I noted in previous areas of this film analysis, we want to get out of Setback so badly. We will use any tool, any strategy, anything that we think could work to get us out. But we haven't tested out that strategy. We have no way of knowing for certain if it's actually going to work. So asking Annie to have dinner with him tonight is too premature. And so she's, of course, shocked, right? And again, we get these little animations from her about being asked to have dinner with him, and because for one, it's unexpected. Why would he want to have dinner? He must be up to something. Our people, when they are kidnapping you, trapping you, taking you, or whatever, they always have a suspicion of how you react to them. No matter how, whether it's common sense, whether it's too thought out or something like that, they always have a suspicion because at the back of their mind they know somewhere where that they are wrong for trapping you, for kidnapping you, for taking you. And so how is it that a person who was resisting initially being there is going to now be more accepting of it? And he didn't really resist with her. He didn't, you don't hear him yell at Annie, call my agent, do this, do that, or whatever. You don't hear him yelling at her. You see Annie as being the primary aggressor. And so then you can look at Annie as more masculine, and then you can look at Paul in this context that's more feminine. He doesn't really challenge anything other than to say, why am I not in a hospital? And then have you, my daughter must be worried about me. I got to call my agent, things like that. But there's no real challenge, challenge of Annie. There is a little bit of resistance when he doesn't want to burn the book, right? Because who else, who would want to burn what they have written, right? But there isn't really just this whole sort of aggression on his part. And so there's always going to be a suspicion, and that's what I mean too. He's not thinking logically about the situation, that she's just going to all of a sudden be amenable to you in terms of having dinner and it just being an innocent thing. She's suspicious. That's why I say the faces that she gives us, the viewing audience, we can look at them and just completely expound on them in terms of the validity, the truth telling of them, the falsity of it, character development. There's a lot that we can do with just Annie's face. And so then we have a cut to Buster's wife, Virginia. She's still taking calls about Paul Sheldon. And Buster is going to come in and he's going to have like a bag of Paul Sheldon's novels. And it is for him. He wants to learn all about Paul's thinking, and he makes this statement: if I can't find Paul Sheldon, at least I'm going to find out what he wrote about. So there's this sense that he wants to become pursue a mastery orientation of learning about Paul Sheldon, because he has been unsuccessful in the physical pursuits and physical strategies of trying to find Paul Sheldon. He's fielded calls, he's returned calls, he's done a number of things. He's visited, the lodge manager, right? And later, when he is suspicious of Annie being possibly the one who has Paul Sheldon at her house, he's going to go into the general store and talk to the manager. So he's very actively trying to find Paul Sheldon. And so, and the only way now that he knows to really understand Paul Sheldon, where he might be, is to learn all about him. So we see Buster coming in with the bag, and it's going to be a bag of books, of course. And, there's that door, that entry going back and forth into doors. And this is his office, his sheriff's office. But it's still interesting that this door that he's coming into now symbolizes his willingness to learn, willingness to become a mastery or pursue a mastery orientation. Whereas when he first gets the call from the agent about Paul Sheldon, he's sitting back at his desk with his feet up, kind of comfortable, right? Talks on the phone. When she says, is Paul Sheldon the writer, the author, then he kind of comes up. He jumps up a little bit in his seat and turns around and takes note and actually began taking notes, things like that. And so there was a sense of urgency there. But this right here is a sense of trying to learn something new, the willingness to learn something new. Whereas before, when he was going in and out of that door, he was operating on his current knowledge of, trying to find someone who is lost. Right? Even when he visits the site where the car is located, where he found it, right, via helicopter, and then the state trooper gives a press conference a makeshift press conference, there was still some willingness in him to understand, okay, he didn't get out of this car by himself, right? Someone helped him along. But this right here, coming through this door, is a push towards becoming prepared enough to find Paul Sheldon. Not just operating on past understandings about how to find someone, how to locate someone, how to be alarmed about something, but a true pursuit of really trying to understand where this person is, how they thought, and how I would need to proceed, or how he would need to proceed. And so that's why it matters when you have a mastery orientation, because even though Virginia is looking through the bag of these books, and she's going to pull out some and read a few, not read the book, but the cover and the spine and possibly the summary, she's not willing to go beyond that. When they are sitting in bed together one night and he's reading one of those books, she's reading another book, a book completely different from that. And she's supposed to be the deputy sheriff, right? But she's not willing to be a co-participant in the learning process. She follows his lead in terms of when they are trying to search for him, and kind of adds a little bit of critical thinking there. But she's not willing to go beyond her current state, which is deputy sheriff, just answer phone calls, field any other types of inquiries, right? But he's actually willing to do much more. So she's reading the spine. She's going to open one of the books, read the summary, and then he's taking off his coat. And to me, this is far-fetched, right? But it is kind of symbolic, or we could make it symbolic, that he's taken off old things. He's taken off old strategies. He's taken off old methods, ways of thinking, that he's so willing to really try to understand and learn about Paul Sheldon, that he's willing to just shed anything that might hinder him, because no one wants to read in a coat anyway, right? That's the literal interpretation, of course. We don't want to read in a coat, right? We want to get comfortable enough in our seat and in our setting so we could read with understanding and not feel hindered. This is no different. That he's now embarking on a learning. He's kind of like embarking on a college course. Like a college course that he's now wanting to learn about Paul Sheldon. And so he's going to shed that old way of thinking, any other old courses that may not apply to him in this moment, this situation, this context, and he's going to take off the coat and hang it up, because it's an old way of thinking, and embrace a new way of thinking to try to understand the subject. And so she's reading a little bit, just a good quick skim, right? And this is what I think is symbolic of the state trooper. The state trooper doesn't get any real just specific evidence. He just goes into this little summary. We found the car. He may be trapped out there in the woods. We presume he's dead. If he's not dead, the animals got him. I mean, he just goes into this little basic skipping summary or whatever, to resolve the problem. There's no urgency in him, even like from the state senators or governors, to try to find this person. The reporters are very eager to try to find him and find out about him, but the state trooper is not. So Virginia sort of is a parallel to the state trooper. It looks like she's reading the book and trying to get an understanding of it. No, she's skimming. She just sort of maybe looking through one or two pages to get a feel for the language or something like that. But there's nothing in her that says, oh, let me read one of the books and help you try to find out about him. And right here, he is bent over and saying to her that if I can't find Paul Sheldon, at least I need to find out what he wrote about. So he's not even giving into the idea that Paul Sheldon is dead. and that he's still, even though he can't find him in this moment, he's still willing to do something to get to the completion of his goal, because he set a goal to seek out what's going on with Paul Sheldon, to find him, things like that. And now he's enduring the goal through a learning process, right? And he's not going to be satisfied until he finishes that goal, which is to actually find him. And he finds him, but it's going to result in his death. So we're at this dinner table. Paul is sitting in a wheelchair, and I guess, I don't know what kind of area this is other than, I guess, a dinner table area. It looks like this table is sitting on top of something, it's not, oh, okay. It must be because it was smaller and the wheelchair is too high or something like that. But she put books. She put like a cookie container, phone books, when we all used to have phone books, and other types of books to hold up the table in order for them to eat, and in order for him to be pushed under. And this, I did not think about this. This is the first time that she brings him out of the room. Oh, wow. I didn't realize, because remember, he's already left outside of his room, right? He snuck out. He left outside of his room. And if you look at the penguin on the table, I think the penguin has been turned back around. And that, I had always wondered if when she found out he had left the room. And if this penguin is turned back around to face, and you got to look at it very closely with all of the other figurines, because remember, when he left out of the room, the penguin had fell off, and he put it back on the table, but in the opposite direction, as if it was facing the animals and talking to the animals. But when you look at it here, I think this is confirmation that she has known the whole time that he has been out of his room, right? Because remember, she goes through her statement when she's about to be violent with him and use the sledgehammer, that I wondered how you got out of the room. I wanted to know how you got out of the room. And this is confirmation right here. That penguin does not look like it's turned around, because the back of the penguin is black. And so that back is to, his back is to all of the other figurines. It's interesting that she doesn't put a pig figurine in front. I don't know what a penguin symbolizes, right? I never really researched it. I would have to think about that and take some time to research it. But it's interesting that it's facing. So she's known the whole time. So then when she drops, because I wondered when he puts the medicine into her drink, and then she accidentally spills it, I wondered if she knew then. This tells me that she did. So he's a sitting duck. He is literally a sitting duck, and he doesn't even know it, right? And the interesting thing is, she's never poisoned his food or anything. That she's been true to her nature and cooking him some food. And I think I made that point much earlier, but he is literally a sitting duck. So she comes in, she's dressed real nice, made up her face, because it's a date, it's a date. I don't know if he calls it a date, but he's asking if you would have dinner with me tonight, right? And so they have dinner, and there's a smile on her face. But now, as an audience member, I'm scared for him. Now that I recognize that penguin is turned around, and because that's the only table that had all of the figurines. If there's another table in this house that has figurines, the director doesn't show us. He only shows us the one table, and that's very easy to miss. I have watched this movie multiple times. I studied it in order to do the film analysis, and I did not see it until now. So we get this smile on her face, and so then she's acting. Oh, she's acting now. Because if she recognized the penguin as being turned around and turned it back around herself, then whatever she's doing with Paul, this is an actor's face, an actress face. She's acting now. He's already been acting, but she's now acting. So they sit at the table, and she seems to be sitting a little higher than he is, right? And of course, that's always a power play, right? Because I don't necessarily think her chair needs to be higher. It's a regular chair. And I don't think she's that tall. So it just seems like she's sitting a little higher than him and just been acting. But look at that table again. And that penguin. That penguin is turned back around. And I hate to be repetitive, but it says so much about this situation, and that Paul assumes that he is the power. He is in the power position because of the pills. And so you have to wonder, when did she come into his room to find anything? But she left whatever. If she's been back in his room after finding the penguin, she left it in there. And when she calls herself leaving, and saying right before the book is almost finished and your legs are almost getting healed or something like that, and she shows him the gun, and then she walks out there in the rain. I wondered even then if that was deliberate, as if she wanted to see if he was moving about in the house, that she might have parked her car somewhere in the woods where he couldn't see and watched the house. And I had wondered that. So, of course, she's happy. I don't know how to analyze his face, because it's a different type of face, simply because she is having dinner with him, and that might excite her. And so, it could be a face that I'm on to you. I know what you've been doing, but she doesn't have real confirmation. She's only going by the fact that her penguin was not turned properly, right? And so that might be the face. It might be the face of just being sort of happy. But she sort of watches him as he eats the food. And so he begins to eat the food, of course. And it looks good, of course. And like any woman, whenever you cook something for a man, you want them to be happy. And so sometimes, I don't know if men pay attention to this, but we watch you as you eat the food that we're making. And we're trying to hear those sounds, this is good, oh, this is good, or whatever. We're looking for something, right? And we're looking, absolutely for validation. It's always for validation, right? But it's interesting, though. I'm glad that he didn't say anything about the house and tell off on himself, because I just realized that this is the first time that she has brought him outside of the house. I mean, outside of the room. And interestingly enough, he wasn't suspicious of that. They could have had that dinner inside his room. After all, he still had the little table, They could have had that dinner, but she permitted him to come out of the room and into their house proper, right? And so that's sort of like her permitting something. I don't know what that is. It could be simply just regular permission, but it's kind of like a parallel to the permission that he gives her to title his work and tell him what it's all about. And she's given him permission to, I don't know. I have to think about that. Because he's already been eating her food, so he's not getting permission to do that. But there's something going on here that is sort of not clear, right? So they both eat, You know, they don't necessarily look like a couple. You know, I wouldn't call them a couple, but it is a nice view of them, you know, considering some of the events leading up to this moment. And it's a clear moment. And so Annie was, he was asking about her cooking and why it tastes so good, or he was implying that. And she says that she put spam in the meatloaf, right, to give it a little bit of zing. And then he affirms her he likes it, and then he said, well, you can't get this in a restaurant. And they both kind of laugh and everything. So, but they're still not necessarily having a conversation other than just eating the food. And there's, even with Annie, she has the opportunity to learn even more about Paul Sheldon because she's holding all the cards, and she doesn't ask anything much more than, for him to extend the book. And of course, Paul is not going to be that interested in Annie, right? Because he's basically trapped. But isn't this actually the proper time to ask about Annie and what's going on with her and who she is as a person? Because don't you supposed to know your enemy? Learn about your enemy? See, this is a contrast to Buster, who is willing to learn about Paul Sheldon and his books and what he thought and what he wrote about. Buster is willing to learn. Paul Sheldon here is not willing to learn. This is absolutely the time to engage Annie in conversation. First of all, it gives you an opportunity to stay out of that room. I would use this opportunity as long as I could, eat my food as slowly as I could, keep eating, right, just to get her talking. That's how you learn about your enemy. Because Annie hasn't written any books. And she hasn't, and there are times when she's a little forthcoming. She'll say little things, little mini monologues or something, but she's not that much of that open book, right? So you have to read her like a book and find out much more about her. And it doesn't seem like that's what he's been doing. It isn't until the end of the movie when he burns the new book, the book that he has written to extend Misery Chastain's life, that he begins to understand truly who Annie really is. And so he pours the wine. Let's have a toast. Essentially, let's have a toast, and basically toast to Misery. And again, that's premature because Misery is not fully alive yet. Misery is not fully alive until the book is finished, right? Just because you pull her out of the grave is not enough to say that she has returned, as I noted. And so he's saying, let's have a toast to Misery. And then he's asking, do you have any candles, right? He also asks, did you study decorating, right? You kind of have a flair. And basically the toast is to Misery and to Annie Wilkes, who brought her back to life. So he's crediting Annie as the one bringing her back to life, but he's actually doing all of the work. See, that's another thing. He's slipped up again and gave her permission and gave her credit where credit is not due. Annie is not responsible for bringing Misery back to life. Annie is not doing the work, the writing work. And, just on a very general note, how many times have people been praised for something when they did not do the work? When it was someone else's work and they stole that person's work and then ended up getting the praise for it and the awards and rewards for it. And he's rewarding her with this praise that with a toast to Misery and to Annie Wilkes, who brought her back to life. You can't credit her that way. That's why it's very easy for her to try to take credit when Buster comes to the house and he's looking to see if Paul Sheldon is there. And she's talking about how she's been trying to write like Paul Sheldon, and he could read a couple of hundred pages of hers and tell her what he thinks. See, it's that parallel to Paul Sheldon doing exactly the same thing at the beginning. Maybe you could title the book, "Tell me what you think the book is about," right? And so this unmerited praise and credit that he is giving Annie starts from the beginning, and he just continues to perpetuate it. So it's interesting then, you have to wonder if Paul Sheldon is truly the person who has been writing all these books, because why would you give credit to somebody else for anything you have written? Why would you give credit to somebody else? Now, it's true that he's been writing the books, because after all, he's sitting there and he's writing the book, right? And she's reading the drafts, right? But it's interesting, though, that you would give credit to somebody else, even something that you have put all the labor into all these years, and you are, crediting somebody else. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much of it. And so then while she's in the kitchen getting the candles, he puts the medicine, the pills concoction into the drink. And I was thinking to myself, he should have switched the drinks. Right? Or he should have put the pill concoction actually in the wine, because then even if she flipped over the glass of wine by accident or on purpose, it would still be in the wine. Again, not thinking, not strategizing, not really thinking logically. He's so preoccupied with trying to get out. It's like the person who's in jail or in prison. They're so preoccupied with trying to get out, but they don't know what to do once they get out. And so she comes in with the candles, with one candle, lights the candle, and this is reminiscent of when he had to light the candle to burn his book, right? And of course, I'm probably thinking that if she has matches, he's probably assuming that if she has matches, that she has a candle as well. But I'm quite sure that when she went back into that kitchen, she thought to herself that he was up to something, right? And so, yeah. And so as she's lighting the candle, the glass falls, the wine is spilled, and she's basically saying, "I'm sorry, Paul." And then she pours herself another wine. That's why I say he should have put the pill concoction into the wine. So, of course, he's shocked, because remember, he had a strategy. Whether it was good or not, he had a strategy, and now that strategy is not working. And it's no different than when he had a strategy to try to exit the misery writing business and try to do more serious work, that Annie comes in like a force and says, "No, you cannot leave misery. You have to continue to write misery, and anything else that is not misery has to be burned," right? So the strategy did not work, and it's no different than the type of strategy he was trying to adopt at the beginning of the movie. So they toast, and there's that face again. He puts on a smile like a baby. She smiled, he smiled, right? Because he can't let on with the idea that he just had a pill concoction in her drink that was trying to drug her. So now Paul, now we're looking at the back of Paul in terms of being in this wheelchair. I don't remember if we've seen the back of him in this wheelchair. I'm not quite sure if we've seen the back of him, period. I can't remember. But the back of him is still always interesting, because when we look at the back of him, we look at everything leading up to what we see now. So Paul has a past in this house. Like he has a past in his regular waking life. and like he has a past prior to becoming a noted, well-respected author, right? So it's always good to look at the past, the back of someone. So Annie is reading the latest drafts. She has that pig, and again, if she knew all this time that he's been out of his room, then she's putting on her act too, because she's sort of putting down the need to exercise her temper, to get him to finish the book. That's what she cares about. So she will temper her temper. She will temper her temper, make herself acquiescent in order to get the book that she wants, right? In order to get the thing that she wants. And so I don't know, just a lot. Something else is going on here that maybe I'm not noticing, that I just have to continue the film analysis to catch up to. And so now we have a juxtaposition of Annie reading Paul's drafts to now Buster reading Paul's past work. So he's reading Paul's past, right? If we remember Paul sitting in the wheelchair and the camera has its back to Paul, right? Then again, that's the history that that the back reflects or represents. And so Buster is reading Paul's history here. Now it's in the form of a novel about Misery Chastain, but it's still representative of Paul's history, his past writing, his past thinking, his past development of story, plot development, strategies, character descriptions, settings, things like that. And so now Paul is on chapter 12 and he's typing. And I wanted to do a good juxtaposition of both the window as well as the typing, right? And it's almost like it looks like the person is in a car and driving a car and trying to get somewhere, right? And that if you continue to type and type and type and type, you will get to where it is that you want to be. And so, of course, the book is going to be lengthy, right? Because it is a novel. And so then we have Paul typing in his room incessantly. It is interesting, too, that this is the first time we've seen the bed basically unmade, right? And so somewhere we don't see Annie helping him out of the bed anymore, or helping him back in the bed. So we have to assume that he's able to do so himself, because Annie will later come in and say how he's getting stronger. And so that means that she must not be helping him directly. And so then that means if she's not helping him directly, she's assuming in his mind that he's able to help himself. She don't know that he still can't walk on his legs, but she assumes when she's holding the sledgehammer that he can walk on his legs. And so to prevent him from doing so, she hits his ankles to keep him from walking. So the fact that this bed is unmade tells you or suggests on some level that he's able to get in and out of the bed, because most men don't make their beds, unless some men usually who come from the military, they tend to be the types of people who make their bed, or if it was a push when they were a child to make their bed, they would make their bed. But most men oftentimes, and I'm generalizing, and it's probably sexist, but most men oftentimes don't make their bed. But there's something in it that the bed is not made, and he's typing, and there's some determination to get it done, and then of course some balled paper and different items on the desk. And we don't see a stack of papers because it's likely that Annie is reading those drafts. So she comes in and he's still typing, and she says that this is likely the best misery you've written, right? That this is likely the best misery you've written. And I don't know where the heart comes in. After all, this is a person who doesn't want to continue the misery series. But like I said, you can tap into your talent. Your talent would just kind of take over. Your gifts and talents and skills, they just take over. All you do is put your hands on the keys and just begin typing, and something on the inside of you would just come forth. So even in this situation where he doesn't want to be here and he doesn't want to participate and he doesn't want to extend the misery series, he can't deny his own talent. The talent speaks for itself, literally, in many ways. And he just has to get it out. He just has to get it done. So in some ways, it's not so much Annie forcing him anymore. It could be just himself forcing himself to bring something out of himself. So he's in darkness, right? Someone made the bed, right? And and I don't know how he can read in darkness, but he's typing. He's still at this desk and he's typing. And then continually typing, and we still don't see the legs healed, right? He's still in this wheelchair, so meaning Annie hasn't switched out his chair. So then Annie might be assuming incorrectly that he could get up and walk about, because she hasn't changed his chair. So there has to be assumption, or there has to be real truth to the point that his legs still haven't healed yet. And then of course the bed is unmade. So we have the typing and, continual typing, kind of like the engines are running. And this is where he raises the typewriter, because it is heavy. It's an old typewriter, to try to get some strength, to do some strength exercises. And this is honestly what he should have been doing the whole time, instead of trying to escape, to get his strength back first. When you are in a setback, a lot of times, again, you always want to get out so quickly that you miss sometimes the obvious. You got to get your strength back until you fully recover. How many times do people love to only take a few doses of the antibiotics and then say, okay, I'm good, I'm all right, I'm well? But the dosage, the prescription requires you to take all 7 doses, 1 pill each day, right? Until you get better. And so had he done that, then he would have had time to work on his legs. So he raises it for strength exercises. And that's, in parallel, or juxtaposed with typing. He's getting better. The chapters are increasing in the same way that his strength is increasing. And then he looks, significantly different, right? That arm is getting a lot better. His face is getting much more resolute, right? And of course, he's able to raise the typewriter. And so on some level, then he knew that he would be leaving, or he had planned to leave, right? And so then the act then becomes to just continue to type and pull from yourself in order to get it done. So Annie comes in kind of depressed, and she talks about how the rain depresses her. I think really here that Annie has realized that he has actually been out of the room. The penguin truly confirms it. And that fact has really depressed her, because now she wonders if he has actually been walking out of the room. And so she's depressed. And Paul asks, what is it? And she says the rain gives her the blues. We don't know why. And then she says to him, when you first came here, I only loved the writer. Now I love the rest of him, right? In terms of Paul Sheldon. And you don't have to say it back. I'm not a movie star type. Um, never. I'm not a movie star type. But and then she makes a statement. You never know fear of losing someone like you. Like you don't. If you are someone like me, I better say that. Say that again. That you never would know the fear of losing someone like you if you were someone like me, right? That she is self-assessing herself as not being someone really suitable for Paul. Um, that's why I say her whole goal has changed, because now she has moved from being the nurse to trying to be the editor and publisher or whatever, to now trying to be a possible mate for him, right? And she's hoping that there's something that he could say that would maybe um, demonstrate to her that she might be a person who could sort of be a wife to him or be someone special to him. And so she has said the word love earlier in the movie when she dropped the soup on the bed. She said, I just love you, Paul, or whatever. Then she corrected herself and said, your work, right? Your books, things like that. But again, it's hard to tell about Annie sometimes. She may be truly depressed by the rain. And I don't think we've had any rain in the film. It's all been snow and blizzards and things like that. But she might actually be depressed. But again, if she knows he has been leaving the room, she may be putting on an act here. It's interesting how the color scheme between her robe and his shirt. It's not completely plaid, her robe, but his shirt is. And it's sort of interesting that their colors match. And so he doesn't really respond to that when she says you would never know the fear of losing someone like you if you are someone like me. And he says, well, why would you lose me? And she says, well, the book is almost finished. Legs are getting better, and you soon will want to leave. And how does she know that the legs are getting better? She hasn't dressed them in a long time in the film. She hasn't examined them. She hasn't positioned herself as a nurse or returned to her skill development as a nurse to confirm that. She hasn't done that. That could be the prerogative of the writer and director to not have Annie do that. But how would she know that? She's basing his legs getting better on the assumption and the suspicion that he has been leaving the room, and he must be leaving the room on his legs, right? But she knows that the wheelchair can come out of the room because, after all, they just had dinner. So that's also a possibility as well. But she's focusing on the legs. And we have to assume when she focuses on the legs that she knows something that we don't know. And then she gets into some kind of spiel here, just reflecting her depression, reflecting her feelings for Paul. I honestly don't think they're true feelings. I don't think you can love someone and trap them and kidnap them and keep them from the world and isolate them. I don't think that's love. That's something else. So then she pulls out a gun, and it's interesting. Paul doesn't try to stop her from using it. He doesn't ask, why do you have a gun? what are you going to do with the gun? See, a person who is concerned about another person will say certain things. Why do you have that gun? You don't need that gun. I'm here for you, Annie. It's going to be all right. So that lets you know Paul had already decided that he was going to leave. That's all that basically means. And so it didn't matter if she decided to shoot herself. Okay, all right, she shoots herself. It'll take me a little bit of time to get out of this house, but that's on her, right? But there's nothing in him that says, don't do this, Annie. You know, and maybe he is interpreted as her maybe wanting to shoot him. And I think it's a good bluff, right? That's why I say Annie is not as true to her nature as she's presenting, that she may be acting here as well. I often wonder why people like to use a gun as a solution to a problem. And she says here that I might put bullets in it. Why are you bluffing? You know, I've always wondered this, and this may sound kind of stupid, but I always wonder why there were murder-suicides, right? That if you just wanted to kill yourself, why kill me too? Why kill the other person too? Just go on ahead and kill yourself. Because they don't plan on killing themselves. Vain, narcissistic people don't want to kill themselves. Annie was never going to kill herself. I don't believe it. She has a gun and she put 2 bullets in the gun, and when she kills Buster and she brings back the needle with some content in it as well as the gun. So if the needle, the contents of the needle were going to be strong enough to take him out, why would you need to then shoot him? Right? I don't believe she was going to shoot Paul. I believe that she was, shoot herself. She was going to shoot Paul, take herself down. Now, after Buster, the bullets in the gun, the two bullets in the gun, she may actually have felt compelled to go on ahead and try to shoot herself, because then everyone will be looking for Buster, right? He is the sheriff of the town. But when she's holding a gun here in particular, I don't think she's really wanting to kill herself. I think she's trying to scare him, right? Scare him out of leaving, scare him into continually writing the book or whatever. But it's just a bluffing tool for her, because I might put some bullets in it or whatever, like as if she's really going to kill herself. She's not going to kill herself. Vain, narcissistic people don't kill themselves unless they have no other choice, like the police are coming after them or something like that, and they don't want to go to jail, right? Other than that, I just never believed that she was going to do that. And so Paul looks at the gun, right? He's preoccupied with the gun. And I don't know what Paul's history is with guns. I mean, if someone is holding a gun, you expect them to use it, right? But he also understands too, much later in the movie at the end, that she cares about that book. But Annie's antics have really silenced him, that he's really not a man in this situation. He's really not functioning in the same way a man would. And Annie is really trying to pursue a love interest with Paul, but he's so preoccupied with the fact that she wants the book that he can't see that. Because if she had just come off like that at first, a man who doesn't want a woman would have initially started being very aggressive in terms of resisting her. But Paul acts very much like he's in his feminine here. It is unclear why Annie is looking at Paul, other than to say she's searching for a certain response from him beyond why would I leave, right? She's searching for something, and the eyes tell a lot, and we don't know what she's searching for because she doesn't quite tell us, other than the little moments that she might have, like when she dropped the soup and she basically said, I love you, Paul. But she doesn't really reveal too much other than that. And of course, her love for his book. But when you look at Annie, you have to wonder what she is thinking, what she is planning. If she's going to make good on her promise to put bullets in the gun. But she's up to something. And I don't quite believe that she's going to just sort of return to the house without any real purpose behind what she's saying. She's not going to kill him early, of course, but she's up to something. These eyes say a lot about Annie. Her hair says a lot about her. The fact that she's in a robe, and it's evening, she would be in a robe, but every time she has entered that room, she has entered that room with regular clothes on, as neatly as she can get them based upon her own style. And so to come into the room even at nighttime with a robe and hair disheveled and no makeup, nothing to say anything beyond, this is how I look, accept me for who I am. And maybe that's what those eyes are telling us, to accept me for who I am. This is me. This is really me. All those other times I've been showing you a face, right? But this is truly me. And yes, it's raining and I'm saying that I'm depressed because of the rain, but this is truly me. Well, Paul in some ways is saying or suggesting the same thing. There's a real him that wants to come out, but he's been hiding behind the misery series because it's economically, financially feasible for him to do so. But as he has noted, I didn't plan on making it my life, meaning that he's been wearing a mask. Maybe the first book, maybe the second book, maybe the third book, maybe the fourth book. But by that end of the fourth, beginning of the fifth, he's been wanting to take off the mask. And it just seems like no one will let him take off the mask. And Annie is sort of taking off her mask. That this is actually the true me. And whatever I have been presenting to you has been fake. And I'm really looking for you to accept the true me, and then we can go on ahead and go on to greater things in our makeshift relationship. Now, that may not be completely a valid, solid, critical analysis, but if you contrast how she looks right now with every time she has come into the room, and no, Annie is not fancy, and she's not going to dress fancy. And she even says, I'm not the movie star type, right? But she has come in presentable, even if the clothes were, dowdy and or whatever. She was put together. Her hair was combed, pulled back or whatever. When she dressed for dinner, she put some makeup on, curled her hair. She has always looked presentable. She's always looked presentable. So then you have to wonder, prior to her rescuing Paul, if she looked like this the whole time? And that when Paul came along, she started to change her look because she wanted to look presentable, because she's his number one fan. And so as his number one fan, she wants to look like a fan, right? Not like someone who just got out of bed, just got out of a mental health facility or something like that, just got out of jail. She wanted to look presentable. So if you contrast how she's looking right now with all of the different times she has come into the room, you have to assume that this is the true Annie. As much as she has presented a face to us, a mask to us, and she has learned us. We have learned to accept her in that capacity or whatever. We were attending Annie Wilkes University, in a sense, right? And how she dressed, how she interacted, how she engaged, how she nursed, how she had a temper with Paul. But this is the true Annie. This is the Annie, I believe, and I'm just going to go out on a limb and assume this. I think this is the Annie that has been walking around the house the whole time, from the time she was let go from the hospital and charged with the baby deaths. And I think this is the actual true Annie. And the times that she felt compelled to get into her car and drive up to where Paul Sheldon was residing in that cabin and writing, she pulled herself together. I don't think it was perfect, but she pulled herself enough together. But then when she realized he had crashed and she went in and rescued him and brought him back, I think that brought some kind of hope to her. And of course, women in general are going to pull themselves together in front of a man, even if the man is not our man, because we want to look like something. We'll comb our hair, put on a little bit of lipstick, try to find the right kind of outfit, right? And then continue to try to look like something. But I think this is the true Annie, that she's been showing us a mask the whole time. So Annie leaves out of the house unpresentable, right? What if she was pulled over by the sheriff or something like that? But she leaves out of the house unpresentable, in a robe and a gown, with her hair unkempt, and in the rain. And remember, she's saying that the rain is what depresses her. So if something depresses you, why would you walk in the rain? Again, it has to be an act. And so now we have the back of Annie. And remember, I always like to take screenshots of the back of a character. And so again, we don't know what Annie's history is, what the back reveals, what the burdens she has had, the past responsibility. So then we're now going to get information about Annie's past, Annie's back, Annie's history. When Paul leaves the room again and he finds her photo album on the table, and he reads the history of Annie, essentially. And again, I think that was a whole setup, that she left the photo album on the table on purpose. And that could have been just to see if he turned the pages and if he remembered to leave it on the page that she was on. And so Paul turns his head to look out at Annie, because remember, this is Annie's habit. She goes, she leaves, she drives off in the car, and Paul looks out the window to see where she's going. Of course, he can't go where she's going. And so Annie is walking down the stairs, and I don't think it's just the rain that depresses her. I think it's the idea that she's going to have to give him up. That's really what that look is, that she knows that she has to give him up, but she knows it, and maybe she can visualize it, but by the end of the movie, she's not going to want to do it. And she's going to fight him at every turn to keep from letting him leave. But I think this is her feeling, that she doesn't want to give him up. So Annie drives off, of course, which is the standard habit that she does. And then Paul makes it out of his room, and we basically know how that actually happens, that he makes it out of his room. He retrieves the knife. There is a knife that is missing, though. There's a knife that's missing. You see that hole right there. So I don't know where the other knife is, and I don't know if she has taken out the knife, but there is a knife missing. And so Paul is struggling to get that knife, but he manages. So you can tell that his strength has just really increased, because he wasn't able to do that before. Of course, he never reached for the knife before, but somehow his strength has increased enough for him to be able to do that. So now we have, remember what I said, that it is Buster who is willing to learn about Paul Sheldon, what he wrote about, how he thought. And he's willing to endure a learning process, in contrast to his wife, who is reading a different type of book. And this Misery's Trial is actually a different book. So he's probably finished at least one to two of Paul Sheldon's books, because this looks like a different cover. But this is what it looks like when you are willing to learn a new way of thinking, because an old way of thinking of trying to find someone who is lost was not working for him, working for Buster. But this new way of thinking of saying, let me get all of his books, he was willing to put money on the table. He was willing to even come home, take a shower, put on his underoos, and read this book, even though he's likely tired and time to go to bed, right? She's going to be a support system for him, but she's not engaging with him with the book and asking questions, right? And so he's going to write something down, something that catches his attention and that he's going to reveal to us. And essentially, it is a quote in the book, Misery's Trial here, that he's going to write down, and it is, justice, there's a justice higher than that of man, and I will be judged by him. Now he remembers reading that from somewhere or hearing it from somewhere else, but he's going to write it down. It's kind of like his homework, right? He's going to read something, write it down, and then it's going to jog his memory later. Well, that statement, there is a justice higher than that of man, and I will be judged by him, is what really connects Annie to what she says on the courthouse steps, connects Buster to Annie, connects Annie to Paul Sheldon, because it's in his book. And so these are the connections the author, the writer, the screenwriter, and the director is making. It's kind of like the narrative is shifting now. The narrative is shifting in terms of a true search for Paul Sheldon versus a ceremonial search, right? That he got to find out where he has heard that particular statement before. And so he mumbles to himself. The wife realizes that he is mumbling that statement that I just said, and that he's going to pick up a note, post-it note, and write something. And this is him taking down notes, as if, he is learning from Paul Sheldon. He's in his own university course, so to speak, learning from Paul Sheldon. And that's what you do when it's time to learn a different way of approaching maybe a similar situation. We often think that we're going to take our same old habits, old philosophies, old standards, ways of thinking to approach a situation that we believe is familiar. But there are different seasons in life. And the way you approach something when it's fall would be a lot different than the way you approach something when it's spring. And that's just a simple understanding. And so, again, his standard way of trying to find someone who is lost was not working. And so he had to humble himself and say, I need to learn this and find out what this man is about, because maybe it will lead me to him. And that statement, there is a justice higher than that of man, I will be judged by him, is a statement that's going to lead him to Annie, because it's going to jog his memory, which will then lead him to Paul Sheldon. So then Paul has managed to roll himself to the living room where the photo album is out. And to me, this is just an automatic trap. And he's not thinking logically, of course, right? But this is really a trap, to have the book opened, have the photo album opened right to the information about Paul Sheldon and how he's presumed dead. And I feel like she left this out for him so that he could lose heart, that no one is really looking for you anyway, so you might as well go on ahead and stay here. let it go. Let's just stay here. So she doesn't want to let him go. And we see the picture of the car, right? We see the headlines, and then that the car was found buried in the snow. So again, I feel like this is a trap. So Paul Sheldon is now reading Annie. So this is in contrast, or maybe comparison to Buster reading about Paul Sheldon, learning about Paul Sheldon. This is the true first time that Paul is maybe just by happenstance forcing himself to learn about his captor, right? This person who is keeping him captive, right? That like Buster, who is reading the equivalent of a textbook. This photo album is the equivalent of a textbook, and Paul Sheldon is finally learning about who Annie Wilkes really is. So we get a picture of Annie when she is young, right? And so you wonder then, how is it that this young person who is definitely hopeful, with the world at her fingertips, how does she turn into the person who then kills newborn babies, or I believe who actually killed her husband, or who is now trapping a well-renowned, noted author in her home, and then later is going to use physical violence and kill the sheriff and do all that she can to try to keep Paul Sheldon. How did this person, because this person looks like is history, is in Annie's history. It represents Annie in her history. And so I'm quite sure there's something in Annie that was much more promising than growing up to become a murderer. So we now have a newspaper article about Carl Wilkes. And I have a little bit of a correction that I didn't note. I do remember saying something about Annie's husband and how she says when he left her. And I just assumed that Annie actually killed her husband, because when you think about Annie, she doesn't let anybody leave her. Eventually that person ends up, dying some kind of way. She didn't start killing, so to speak, with the sheriff, right? Or attempt killing with Paul. She must have had some practice. And so Carl Wilkes is not actually her husband. It is her father. And this is a write-up. Annie was 11 at this time. And if you look at the third paragraph, beginning in what is being viewed as a freak accident by police, Carl Wilkes was found lying dead this afternoon after apparently suffering fatal injuries caused by his falling down a stairway at his home. Mr. Wilkes was found dead by his daughter, Annie, 11, who then phoned authorities. And so you have to wonder, so how did he fall dead downstairs? I think Annie was the one who actually pushed him. I don't know how she got it in her to kill her father. Now, my assumption is not validated by this particular newspaper article. The article already suggests that he was found lying dead by a freak accident down the stairs. But remember, at the end of the film, Annie shoots Buster in the back, and he falls down the basement stairs. So again, she doesn't just all of a sudden come up with ways to kill somebody. There has been some kind of practice that she has been doing. So this is part of Annie's past as well. And so then we have another newspaper article: top nursing student falls to her death. Classmates shocked after freak mishap. And similarly to Annie's father, she she trips and falls down a flight of stairs. Now, she's a top nursing student in terms of honors. She was in a training rotation at the UCLA Medical Center, so it was the School of Nursing, and she was supposed to return test results to her supervising physician, but somehow she tripped and fell down the stairway. Well, this again is reminiscent of her father. This cannot be a coincidence. And Annie is one of the nursing students along with her. You know, this picture that you see of two people trying to pull at a doll, right? Two babies or two kids or something like that. It's really indicative of Annie. You know, if you think about the top nursing student, she has the higher honor of being a top nursing student. So Annie wants it. And the only way that she's going to get it is if the girl, Lisa Marie Duncan, falls to her death. Okay, Annie wants Paul's book. She tries to take ownership of it when Buster is suspicious and comes to the house, and she's claiming that all of the work that Paul had done was her work, right? So Annie wants to be on top. She wants to be the priority. She wants to be the one who receives the praise. So the doll, when it comes to her relationship with Paul Sheldon, is his book, is his misery, really. For all intents and purposes, Annie believes that misery is truly her work. It is her book. I don't think she thinks she's a reader anymore. That somehow she miraculously wrote that book. So then Annie Wilkes garners nursing school honor. So she kills someone and she gets the person's honor. So she graduates with honors from the UCLA nursing program, and she has now accepted a job in the elderly care unit of that particular hospital. And it also references how Annie was valedictorian of her high school. And so then you wonder, did she kill someone there as well? But somehow the person who had honors no longer has honor, and it is Annie who has honor. So Paul is continually reading Annie, reading about her history, learning about her, and it sort of bothers him. And it's, you know, you wouldn't think that just reading someone's photo album, some clippings, newspaper clippings, would bother you. I mean, it's just okay. She was in nursing school. Somebody in her class died, and then she graduated with honors. I mean, you wouldn't think to make any connections other than what you see on the page. But something about it is bothering Paul. And then Annie Wilkes heads the intensive care unit. Essentially, the newspaper article is just about how Annie is being introduced as a member of the staff at the hospital, and she's going to head the intensive care unit. And there's just other information about how to resolve any debates, things like that. And then we have Annie, there are two types of news clippings here. There's one that's a veteran pediatrician dies while in coma at local hospital, and then Wilkes named county's head maternity nurse. I often wonder why she put these two news clippings together. It's interesting that she would put these as if there is some sort of relation, that a local pediatrician with his wife dies in a car that was struck head on, and that he had remained in a coma. The driver of the other vehicle, who was legally drunk, escaped serious injury. And that's one of the things I always note. I have an actual YouTube audio about this, that the drunk driver never gets killed, meaning that everyone in the car dies, pedestrians die, everyone in another car coming the opposite direction dies, but the drunk driver never gets killed. And so this could be a literal drunk driver, as indicated in this newspaper clipping, but it also could be someone drunk on their own vanity, drunk on their own narcissism, drunk on their own ways of handling problems. You know, when I ask, why do people use a gun to resolve problems? I'm also asking, why does Annie kill anybody to solve problems? We don't know for certain if it's Annie who was in the opposite car who struck the driver, and plus there is some indication that the driver of the other vehicle, who was legally drunk, escaped serious injury, but the person is not named. But then we have in the other newspaper clipping how she is made head maternity nurse. And so this veteran pediatrician, and now she's head maternity nurse, is something, I don't know if we should think about it, but there's a card in remembrance, and why would she create a card for something that may not have been connected to her directly? So there must have been some connection to her. And then now we have the baby deaths. So baby Lucy dies after 5 week struggle in hospital. Parents are distraught over the death of their child. And so, and this basically happens once Annie has become head maternity nurse. So the baby was essentially born prematurely. The mother had to have a C-section, and she began hemorrhaging. The baby was delivered but put on a heart-lung machine, and that lasted until the baby's lungs could strengthen, and then for her to be able to be taken off the machine. She, however, remained in an incubator until her death. And so the baby was born with an acute cardiomyopathy, and she fought for survival for 5 weeks. And then her heart gave out, and the doctors were unable to resuscitate her. So the time period, it looks like she was able to survive in the incubator, but somehow maybe someone intervened to either take her out of the incubator or unplug something or whatever. But it doesn't seem like that she would not have been able to make it as long as she stayed in the incubator. So the incubator is the key, right? Because if she was able to remain in the incubator and still be alive, why wasn't she still alive? So it's interesting what this all means, that Annie is likely that intervening force that comes between something, right? And why would she want to kill a baby? You know, for one, it brings attention to her in the same way that she likely killed the previous people, and it brought attention to her, and it elevated her, because it seemed like when one person died, she received the honors. When another person died, she became head of a intensive care unit, and the baby was likely a part of this intensive care unit. And then there's a second newborn death at Eldridge County Memorial. And so we have two parents who lost their son. He died quietly in his sleep. He was born 7.5 pounds. He developed flu-like symptoms. He remained hospitalized while receiving antibiotics. Doctors say he was improving and was scheduled to be released. And then the hospital report that the baby died. So it seems like right when the person is improving, that's when Annie sort of shuts it down, intervenes and shuts it down. And you could say the same thing about Paul Sheldon, that right when it looks like he's improving, that's when she decides to take a sledgehammer to his ankles, right? Because he's improving. just when he was improving, that's when she all of a sudden became depressed. And so some depression hits her and kind of leads her into horrific decision making. And then the nurses question in hospital infant death. So Anne-Marie Wilkes called into questioning concerning the death of an infant. She had joined the hospital earlier during the summer. She had worked at several other hospitals. Couldn't explain the death of the infant. The hospital officials report that the autopsy of Michael's body revealed he died of a brain hemorrhage, but the cause of the hemorrhage is unknown. Wilkes joined the hospital, and she had already been part of other hospitals in different states. So she previously worked at several hospitals throughout the country. So in New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, North Dakota. So that lets you know that that Annie had been running. She had been running because if you are still in a residency, you tend to stay at one hospital. If you are starting out your career, you try to stay at that one hospital, right, to gain enough experience. But to continue moving about in this way is already suspect. The article doesn't tell us how many years she stayed at each hospital, but it is suspect when you are moving from hospital to hospital, state to state. And each state has its own licensing standards. So a lot of times they do not always coordinate. New Hampshire may not have coordinated with Minnesota or Pennsylvania or North Dakota or any of the other states coordinating with any other state. And so you can hide for a long time, but somehow she's questioned. So there's something that she must have done in this regard. In the previous ones, taking off the incubator, the baby was improving, something about those, they didn't really question her. But now she's being questioned. And so it's something likely in the way that she did what she did with the baby that revealed that there was an intervention. Intervention can definitely be positive, right? But intervention can be negative if you do something before the time, if you do something out of order, if you do something that is illegal, that you are trying to intervene in something thinking that you are helping when you are actually creating a greater problem. And then infant deaths returned to hospital's nursery ward. So tragedy struck in terms of there was found 3 infants, all apparent victims of suffocation. And Annie Wilkes was retained for questioning, and the other previous infant deaths have gone unsolved. And so this is where now Annie is really being questioned. Her skill development, her licensing, her nursing background, her work, right? And this is Rocky Mountain area. So this is likely the Denver, Colorado. And so somehow when she got to Colorado is when she hit her brick wall. Every other state did not call attention to Annie's work. When you feel like you have to suffocate a baby, right, you are not truly operating in your nursing skill, because for one, you take an oath like doctors, I believe, to do no harm, but you are harming someone. And so if you have moved from a point where you were supposed to be a nurse and that you're now killing babies, I don't think you really are a nurse. Sometimes people get into things because they tend to have a good way of understanding something, but the execution of it may be challenging. If you have to suffocate a baby, this tells me that you don't want the job. And you either forced yourself into the job or somebody forced force you into the job, but you can't want that job wanting to kill a baby. You can't say that you love your career, you love the field, you love being of service, you love helping, you love nursing, and then also equally suffocate 3 babies, right? And these are 3 babies at this now hospital versus the previous unresolved infant deaths. And then we have no idea how many infant deaths are in previous states. And there was like 4 or 5 states she had previously worked in. So Annie, this tells me that Annie never really wanted to become a nurse, because anything that you work that hard for, you don't try to trash it. You don't try to destroy it. Sometimes people take jobs and enter fields and enter careers because they don't have any other option. They feel like they got to take a job. And people will actually go to college and learn it and go and do all of the residencies and rounds and things like that and still hate the job. How many people have you known who went to become a lawyer or went to become a doctor, but they are doing something completely opposite of that because their parents likely pushed them into becoming a doctor or a lawyer, and they got bored and depressed and tired of it and stressed and frustrated and annoyed and decided to leave that profession. You know, there's this actor, I forget the types of movies he's played in. Oh, I know. He's played in The Hangover. He's an Asian actor, and he's played in The Hangover. He's the person that they keep capturing or something like that. And in real life, he's actually a doctor. He went to medical school and everything. But he's not operating as a doctor. He's not functioning as a doctor. He's functioning as an actor. There is nothing in him that wants to be a doctor. And of course, I wouldn't trust him to be my doctor if he hasn't been practicing or working as a doctor. But he is actually a licensed medical doctor. And so he must not have been happy in that field. You got other types of people who have entered fields and they are not doing that thing that they were supposed to do. And, you know, I think about people who are doctors who then decide they want to become a politician. The problem with that logic is, you know, they want to say, well, I want to serve my community. I want to serve my state. I want to serve the, you know, federal government, be of service. The problem with that, however, is that your mastery orientation is in you becoming a doctor. You went to undergraduate school, you took medical school-based courses, then you attended medical school. You likely got another graduate degree, right? And then you did a residency program. You served at a hospital, and you began to build your career brick by brick. And you have been in that field for 25 years or so, right? Well, that's your mastery orientation. You running for office, entering an election, running for office and winning is not a mastery orientation. Now, there may be an exception to the rule in a sense that if you did a double major or a minor in political science and you have actually served on city council, maybe been the mayor or something like that, and you are working your way up to becoming state senator or federal, right? Or at the federal level, that's a little different. You have been serving as a doctor, but you have paired it with politics, basically the same amount of time that you've been a doctor. I would say 10 years might be necessary. But many people that you see who are doctors, who are legally licensed doctors, and who then become politicians, especially at the federal level, you can tell that they don't know what they're doing because they don't have a mastery orientation of being a politician. So they don't have ideas. They don't, they just go with whatever flow there is because they don't have really, they think the fact that they were a businessman, a billionaire, or they did well in business, that automatically translates into serving as a politician. That cannot be, further from the truth, that you don't have the mastery orientation. And so when you see her killing these babies, she's missing something. Annie is missing a link of something. She's definitely missing the do not harm aspect of being a nurse or being in the health professions, right? She's missing that sort of screw in her head, but she's missing something else. And Annie would have been, it's interesting, Annie might have wanted to become a novelist or a writer because she's so drawn to it, and she seems to be operating outside of her mastery orientation in her dealings and engagement with Paul Sheldon. And the fact that she tries to take over and tell Buster that she had been writing all of those pages might suggest that Annie really wanted to become something else. If she really wanted to become something else, then that basically means Annie stayed too long. She didn't necessarily have to become a nurse. She could have become, if she wanted to be in charge so bad, she could have become a business administrator for the hospital. And during these times, sometimes women had made a lot of strides. This looks like 1984. Women have made a lot of strides, but there might have been a lot of hindrances along the way that a woman, she can only really become a nurse, or there are very few who become doctors or something like that. And I'm just kind of guessing, right? I could easily take some time to research this 1984 decade, right? But regardless, she stayed too long in something that she didn't want to be in. So then you contrast that with Paul Sheldon. He stayed too long in something that he didn't want to be in. He didn't want to make Misery, writing the Misery series, his life, right? And so by the time you get to the 5th part of the series, in the 6th and 7th, you have stayed too long in something that you didn't want to do. And so now he's experiencing the negative consequences of it, because when you write a 5th, people are already expecting a 6th. When you write a 7th, they are already expecting an 8th. And so he created the ditch that he's actually in, because he didn't have to create a whole series either. I understand that publishers want to know more of what you have and what you got, but if he really wanted to start off in the right way, then he should have just, started off in the right way. But he has stayed in something for which he no longer wants to be in. And by the time you take a pillow to suffocate a baby, and maybe she was using her hands to suffocate the baby's neck, by the time you are doing that, you are in something that you really don't want to be in. And so then we have this reference to Annie as being the dragon lady. She is now being arrested in the recent baby deaths, and that she is behind bars. Essentially, Annie really is a fraud. She's really a fraud. You might not think that she is, because she has an actual license, nursing license, and you have to take different tests, right? And state-based tests, and then of course school-based testing in order to get that license. But she didn't come to the profession with the best attitude. She didn't come to the profession with the best work ethic. Sure, she garnered honors, but she just could have been the kind of person who made good grades. Sometimes you can be the type of person who is just very good at schooling. You do well school-wise, but when it comes to work, you struggle. And so if she's killing babies and have to be arrested, they are punishing her really for being a fraud. So then you got to think about Paul Sheldon saying that he didn't want to make the Misery series his life as being a fraud. Sure, he wrote the book like Annie, who is very good at doing well in classes, he's very good at writing. He writes very well. He can create a narrative, sustain a plot, develop the character descriptions. He does that very well, but it's not something that he wants to do. And so that makes him a fraud in that regard. And so Paul's face is really revealing just what he thinks about what he has read, what he has essentially learned, that he has taken the Annie Wilkes College course, and that he has, and this photo album is actually his textbook. And now he's really seeing what he's up against, and that he didn't know all this time that he was in the kind of danger that he's actually in. So he finishes reading and he returns back to his setback, remember, right? Because he has to put on the face necessary. And so he returns to his setback. I thought this camera angle was very interesting, Rob Reiner. It looks like someone is kind of watching him, but it's also just a nice camera angle. So Paul is practicing taking the knife, the butcher knife, out of his sling, so that if she approaches him, he'll be ready. Okay. But, I don't think that was an effective strategy. We don't know if he also placed the book back in the proper place and kept it on the page, or the part of the photo album, how he found it. So we don't know that. But we do realize in a few screenshots later, a few frames later, that she found out about him being out of his room. Like I said, I wonder if she drove off and parked somewhere and saw him. So then we get this look here that I think is very interesting. It's just such a nice, neat look. Paul Sheldon thinking, just reflecting. I don't feel like he has been learning other than what he just learned from the book. But, I just don't think that he was in the mindset that when Annie left, that it could have been a trap. What if she had returned? Sure, the door was closed and he saw the car drive off, but what if she had returned just to come back, right? And he was already outside of the room. So then this confirms to us, because we know Annie is not here, not in the house. This confirms to us that he has been helping himself get in and out of the bed. So now we know beyond a shadow of a doubt he definitely has strength. That is not just the upper body strength, but he's able to use his upper body to raise the lower body as well. So this nice view of the house with lights on, of course. Annie is going to return. It's not raining anymore. And we don't know where Annie went, where she goes when she is depressed. And so I think he hears her driving up, and so it's going to be alerting as well. But we also can see with his sling that he's holding something. And so it does make sense that he would put that knife up under the bed, but I would have thought that it would have been much better to hide it somewhere on his person, maybe in his pants, right? And because to hide it under the bed is easy, it's very easy to come in and search the room. It may not be as easy to search between your legs. And so, I don't know. So Annie stops by the door and essentially to listen to see if he's still up, right? Because he has been typing on a typewriter. And so I'm assuming that she's listening for those sounds. But she doesn't come in, she doesn't engage, she just assumes that he is essentially asleep. And so Paul is saying essentially, um, that, you know, I'll see you in the morning or something like that. So he is so sure of himself that he got this strategy down packed, that he can take Annie down. But he's not paying attention to the fact that Annie has taken every opponent that she has encountered, even the babies. The babies were her opponents as well, that she felt like she had to take down. And so again, he's just not moving into a real logical thinking about something. I would have liked for the director to have Paul maybe go through his own dialogue. It's Annie who goes through her mini dialogues, but we don't get a mini dialogue from Paul. Why isn't he talking by himself in the room? You know, why isn't he having discussions and going? He's kind of mute, essentially mute. And I don't know, you know, Annie's influence definitely has made an impact on him, right? But it's just interesting that he's not going through sort of like a mini dialogue of his own, a monologue of his own. Also, he's not taking pen to pad to sketch out a strategy. We don't see him really strategizing. Going in to go get the knife really isn't strategy. Pouring the pills into the contents of the pills into the paper container is really not a strategy. It's all desperation. Let me just try something to come up with some idea so I can get out of here. Like I said in previous frames, that when you are trying to get out of your setback, you just try anything just to come up with anything. It's kind of like throwing the dart to the dartboard and hoping that it hit the bullseye, right? Just eventually it's going to hit the bullseye, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you have to take a step back and look at the dartboard and really strategize how you're going to throw the dart in order for it to hit the bullseye. And that's what I feel like he just coming up with makeshift little ideas that he thinks will work in order for him to take down Annie, not understanding that Annie is on a power trip, for one, which is revealed in many of the newspaper clippings. She's on a power trip, for one. She holds all the cards. She knows her context better than she knows, because when she comes back in with the needle, she knows just what type of tool to put him to sleep and keep him asleep while she searches the room. So Annie is operating with a much better advantage and than Paul, and that's why I say Paul should have taken some time to walk about the house. Walk about the room at least. Try to work on his legs. Try to move them. Try to raise them. Do a number of things, because you're still essentially immobile. And that if you fall on the floor, you cannot hoist yourself up. You only are able to hoist yourself up because the bed is at the same level of the wheelchair. But you haven't had any real and going into the kitchen, leaving the room and going into the kitchen is basically falling down on the floor and crawling. But you haven't practiced trying to move about, and that's why I say what he's doing is, just really premature. So he places the knife up under the mattress, hoping that his little secret, right, will be concealed. But then also Annie goes into her kitchen, and I don't remember him eating anything, so she hasn't served him any meal. And all women go into their kitchen, and I'm quite sure that she noticed a big butcher knife is missing. It might have been better for him to take one of the knives that are less likely for him, less likely for Annie to notice, right? And so anyone would notice a big butcher knife, missing. And so I thought this camera angle was interesting, that we get to see Paul from a higher view, right? And it's, kind of symbolic of him thinking that he has a higher edge on Annie, when in reality, she's going to bring him right back down to earth. One of the most interesting truths about being in setback or having to endure setback is that you never get as much sleep as you think you do or you think you should. No matter what, your mind is always worried about where you are and where you're going and what you need to do to get there. And so as much as Paul is lying down, sleep in the bed, and really in a deep sleep, until he senses Annie in the room and he wakes, he is under the assumption that he got this strategy all worked out, and that when she comes in, he's going to be awake enough to be able to take her out. But he doesn't understand that Annie is first of all, she's well aware that he has been out of the room, but also that Annie is still in the power position. Annie can come in and out of this room whenever she wants to. It is her house, it is her context, it is her room, and he is her patient, whether she is still a licensed nurse or not. And so when you're in setback, you are often under someone else's authority. You are often under someone else's rule, under someone else's house, under someone else's patience, tolerance, prerogative, and they often can provoke you while you are in setback. But you never sleep as much as you think you do or you think you should. And with Paul here, he is really just oblivious to the nature of his setback. He is oblivious to the nature of Annie's true character and who she is and what she can do. He doesn't really pay attention to the idea that Annie comes in and out of his room at will, right? I mean, he's a man. What if he was changing clothes, right? What if he was doing something that a man might do in that instance, but she doesn't care? So, and is very much like that warden, in a prison, in a correctional facility, the guards, whatever. But that's what I wanted to make note of with this particular frame, is that he looks like he's sleeping, in terms of peacefully, and but he is really not as peaceful, and he is really not as restful, and he won't have real rest until he leaves this setback. So that's what I want to leave you with. So he senses Annie in the room. He wakes. She looks at him, so she doesn't have the same hair that she had before. Her face looks a lot different. This face looks really, really scary. I mean, if I was lying in the bed and this face showed up while I was asleep and I woke, I would be really, really alarmed, because without saying much, Annie is saying a lot. There's some anger on this face. There's some just the need to continue to push forth her agenda. So Annie injects him with some sort of solution, something to maybe put him to sleep. And then she walks out of the room. So then we have the sun come up. Again, I like these visuals, right? We have the sun come up as if new light is on the horizon, right? And it is also necessary to melt the snow. So the sun has its own purpose, right, in the movie. Just as the blizzard has its own purpose, just as the rain has its own purpose. They're all signifying certain types of emotions. But the sun here is going to fool us into believing or into thinking that kind of everything is all well and everything is changing, and that emotions are, sort of melting. It's not going to be as extreme, as it has been throughout the movie. The sun is fooling us, or the visual of the sun is really in contrast to what is about to happen with Paul and Annie. So Paul is beginning to wake up. Remember that Annie injected him with something, and really that's symbolic of Annie injecting her beliefs, her thinking, her standards, her philosophies, her character into Paul, showing him that the only solution is violence. The solution to your problems is violence, which is ironic, which is very, very ironic, because isn't she doesn't she have a problem with his untitled book and all of the use of profanity and the language and the nature of the work, and how she says people don't talk like that and everything? But she is actually the more violent one. The book is just filled with characters. It's make-believe. It's fiction. She is real life. So he's beginning to wake up. And Annie is saying, calling out to Paul and saying, I know you've been out of your room. And of course, he's going to lie about it and say that he hasn't been out of his room. And if someone is accusing you of being out of your room, they don't really need evidence to prove that, right? Because they wouldn't throw out that assumption unless they had some sort of fact to back it up. And so Annie has tied him to the bed. And this is the first, other than dropping the box of typing paper onto his legs, this is a good indication of Annie's thinking and character. That's why I say this room that she has Paul in is, I don't think this is the only person who has been in this room like that. You usually practice on somebody. And that's why I think her husband was in this room too. And so she did something to him. So he's tied to the bed in the same way you would think that he is tied to his publisher and having to write the Misery series until basically his death. And so he doesn't want to be tied to this bed no more than he wants to be tied to his publisher if he has to continue writing the Misery series. So he's tied to the bed, and she's trying to explain to him that I know you've been out of your room. I found your key. And then he begins to look for the tools that he was going to use in order to resolve his problem called Annie, which was the knife. And he didn't really learn anything, because the pills, they didn't work, right? She ended up turning over the wine. So he's, again, it's that enthusiasm to try to get out, that eagerness to try to get out, that hastiness to try to escape your situation, but not really learning from what you need to learn. Many people are going to be in setback as a result of the pandemic, right? As a result of the current pandemic, right? And many people are going to do all they can to try to get out of the learning process. If I can just skip ahead that learning process, no matter what, even if you did not purposely lose your job in terms of, get fired, but you lost your job due to the pandemic, and then you had to be evicted from your place. And many people live from paycheck to paycheck. I get that, or whatever, because I do. At the same time, we are not paying attention to those financial advisors who tell us that we need an emergency savings plan. And many people did not have work for a good long time. So if you did have an emergency savings plan, you would have to have one for almost 18 months. You'd have to have basically your rent and any sort of living expenses for 18 months. But some of us don't even have it for the next month. And if the pandemic has taught us anything, we need to really put back some savings, not just investments, because you could lose your investments based upon the whims of the stock market. But at least if you have something that you put something in a CD, or you put something in some kind of investment vehicle, that if you had to take it out within a month, you could take it out. Choose those types of investments, right? And so that's sort of like the learning process. There was a learning process that I had to undergo when I was a government contractor, and I still am. I'm just not active right now. I'm signed up and registered, but I don't have any contracts. But when I did have one contract some time ago, back in 2012, I took the contract thinking that I can take the purchase agreement to the bank and get a loan, because after all, it's the United States government who wants goods and services. And so, but I still did not have the credit. I still did not have the assets. I didn't have anything to leverage. Even though I had the purchase agreement, I didn't have anything else to leverage to be considered a good risk. And so I left that meeting with the bank just embarrassed and sort of crying to myself. I didn't cry in front of the banker, but I just realized, I said to myself, how in the world did I get myself to this point? To the point that I'm so financially unstable. And when I was in my setback, and I was still in it, and when I was in my setback, I was just really trying to grab at anything possible to pull myself out of it. And so I became a government contractor, and I did that much earlier in 2006, but I decided to take a contract in 2012, and I thought I could fulfill the contract. I was certain that I would be able to get a loan and everything. Well, I was able to get a loan, but through another type of agency, and the loan was not going to be enough to fulfill the contract, especially within the time frame they needed. And so I ended up losing the contract, and I ended up having to owe that particular agency thousands of dollars. And what I learned from that, as much as the crying and the grieving over myself and realizing that I should never have taken that contract in the first place because I really wasn't ready, but I was trying to grab at something to make life work for me. I couldn't find work. It was during the recent recession, the financial recession, and I couldn't find work. I wasn't able to return to teach, so I didn't have any income in, and all I was doing was freelancing to try to make some money. And after I finished the grieving process, and it still hurts, to this day. After I finished the grieving process, what I learned from that situation financially, there were some other things I learned in terms of emotionally and psychologically, but what I learned from that situation financially, that whatever the contract amount is, whatever the budget is, whatever the capital requirements are, I need 3 times that in the bank. So if it's a contract that's $5,000, I need $15,000 in the bank. If it's something that's $1,000, I need $3,000 in the bank. If it's much more than that, $9,000, $10,000, I need $30,000 in the bank. So that if something happens, I can still pay anyone I'm using as a contract employee or something. I can still pay my own bills, my own personal bills. And that's what I learned, that I need 3 times the amount in the bank before I engage in any kind of business effort in that way. And so emotionally, I was basing the need to go after that contract because I needed a win. I was losing and I needed a win. Psychologically, I was just in the wrong type of headspace, right? When I was dealing with, family issues, things like that. And so, but steps are important. Step by step is important. So the strategies that Paul has been using are not working. He is sitting up here, he is lying up here tied to a bed because of his impatience and not understanding who Annie really is. Did it benefit him to leave the room and find her photo album and really learn about her, yes, definitely. It benefited him. But there's a way that you can still learn about things if you just engage the person. You know, remember when she was requiring him to do another draft, and then he wrote another draft at the beginning, and he created a grave digger named Annie. She said, yeah, leave that in, right? But everything else basically has to go. Somewhere in Annie, there was some kind of willingness for her to be to engage, and if he had just talked to her, had a conversation. People reveal a whole lot more when they are just talking, right? When she came in depressed about the rain and had the gun, that should have been the time that he sat her down and talked to her. The fact that she had a gun was enough, right? That should have been like, maybe I shouldn't leave here, because after all, it's not like he can walk. You make those types of decisions when you know that you are mobile enough to leave, to run away. And so if you can't walk and all you're doing is still crawling, there's no sense in you trying to make every effort to leave. You don't know where you are. You don't know if another house is nearby. And all you're going to do is end up getting stuck in the snow and freezing to death. So that's why I say I understand that if we were all in this type of situation, that we would want to do all that we could to try to get out of it. But you have to think much more logically. She has the power in the situation. So he's tied to the bed. And so he's trying to reach for one of his tools. And she's talking about how her penguin was turned the wrong way. That's how she basically knew that he was out. And he's trying to reach for a tool. And how's he going to reach for a tool when he's tied to the bed? And so then she asks, are you looking for this, which is the knife? Like I said, she has demonstrated that she can come in and out of that room whenever she wants. She put him to sleep in order to do it, but she can come in and out of that room whenever she wants. So the knife is no longer a tool, in the same way that the pill concoction is no longer a tool that he can use. And so then she talks about how she found his key, and because she was trying to figure out how he got out. Remember, she controls the door. She controls the lock on the door. She controls whether the door opens and closes. So for him to get up and get into his wheelchair and go through a door for which she hasn't given him permission to go through is against her rules. That's what I mean. He hasn't learned her rules enough for him to try to create an escape for himself. He doesn't know what her rules are. The door always remains locked. So it stands to reason that she will always be able to detect whether he has left in and out of the room. The door is never open, only when she's coming in to bring something or going back out. But it's always locked. And so when you're in setback, you have to learn the rules. You have to learn the rules of wherever you are. You have to learn the rules of what you need to do to endure. When I was able to get back on with the district and teach again, I kept my head down. I did not want to make any type of moves that would run counter to my goal, which was to pursue financial stability. And the way that you do that is you stay on the job. So many people were complaining about the job, complaining about the administrators and things like that. And I wanted to yell out and say, have you ever been homeless? Have you ever been without a job for so many years that it is hard for you to navigate, and you have to be homeless and you have to move between places and things like that, and there's no certainty, there's no surety? Have you been that way? People complain too much. I mean, all of us have complained about our jobs and things like that, but I saw it a lot differently when I had to go through everything I had to go through and endure it and get beyond my setback. So once I was able to get out of that initial setback, and I was still kind of in a setback in a sense, right? Because you still have a process of learning. I kept my head down. I did my job. I did it well. I made sure to become a really great teacher. I did, and so I did not get into office politics. I did not bring anybody home with me. I remember from a previous job where I befriended some people on the job, and we began hanging out. And then when we had a falling out, it affected our performance on the job. And so I just realized I do not want to take anybody home with me. I cannot run the risk of losing this job. I've been down for so many years. I can't lose this job. So I kept my head down, and I stayed, and I'm still on that job, and I stayed for 8+ years. And now I am entering another phase of sort of like post setback, right? So when I say, in other words, I learned the rules and learned how things went at that job to make sure that I didn't stick my foot, stick my mouth, stick my hands in something that could get me fired, or I didn't voice too many opinions. And that was on purpose because of the politics of the department. Some departments can just be so political. The people who run it, they can be so ego driven that they'll just let you go or take you off schedule or fire you just to do it, right? And so once I realized what kind of environment I was in, and it's still a great place that I'm working at, but once I realized the politics of the office, I knew what my strategy would be, because the goal was to pursue financial stability. I set that as a goal in 2013, right when I came out of my homelessness, in terms of being at the homeless shelter. And I needed to make sure that I didn't let anybody or anything get in the way of that goal, and that included myself. So that's why I say, trying to use these keys, trying to take the knife, trying to leave the house, trying to get out of the room. He hasn't learned Annie's rules yet. See, he's being punished. He's about to be punished right now because he went against the rules. And so he could have learned a lot about Annie had he just let her sit there and talk. That's really what Annie wanted to do, is talk. And because she doesn't get enough of an opportunity to talk. When she was trying to talk at the trial, she was being accused of this and that or whatever. She was probably trying to talk to her husband, and something didn't go right for them. Annie has been trying to talk. That's really what those looks are. When she was standing there in her robe and talking about the rain and how it's depressing, and had that gun, that face was really a face that wants to talk. And the problem is, we don't notice that until it's too late. Why do you think somebody goes out and just automatically shoots up a store, or shoots up a school, or shoots up a hospital, or something like that? There were many steps prior to that where they just wanted to talk to somebody. I can always tell when there's a student, where there's a student. Sometimes the student is not rowdy or anything like that, but I can always sense something in that student that wants to talk. And I'll appeal to that student. Anytime you want to talk, I'll let the class out early, and you can, have your say. I won't interrupt you, right? And so they won't take me up on the opportunity that time, and then I pray about it. That God will kind of set up the situation where they can, and there's no one else in the room. And when that happens, and I can always tell, and so this has happened a few times in my teaching career, and they will stay behind. One of those days, they will stay behind, and they will go through whatever spiel they have to go through, and even cry and go through it. And then once I'm able to let them do whatever they're going to do in terms of saying whatever they're going to say, then I go into whatever comes out. I've already prayed about the situation as they were talking, and then I'll encourage them. I'll say whatever I'm going to say, and then they will feel better. And there was one particular situation out of the few times I've helped a couple of students, a few students rather, that I just had this feeling that I might have prevented a future, I don't know, a potential threat. I'm not going to say shooting, but threat. And so sometimes people just really want to talk. And I feel like in some ways Annie wants to talk, but she's not getting, or Paul is not understanding. He's not getting it. So she found his key, which runs counter to her rules. And so now he must be punished. So, she says, I know you looked at my photo album, and she's basically wondering what you must think of me, right? And she doesn't get into a discussion about it or anything like that to try to make herself look better. Annie is so preoccupied with keeping him there that she's not even willing to sort of appeal to Paul to make herself look better, try to provide some kind of rationalization. But again, I think she left it there on purpose to check and see if he really had been out of the room. And most people, when they're trying to go behind your back to check stuff, they forget to leave things the way they found it. Now, at the beginning, he had remembered to close the door the first time he left out of the room. But this time, I just have to assume that he forgot to put the page back on, put the photo album back on the page the way he found it. And that's how she likely found out, too, that he had been out. But I think she had known about him being out much earlier because of the penguin, the penguin figurine. So she goes into this spiel about this little narrative about hobbling, and she is discussing the diamond mines and how natives who stole diamonds, the way they resolved that problem was through hobbling, which has two goals: is to keep them working and to prevent them from running away. And so Paul is essentially living out this narrative, hobbling, because she's about to now break his ankles using a sledgehammer. This means that her violence has escalated. We thought her violence escalated with the gun, but I told you she doesn't plan on shooting Paul. Well, she doesn't plan on shooting herself, at least. But she has moved from saying, look at what you made me do, to dropping the the typing paper box onto his knees. And then now using the needle, tying him to the bed, and now using a sledgehammer. And she's using a narrative to validate and support her argument, and to justify her decision to basically keep him there until he dies. And so, of course, he's going to be alarmed, but he has to listen to the narrative. And Annie has been telling her little narratives, her little monologues for a long time, but I just think he hasn't been listening. Like I said, Annie represents his audience, his reading audience, for whom he has not been listening. And so now the fact that he hasn't listened has now escalated to this situation here. Now, not all viewing audiences, not all reading audiences would trap Paul Sheldon in their homes and tie them to the bed and beat them and all that kind of stuff. No, not everyone would do that, but she maybe represents an amalgam of certain people who are so extreme in their views about misery and misery chastain that he's not listening, he's not hearing them. It's funny that he has never engaged the city at all. He doesn't know the general store manager. He doesn't know the sheriff. He doesn't know anybody at all. If it, and he visits this area of Colorado all the time to write. And so it's funny, had he engaged the city and learned about the inhabitants of the city, he might have learned about Annie. Now that's very interesting, right? That's extremely interesting. That if he had learned, that if he had just been a part of somebody's house or something, visited somebody's house, especially the sheriff, someone would have gotten into a conversation about Annie Wilkes, which likely might have created a book idea for him. But it's just funny to me that he comes to an area that he should be well aware of and know the history of, or know some of the major players in the area who have been in the news. Annie was in the news. She was charged. She was charged with murder of strangling the babies, and he's never heard about that. Because had he heard about that, he might have been much more resistant to, I don't know, it's hard to say, but it's interesting, though, that he doesn't know about the area that he comes to all the time and the people. He never checks in with the sheriff. He never checks in with anybody at all. So, I don't know. It's just interesting. So, Annie places a block of wood between his ankles because she's now going to fulfill that narrative. I mean, you can't tell the narrative without actually fulfilling it, right? Why sit up there and have a conversation about hobbling unless you provide a demonstration? This works like a visual aid. Remember, Paul is in Annie's university. This is her course. This is her. She's the teacher. She's the college professor teaching him concepts, right? Because he refused to learn about Annie with patience, so she has to force her views on him in the same way that she injected him with the sleeping agent to sort of inject her views and ideals and concepts and strategies and standards inside of him. She's now applying them here using the block of wood. So here's the sledgehammer, and her face is resolute. It doesn't matter how many times he tries to plead. She doesn't hear that. In the same way that he doesn't hear her. Annie, honestly, she has put on a face. I will say that Annie has been very good about putting on a face, especially the nursing face. So again, she's no longer a nurse anymore. She stopped being a nurse. She stopped being a nurse, I believe, after she read that Untitled book. She stopped being a nurse. And that's where he gave her permission. And that permission is now extending. Not directly. It's not like he's saying, Annie, I want you to hurt my ankles or something like that. I want you to trap me in this house. But by extension, a lot of times you can make the choice on something, but you can't choose the consequences. So once you gave Annie permission, she ran with it. She made you write a whole new book. I mean, she made you burn your book. She made you write a whole new book, another 2 drafts, right? She's been making him do the things that he has to do. Now, of course, you could say, well, no one can make you do anything. You must want to do it yourself. I mean, the fact that he doesn't know the title of his own book and doesn't know what the book is about could be an indicator of why he wasn't that emotionally upset when he had to burn it. He was psychologically upset, but we didn't see a tear come out of his eye regarding having to burn that book. It's like, okay, maybe this particular thing didn't work out. It was almost like he was foreseeing rejection of the work, right, through the publisher and through another set of audience, reading audience. So it's like, okay, well, that didn't work out. I'll try something else. Instead, he had to go back to the thing that he wanted. He's been fighting against. So that's her sledgehammer. A sledgehammer is something that I just, where in the world did she get a sledgehammer? Did she go out and buy that? It looks old. So if she's using a sledgehammer, there's some kind of indication that she might have used this sledgehammer before. You know, she has wood on her porch, but that requires like a saw or something like that, right? But a sledgehammer, where did she get a sledgehammer? And so there's a lot we still don't know about Annie. There's a lot. Like I said, I don't think her husband just left her. I think she did something to her husband. And that's why when Paul comes here and she wants to say love Paul and he wants to leave, she goes to this extreme. So then she hits the sledgehammer on his ankles, and they're both going to bend. And, you know, this Annie here, the way that she's doing this with so much force is, you know, I don't know if it's hatred, if it's contempt, or it's definitely punishment, but is the punishment the obvious reason why she's punishing him is because he left out of the room without her permission. But I also think she's punishing him too for writing a whole new book without her permission. I mean, that's how the audience is, right? The reading audience is. We've been relying on this Harry Potter series for years, and now you want to shut it down after the upteenth book. I don't know what the numbers of books J.K. Rowling has written, but now you want to shut it down, right? Who are you to take away my misery? Who are you to take away my book that has saved my life and brought happiness and joy to me? And I feel like I can still live in this world because of your books. And you want to shut it down? You want to kill off my misery? And I feel like that's really the real punishment that she is doling out. That you are shutting down and killing off my misery without my permission. You are going against my rules, my standards, my way of thinking, my way of life, my belief systems, right? You are going against that. And so therefore you must be punished for this. I don't care if you have the right to stop anything you want to stop. I don't care. That doesn't bother. That does not concern me. The only thing that concerns me is that you continue writing this series so that I can continue to be happy. Of course, he feels the pain and the weight of that pain. And so this particular act, this extreme act that Annie is doing has really set him back even more. Even if his legs were getting better, and we have to believe that they were, this hit to the ankles is going to affect him even greatly. At the end of the movie, he is actually hobbling, so to speak. He still has his legs. He can walk on his legs, but he's walking with a cane, and there's a little bit of a limp to his walk, right? Whereas when he first come out of the cabin, he's confident, he's happy, he's walking, he's throwing snowballs at the tree and saying, I still got it, right? He still has it at the end of the movie, but it's a different type of habit. It's a different type of thinking concerning how he is going to live his life. So he's feeling the weight of it. And Annie says, she's basically saying, I love you, right? And that is a release for Annie. So Annie must have been feeling some sort of pent up energy because she can't sort of express herself and there be a return from Paul. That's why when she was standing there with the gun, she was looking for a return. And his mouth, it was closed mouth. He didn't say a word other than what's wrong and why should I leave or something like that. But when she pulled out the gun and said how depressed she was and how much he means to her and everything, he didn't say anything, nothing. And Paul had sat in their room a long time to think about ways he could appeal to Annie, right? And of course, it's hard to lie to somebody when you don't believe the lie. So he couldn't say, I really want to be with you, Annie. Annie, I know we can work this out. I don't really want to leave, and let's continue to write together. Of course, he's not going to say that because he doesn't believe that, right? But any prisoner, any inmate will tell you that all they think about is getting out, trying to design ways to get out, right? Of course, when they get out, they don't have a plan. They all can't be like Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption. Andy had a plan. He actually had a plan. Now, he was running the game or something like that for the warden, but he managed to get a social security card, birth certificate, banking accounts, everything like that using another name, Randall Stevenson. And so he knew eventually that he was leaving. He chiseled out the wall in his cell and put a big poster on it and everything like that to hide it. But he did that in 10 plus years or something. But he was planning to leave. So he was willing to put up with whatever he was going to put up, meaning that he was willing to get better and get healthy. He worked out the ideal of writing the state or something like that to get money for the prisons, and then he was able to get that and then build a library. He kept himself busy because he knew he was leaving. It took years now, but he had to get well. And then he decided to help the young guy Tommy try to get his GED, and part of him wanted to stay until they killed Tommy. And once they killed Tommy, he was willing to go because that chiseled wall had been chiseled for a long time. So he could have left a long time ago, but it was in Tommy coming and feeling like he can mentor somebody and help somebody and help them along on their journey is what I believe kind of kept him there a little longer. And so once that happened, he decided to go on ahead and leave. That's what I mean, that Paul should have taken the time to do whatever he had to do to get better. Don't leave, stay where you are, plan your way out, get your legs better before you decide that you want to leave. Write as many books as you got to write. Be excited about the fact that you are extending misery, even if you hate it, even if it's miserable for you. You already have practice with doing that. You've written 8 series books, right? And so while you're there with Annie, let her completely believe that you are not going to leave. And there's a way that you can do it. It's hard, but there's a way. And so, of course, that type of situation could really have taken him out. Annie was really taking a risk in doing that. What if he had a heart attack or something, But the weight of her decision making applied to him has rendered him just even more vulnerable and helpless. And so Annie is going into town. This is really our view of seeing Annie drive into town. We haven't seen this view before, right? We've seen a couple of views of her in the car, when she was passing the sheriff, and then when she was on her way back home from getting the better typing paper. But this is kind of like a view of her coming into town. And so the sheriff is reading. It's not that he's not concerned about Paul Sheldon. It's just maybe he's, taking time off. Regardless, he's reading until he's triggered in another way. He's likely read all of the books. He's likely contacted the agent. He's done all that he could to this point, right? But now he's going to be triggered. And remember, the sheriff is the sheriff. He knows this town, right? And so Annie is going to cross with another driver, and they almost hit each other, and they have like a little bit of a conversation, and then Annie drives on to the general store. And so Annie looking out and sort of yells at him, and it catches the attention of Buster, and something about that person reminds him of something else. And so, of course, he looks out because, they are loud enough, right, for him to look out. And, of course, he's the sheriff. And so that pulls him out of his office. So whatever funk he was in and trying to figure out where Paul Sheldon is, Annie wakes him up, so to speak, right? Annie wakes him up. It's kind of like a contrast to Annie waking up Paul to dole violence on him. Now Annie indirectly wakes something up on the inside of Buster. And so Annie walks into the general store, and this causes Buster to think about her. Remember, everyone in town knows who Annie is, right? Considering what happened with the hospital. And the sheriff definitely knows. That's why I say it doesn't make any sense that Paul would come to this area and don't engage any of the, the citizens in the area, because people usually talk about other people in town. They always do. Someone would have said something about Annie. And so Virginia is at the sheriff's desk, and she's trying to straighten things up for him. And the problem with that is that only the person who sits at the desk knows what the desk is and knows where everything is on the desk. And as much as people would like to come along and straighten things out for you and help make your life a lot better and organize things or whatever, it only makes it worse. In the same way that Annie thinks she's straightening out Paul's life. I'm going to make things better. This book that you wrote, this new book, is not going to work. It's going to only bring, chaos and disorder to your life. So now I'm going to make it my goal to bring organization and structure and return you back to the way things should be. That's why you need to write this book, write Misery's Return, because your life is only good when you are doing misery. The same thing the agent is implying and saying Paul needs to continue the misery series, right? The publisher or whatever. So Virginia is sitting at the desk trying to make Buster's life more organized, and is only going to make it more disorganized, right? Because remember, he is the boss, right? And you see that at the back on the wall. And coming along and trying to boss his area is only going to make it more frustrating for him to find and do what he needs to do. And so he tells her, don't worry about it, don't touch it. And he's trying to retrieve a particular paper, the paper that he wrote when he read that line in the book. There's a justice higher than that of man, and I will be judged by him, because it's something in Annie that triggered him. And now he needs to go and find something that he wrote that might connect that statement to Annie. He doesn't know that, but it's like it's something in Annie that triggered him to go and find that particular statement. And so I'd say, and so of course Virginia is a little bit offended at the idea of him saying don't touch it, don't worry about it or whatever. That's why you need to stay in your own lane. You are the deputy, assistant deputy or whatever. You only need to do deputy things. His desk is his desk. It's not your desk. And so he knows what is on his desk. And so then he finds it, and then he goes on ahead and walks out to try to research it. So this is sort of like Buster's second course, of learning about Paul Sheldon, but it's kind of like it works like almost an elective, to understand Annie more. But this is the willingness of Buster to learn. Remember, when you are in a setback, the way out of setback is through instruction, right? You have to be corrected, and correction is a form of instruction. And the way out is to learn what you didn't get the last time, to be corrected, and then move forward. And so he's willing to sit down and learn and do whatever he needs to do, and he's actually in a library. So he's going through the books, right, to try to learn as much. This is sort of like in contrast to Paul Sheldon going through Annie's photo album with news clippings, right? They're both willing to learn. Paul just happens on learning about Annie. I don't think there's really an intent for him to learn. That's why I don't think there's really an intent for him to learn about his audience. He's writing from a place of financial need, and initially, and then later to sustain himself financially, right? I don't think that he's writing with the audience in mind. He's just hoping people will purchase books. I don't think he's really concerned about learning about Annie. He just happens to find her photo album, which was really planted. I believe Annie planted it there, of course. But Paul really is in contrast to Buster, who is actually trying to learn, reading all of the books. And he's not a reading audience of Paul Sheldon. He's not a reading audience, but he's making himself a reading audience as well as an expert to try to understand Paul Sheldon, what he wrote about, and anything else that might be connected to it. And so then we have Annie in a news clipping. So we didn't see this Annie in a news clipping, I don't think, in the photo album, but we see it now. And remember, there's a caption here. Wilkes told reporters on courthouse steps, "There is a higher justice than that of man. I will be judged by him." And that is what actually validates Buster's suspicion that she might be connected to that statement. And so now it's proven. And so he positions what he has written on top of what he is reading, and they match. So then if they match, then that suspicion is going to now lead him to drive to Annie. The problem with that, though, is he stopped learning. That once he drives to Annie, he has stopped his learning, because then it should have taken him to learn more about Annie. See, he was learning about Paul, and then a statement triggered him, and then he found that statement in a newspaper clipping, and he connected it to Annie, but he stopped learning. because then there's the eagerness and the enthusiasm to try to rescue Paul. In the same way, there's the eagerness and the enthusiasm for Paul to try to escape. And so Paul, no one is really learning about Annie, because as soon as he matched that statement, he should have taken some time to research Annie even more. The newspaper clippings that Paul saw in the photo album, he should have further researched to find out about who Annie really is. And that would have then prepared him before he went off in a huff and a puff to try to prove his suspicions, because it only led to death. So Paul is sitting here. She has wrapped him up, so I guess she has returned to nursing, right? In a sense, right? She's wrapped him up, his legs up. They are likely worse off. So sometimes Annie is just such an interesting character. She uses violence against him, but then turns around and wraps him up like she's concerned about it. It's almost like two different people. Like Annie is this extreme violent person, aggressive person, and then when that turns off in her head, she becomes this nurse who really cares about her patients. So then you have to wonder, when she was strangling the babies, who was that person? That must have been the extreme, violent, aggressive person. And then the nurse on the courthouse steps. I mean, that's not really me. You can't put that on me. But regardless, there's a justice higher than that of man, and I will be judged by him. So somewhere she must have done something and believes it. So then she's outside with her piggy Misery, and she says, "Hi, pumpkin." And again, Annie's thinking is just so interesting. I don't even know what to make of it. That you could do what you did the previous day or so, and then turn around and be outside and yell, "Hi, pumpkin." And even the pig is looking at her. Of course, the pig is stopping because she stopped. In addition, the view that we see of Annie holding her hands up and saying, "Hi, pumpkin," seems like a huge contrast to the view of her standing on the courthouse steps and saying, "There's a justice higher than that of man, and I will be judged by him." Just doesn't seem like the same person. The person that you see on the courthouse steps is the person that is very sort of aggressive in her stance, right? This person here seems like just an ordinary person who just came from the grocery store. Doesn't seem like she's the type of person who was strangling babies and killing babies and being charged with murder and likely having her nursing license revoked. Just seems like two different people, especially her relationship that she has with her pig Misery. Like the pig is like her baby or something, and it just seems like. And so when Buster goes about to try to find out who she is, and he is motivated by his suspicion that Paul Sheldon might be at her house, it seems like it's wrong for him to push this goal to try to find her and possibly arrest her or something like that, because she just looks like just an ordinary person dressed ordinarily, just concerned about her pig Misery, lives on this farm. Sure, there's somebody in her house that she's trapped there and he can't leave, but that's kind of like besides the point. This is a huge contrast. But then we see Paul Sheldon and we are reminded, oh, he flips her the bird. Oh, okay, no, she's not as normal as we are trying to make her out to be. She's really more dangerous and deadly. And when we saw him first with his newly patched up legs or whatever, we just that's not really from when she used the sledgehammer on him. That's just her sort of redressing him and making sure that his legs are getting better. But when he flips the bird, we know from his perception, No, 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 no. This person is not who you think she really is. And I have the wounds, and I have the time and the wisdom to show you who she really is. So flipping the bird gives us, returns us to our understanding of Annie, that she is still more dangerous than we realize. And so then she says, "Oh, such a kidder." She's used that line before, and then she tells Misery, "Come on." Now I'm trying to figure out, why is Misery trying to eat the snow, right? But she's a pig. Okay, she's a pig, and so it's not interesting too. Um, I don't know if I want to go that route, but their relationship is one of mutual sort of endearment or whatever. The pig knows her, and she knows the pig. So then Buster goes into the general store to ask some questions. And there are all different types of paperbacks as well as videos and things like that. And I didn't notice it before, but if you look very closely, you see a black man with something, with a chain tied around his neck, and that's Roots. And it's interesting that that is on the video shelving, right? And I didn't notice it before. It wasn't until I took the screenshot, and I still didn't notice it. And then I went through my screenshots to think about what I would say on each of the frames, and I said, "Oh, is that Roots?" And that's essentially what we see with Paul, basically being handcuffed, not handcuffed, but chained to her room, chained to her life, chained to that writing studio, chained to Misery. He's feeling chained to the Misery writing business. He wants to get out of it. Remember, he says, "I didn't intend on it becoming my life." In the same way that slaves did not intend on living out the rest of their lives as slaves, right? That's why they started fighting. That's why they started sort of joining the Civil War and other acts after that kind of solidified their stance against slavery, against any type of Jim Crow, discrimination, systemic racism, etc. Right? And so what you see in this chained black man, and that's the actor LeVar Burton in Roots as a young man, is what you see, not identical, of course, right? But what Paul might feel like he is, you know. And a black man being chained and a white man being chained are really two different things. They're two different hierarchies. There are two different systems at play, economic, financial systems at play. But in some ways, white men and white people in general feel oppressed when they can't move about the way they want to be able to move about. Throughout this pandemic, people who did not want to wear masks, especially white people, said they felt oppressed. They even connected it to slavery. And all of us were, shaking our heads. We couldn't believe it, right? We were getting all upset and everything. And you had to wear the mask because the pandemic had hit so hard and people were dying, and death the death rate was very, very high. And then it was, of course, a global phenomenon. But they were actually sort of connecting and saying and writing and protesting and using signs and calling it slavery and calling it oppression. So it's not too far-fetched to believe that Paul Sheldon, even though he is a successful novelist with the Misery series, still feels chained, still feels oppressed, still feels like maybe he is experiencing slavery as a result of having to continue writing these misery books. So I just thought that was interesting because I didn't see it before, and I wanted to make a note of it now. So Buster and the general store manager continue to talk, and he asks about Annie and Annie Wilkes and what she's been buying or whatever, and then he says paper, and oh, that's not that important, and then he says it's typing paper, and that's what triggers him, and he runs out and he leaves to try to see if he can resolve the problem that he believes he has, and also to follow his suspicion. But again, he has stopped. He's kind of like that type of person who drops out in the middle of a course, that he's learned about Paul through his work, but he's not learning about Annie. And so he says she's been coming in here for typing paper. And then he walks out. Now, this is the door that he walks out, right? And I didn't give you a screenshot of the door of when he's coming into the door, but I wanted to give you one of him leaving the door because he's still in the middle of the door. And this tells me, and this suggests to me that there's time to really think through what strategy he wants to use, because his hastiness is going to lead him to drive there without backup, and try to see if Paul Sheldon is there. But it's also, his hastiness is going to lead to his death, his premature death, when all of this could have been resolved if he had stayed in the library just a little longer and got some more information about Annie, because all he got from about Annie was the fact that she made a statement about justice and judgment. But he didn't get any backup information about deaths. He didn't read the news clippings that you see Paul Sheldon read. If he had read that about strangulation and deaths and things like that, he might have thought to himself, I better bring backup, right? But his ego and his eagerness to try to resolve this problem is what actually gets him killed. So we see Buster on his way to Annie's house. But I want to make a note of something before I get into a discussion of Buster, because we've already outlined that Buster sort of fails to continue his research and learning process into researching and learning about Annie. But I want you to notice the ring on his finger. And the reason why I want you to notice the ring on his finger, because remember, he's married to the deputy sheriff, and her name is Virginia. And the reason why I want to call attention to this is that when you are in setback, you have to think about yourself, think about the other person just as much as you have to think about yourself. And that the decisions you make while you are in setback affect not only you, but the people around you. And as I've noted, if Buster had taken the time to learn about Annie, taking just a couple of more hours to research Annie and learn more about Annie before he made this trip to her house, I don't believe he would be dead. Because Annie can't kill all the backup, and so I believe had he just brought someone along, anyone. It could have been the general store manager. It could have been a lodge manager. He seems to be, familiar with them. It could have been his wife. His wife could have been a person that preoccupied Annie or something like that. But that ring on the finger, as a married man, you have to make decisions that are advantageous to not only you, but also to your wife, to your family. And so he makes this decision to ride out there alone, confirming a suspicion, but not understanding that he is about to die. So there is some determination in his eyes. You can see it. You can see it throughout his whole, whole disposition, from his hat to his jacket to his clothes, everything. But I feel again that his failure to continue learning is what actually got him killed. So Annie hears the car coming up, and she brings in that needle again to inject Paul with something. And that's essentially to keep him quiet, and she has to hurry up and get this done before Buster drives up. So this is where you see Paul fighting against Annie, because he knows that there's a car coming up. He had already seen it throughout the window. And of course, he's hoping for that to be an escape for him. But I feel like this is the first time he's really fought Annie. Out of the whole movie, I think this is the first time he's truly fought Annie. And so that lets you know he was willing to fight. But again, he put on a face, and he acted out his role once he realized, to some extent, Annie might be dangerous. So Annie comes in, she injects him. Is going to put him to sleep, of course, or at least unconscious for a minute. And then he chokes Annie, right? And trying to get her to stop, but the contents of the needle are just too strong, and so he ends up having to let go of her neck. But there's something how that's kind of like the first place he goes to in wanting to choke her neck. And whenever someone strangles you or chokes you or something, police officers and forensic examiners and all those types of people, they always say it usually is personal. When someone stabs you, when someone strangles you, it's usually personal. And this is kind of reminiscent of Annie strangling the babies. It reminds me of the scripture in the Bible, you reap what you sow. And so she's trying to she strangled babies, and now he's trying to strangle her. This may not have any true application, but I just think it's interesting that the neck is the first place he goes to. And so then the effects of the needle take effect, rather, and he is unable to fight back. He's kind of returned to a mute. Annie is fussing, saying that you just continue to fight me. When are we going to develop a sense of trust? And that's so interesting that Annie, I don't know, this may be a third personality of Annie, I don't know, but she really believes that Paul should trust her while she is keeping him bound and trapped and breaking his knees, and breaking his ankles and preventing him from getting to full recovery. There's something that I forgot to mention in a previous slide, just when she put the block down between his ankles, that if you look at his legs were actually recovering. She had taken off the brace and put it on the table on the nightstand, and I didn't notice that at first, and because I was wondering what was over there in the corner of the frame. And so then I looked at his legs, and his legs were actually improving. And so Annie just about even though she's not using her skill of nursing consistently, she may be using it. She used it consistently in the beginning, then she got sporadic, and then she only returns to it when she has done something to him as if to apologize. But when she is using her nursing skills consistently, then that means she can time just about when Paul is going to get better or when his legs are going to get better. And so she brought in the block just at the right time, just before his legs could fully heal and begin walking. The problem is we don't know for certain how healed Paul's legs were, because he never got up to test them out to walk about the room. And maybe he might have been on the road to that, and she decided to shut him down. But she had to assume that because he had been out of the room, that he might have been on his legs, walking on his legs, and that's why she chose the legs, the ankles per se, to sort of slow the process down. And every time she injects him with something, it's really to slow the process down. So we do know the difference between the red pills and what she has injected him with, that the red pills were not a real problem. They were not toxic. They were not an issue. This probably would put somebody to sleep or whatever. But we know whatever she has injected him with twice now, that's in the needle, is something that is of really grave concern. So she's talking about, when are we going to develop a sense of trust? And how can someone develop a sense of trust when you are keeping them bound and drugging them and trying to prevent them from leaving? So then she manages to get him down into the basement, laying down on the floor so she can answer the door because Buster is on his way. And so he's fully down on the ground. That lets you know he is unconscious. But I don't think he's fully unconscious because he was able to alert Buster that he's there. And so Buster is walking up the stairs in the same way that Annie was walking up the stairs. But when he walks up the stairs here, this does not represent learning for him. If he walked up any previous stairs, there was a sense of learning, but this is not learning from him. In contrast to Annie, when she had to come back with the better paper for Paul, and she was walking up the stairs, that was her willingness to learn. Even if she was mad about it and pouted about it and didn't really want to do it, she was willing to humble herself in a sense and go back and get the proper paper for him to type on and walk back up the stairs to her house. But this right here, he hasn't learned anything about Annie. And even when he goes in and he walks about the house, he's more suspicious that Paul Sheldon is there, not necessarily still wanting to learn about Annie. So Annie opens the door. She's shocked that someone is at her door. And Buster is asking if she knows Paul Sheldon. And Annie goes into a biography. And all that is just a way for Annie to set back the process, kind of time his visit there. Because if she lets him in too quickly or goes says, oh yeah, I know, I heard about the crash, it's going to make him wonder. So she doesn't answer his question directly. She goes into some sort of ramble, and she rambles throughout the whole time he is there, his whole visit. So she goes into his background. What do you want to know? I'm his biggest fan, or I'm his #1 fan. And so then Buster is asking these questions, and so and this is a surprising visit for Annie. So this lets you know Buster doesn't come out to her farm. He knows about her farm, but he doesn't come out to her farm because she waits to let him come in. If he was a person who came all the time, he would have come much earlier. And she would have opened the door quicker, and she would have just opened the door and let him in, instead of this sort of go-between, this engaging, this ceremony between two people who are contemplating whether or not they should come in or not come in. And so then she goes into her rambles and talks about how she heard about the crash and Paul Sheldon and what's going on with him. And I looked up the word ramble, and it's a way of talking and writing at length that is confusing and inconsequential. And Annie is just really trying to distract Buster, to keep him from really focusing on what it is he needs to focus on while he's in the house. And it is hard to determine if Paul Sheldon is truly there. I mean, anyone could be in the guest room, right? But the fact that there's a writing studio in the guest room with a typewriter and a typing paper and everything tells you enough that he's there. It's just that Buster doesn't know how to doesn't really go about it without searching, looking to see if he's hiding behind a door or something like that. But Annie goes into her ramble here, and she's talking about how she knows that Paul Sheldon is missing and that she's his #1 fan. And she talks about that horrible accident and then how she's proud of her collection of Paul Sheldon's books. So this is where she's proud. And it's almost like a little shrine to Paul Sheldon. If it wasn't Paul Sheldon, it would be Liberace. But this is the picture of him. This is when he had, I guess, was shaking the hands of Queen Elizabeth, and then just all of his books, right? And this is where she gets into how she feels like it was God who told her to sort of get ready to be Paul's replacement, right? Now remember, Annie is not is not even a writer, let alone a seasoned writer. She's not even really an editor. She's a great reader, as I've noticed. She's a great reader, but she doesn't have the qualifications, and she's never pursued the qualifications. And the fact that she gravitates to that, to wanting to become a writer, even though it's fake, might be an indication that that's what she wanted to do in the first place. And I noted that earlier, that's what she might have wanted to do, but wasn't willing to sit down and write herself. So she just projected her needs onto someone else who is actually a writer and would do the work, and just essentially say, I'm just going to take his work. So Buster goes about looking to see if Paul Sheldon is there, and he's basically searching the house, right? And it's shocking that he didn't go too far enough to locate the basement. These old houses tend to have a basement or an attic. And again, that tells you he didn't really have a plan for when he got there, because that's something that is obvious, that most of those houses have that. I mean, if he thinks about his own house, I'm quite sure his own house has a basement or an attic or both. And so he didn't have a plan for when he got there, because that should have been something he thought about. That's an obvious thing. He didn't even go through the kitchen to see if anything was at the back of the house, whether or not she had hid him at the back. He just kind of walked about the house, and Annie is rambling on. And so she talks about how God told her to get ready to be Paul's replacement, and that she's his #1 fan, and that it is up to her to make up new stories, and that she has a guest bedroom with a writing studio. And she basically said, I know how he wrote, the types of words he used, the stories. And the last few weeks, she's been trying to write like him. And she said, I have about 200 some pages or so that you could read. So she's already taking credit for something that she did not write. Even in her rambles, she's still lying. So here's what she's saying. It's up to me to be able to bring Paul Sheldon back to life, or to be his replacement, so to speak. And the fact that she would claim a work that didn't belong to her, I understand that she's trying to divert attention from Buster realizing that Paul Sheldon has been there, but it's something that you would claim something that that you didn't do, even in a ramble, just completely lying. So then how many times has Annie lied, right? We have to challenge the fact that she might not be a nurse anymore. We have to challenge a lot of things that Annie has represented to us, because remember, people show us their representative first before they show us themselves. And so it's something in Annie that Buster is sort of wondering about, but can't put his finger on. Again, if he had stayed in the library after he found out that Annie had been visiting the general store to get typing paper, and just really thought about it, and thought about a plan, and especially staked out the area, he could have easily driven to a point in the area, and then walked the rest of the way to see if there was Paul Sheldon, because Paul Sheldon's writing studio is right there at the window, and he would have seen Paul Sheldon sitting at the window typing. That's what I mean in terms of learning and developing a plan. And so she's asking, she's telling him, you can read, some of my work. And he was saying it must get lonely living out here by yourself. And then he continues to search the house. And so they have a little bit of a giggle, a little laugh, right? And then he walks upstairs. And this always reminds me of Psycho. Anyone walking upstairs using this, and then the camera operator using this camera angle always reminds me of Psycho, of the detective walking upstairs. And you always think that someone is going to come out of the room and sort of kill him. And honestly, it would have been Annie. If Annie wasn't downstairs, and Annie is really downstairs, she's claiming that she's making him cocoa, and she is, and she's going to bring him a cup. But she's likely trying to find that rifle, right? Which is, we don't know where it is. But I always think about this angle in terms of Psycho. And it's funny that he's visiting the house of a real life psycho, and he's not going to learn that until he's shot in the back. And then learning no longer exists once you're dead. And so Paul is moving about while lying down on the ground because she didn't really get a chance to inject all of the contents into his arm like she did before. And so he's waking up and moving about, and eventually he's going to topple this barbecue pit. And this is the same barbecue pit that Annie brought up to use for Paul to burn his book. And so he goes into this room. Annie's house, although it's very old-fashioned, she keeps it clean, however way she keeps it clean. And so he doesn't see anything in the house that gives him any indication, other than the writing studio of the downstairs bedroom, any indication that Paul Sheldon is there. But again, he didn't come with a plan. Because if you're looking for somebody and you see that there's a typewriter and typing paper and a room made up, you got to know that that person is there. And he doesn't go, even Annie is really not preventing him here from going into the kitchen, from going to the back of the house. This is on him. And so Annie comes in, and we look at the back of Buster, and we can look at his background, right? If we think about his past, what is his past? How did he make it to this town to become sheriff? What were the steps, right? Where did he live before? What was his success rate in anything that he's done as sheriff, right? Because in some ways he's operating with a lack of knowledge. There's some willingness in him to do much more than what one person would do, but there's an unwillingness to see it all the way through at the same time. Is he a new sheriff? You almost have to wonder, because if you're going to search a house and basically act like you're trying to search the house, you should have searched the whole house. He didn't even go into the dining room where they had dinner, and again, he didn't go into the kitchen. And I believe if he had gone into the kitchen and come back out, he might have seen the basement door. And so here's the cocoa that she's offering him. And just before this, she did show an interesting face that revealed who she is as a character. But when she puts on that smile and she pulls her hair back and she looks like a homely type of person, just innocent and everything, it is striking and kind of unnerving, and it sends maybe a shiver up your spine, because this is the person who is giving me a drink, and she seems so nice, but I wouldn't dare drink that cocoa. I wouldn't dare drink that cocoa. I don't care what it is. And so And he says, I'm going to go on ahead and leave. And she said, yeah, but you didn't even taste your cocoa. And you always have to wonder what's in that cocoa. If she's so preoccupied with giving him the cocoa to drink, because I would be more preoccupied with the idea of getting him out of there, not trying to get him to stay and drink cocoa, because after all, she didn't put that much of those of the content of that needle in his arm. So it's definitely likely that Paul Sheldon is going to wake up. So then they walk down the stairs, and this is where she said, you didn't even drink your cocoa. And it basically said, I didn't really want it, or something like that. And he's going to say, hopefully I can come by and stop in on you again. And she said, delighted, now you know the way. But he's always known the way. So it's interesting that she acts like he has never known the way, but as a sheriff, he knows the way. After all, he was in the helicopter, right? And he was saying to the pilot, that that's the Wilkes farm. So he has known the way the whole time. But it's interesting that if Paul Sheldon crashed around that area, and knowing that there are houses around that area, and not maybe adjacent, but enough, why didn't he go door to door? That's why I say he's missing something in his knowledge base. Why didn't he go door to door checking every house in town to see if Paul Sheldon was there? Because they never retrieved the body. They retrieved the car, but not the body. So there's something in this sheriff that is, he's missing something. He's missing some kind of training or something like that, because anytime someone is missing, especially someone of great repute, people go out and look for that person and make sure they have covered their bases and everything. And he never came to this house all this time that Paul Sheldon has been there. He's never come to the house. That's something that I didn't even think about. Never. He's reading books, which I feel like is very important. He's going to the library, reading an old newspaper clipping, talking to his wife, etc. But there are some tactical, strategic things that he should know as a sheriff, and he's not operating in that knowledge, or he's not applying that knowledge, or he doesn't house that knowledge. And so Annie is worried. There's her face, of course, and her face kind of looks like a child caught with their hand in a cookie jar, and now they have to make a decision. So mommy doesn't know that they had their hand in a cookie jar. In the case of Annie, she got to kill the person, because she knows that the person now realizes, after Paul Sheldon makes a noise in the basement and Buster turns around and comes back in, she knows that she got to make a decision to kill the person before he knows that she's had her hand in the cookie jar. So Buster hears sounds. He was on his way out, and then he hears sounds, and he's now in between the door, right? That when he left out, he hoped to come back, right? And that was sort of like, in a way, to be unexpected. Okay. Another thing that I realized he didn't do, he didn't make a phone call. He didn't make a phone, and this could be the prerogative of the director, but he didn't make a phone call. Because then if he made a phone call and there was no answer or something, or anything, then it would give some indication about the phone, or if there is a phone in the house. But he's in between the door. He's going to make a decision to go in, but it's going to be a decision that is going to cost him his life. And again, he should have come there much more prepared. And so Paul Sheldon is saying, I'm down here, I'm down here. He managed to wake up, and Buster finds him. And so when he opens that door, because he followed the voice of Paul Sheldon, Annie had already gone and gotten the rifle. And in his haste to try to find Paul Sheldon, he didn't even notice that Annie didn't even answer the door again and where she was, right? And even if she didn't have a shotgun, she could have hit him upside the head or something like that. Again, he's missing something in his knowledge base. So Annie shoots him. We see the smoke. Remember the smoke from when Annie made Paul burn his book, and that smoke going up. And she knows now that things are have come to a head, and that she's going to have to now force a decision before the time. But then Paul is finally gets it. He finally understands what he must do. He must stall so that he can get the book written, and that'll give him an opportunity to then plot a better escape. So Paul is shocked. Now Annie has given him some kind of indication that she can use a gun. Well, no, that she has a gun, and that she may be willing to use it when she was depressed on that rainy day. But she didn't actually shoot. And even when she shoots Buster, I'm actually surprised. All this time I've been thinking that Annie has just been bluffing just to keep Paul, keep him writing the book to bring back misery fully. But when she shoots Buster, I am so sort of disheartened by it, because you don't want Buster to die. You really don't want him to die. You want him to maybe detect that Annie is behind him, and then maybe take her into custody or something like that, and then help Paul Sheldon back up the stairs. But you don't really want him to die. He's Buster. He has a wife. He's the sheriff. The wife is the deputy sheriff. You know, you want them to stay together and still work on further cases if need be. But that's what I mean when you look at the ring on his finger while he's driving out to Annie's house under suspicious that she may be housing Paul Sheldon, when you have to take into consideration the decisions you make, because now he's no longer a husband to a wife. He's dead now. And so I was actually shocked when Annie shot him. I'm just, even now, I have watched the movie multiple times, and in creating this film analysis, I'm still shocked, and Paul is shocked. And so maybe the shot to his back is what has woken him up for the first time, right? And she has basically eliminated any history that he has had in to the back of him. So it's just interesting. It is possible that you may never recover from a setback. A lot of times we think that when we are in setback, all we have to do X amount of things to get out of our setback. And a lot of times sometimes we never really get out of setback. We just survive wherever we are. And if you are in a survivor's mode, you are essentially still in setback. And a good indicator that you have overcome setback is when you are no longer surviving, but you have moved into thriving. Now that could take some time, that could take some years, depending upon how deeply rooted your issue is. If you have struggled with finances a great deal of your lifetime, and you get to your 40s and 50s and you begin to become, financially stable consistently, then that might be your time or whatever. It might have taken from the time the first time you worked and kept a job, but you never saved anything, or you did try to save something, but then you spent it, or then you gave it to somebody or whatever. And so a lot of that is bad decision making, but it's rooted in a belief system about the need to be of help to everybody else, the need to cover everybody else and not yourself. And once you understand that is just really a form of people pleasing, and that you are 100% responsible as an adult to cover yourself, and you begin to change your strategies for how you do whatever you're going to do with anybody else, but mainly taking care of yourself, then you are moving from a state of financial instability, especially mentally, into a state of financial stability psychologically. Mentally, well, I can say maybe not mentally, but emotionally, when you give without really thinking. But psychologically, when you realize that you are a being that is responsible for yourself. But it is possible that you may never recover. That if you have turned yourself over into an ideology, a system of thinking, a standard way, habits for so many years, it's possible that you could die broke if we stay on the financial instability slash stability concept, right? Or example, that it's possible that you can die broke, right? What we see here with Buster, this is just an extreme version of not being able to recover, because it is possible that you may not recover from setback, and that death is the antithesis of overcoming setback, right? That once you die, you have died in your setback, right? Because it's likely because of the decision maker. And what I mean by death, I mean premature death. If you're dying and maybe you did overcome your setback and you moved into thriving, and then you basically died, okay, well, that's different, right? But I'm talking about those situations where there was something that you were supposed to learn. You struggled with learning it. Sometimes you learned it, sometimes you didn't. Sometimes you passed your life test, sometimes you didn't. And then you get to the end and you're still dying broke. It's something that you still missed along the way. If you see somebody homeless today, this is not to pass judgment, but if you see somebody homeless today, it's something that they missed. And they are in setback, and if they remain homeless and die homeless, then they are in perpetual setback. But they are living and surviving in setback. And there's some sort of instruction, some sort of missed opportunity, some warning, something that they are ignoring or haven't heard yet, or disregarded, to the point that they are where they are. And some people are willing to move out of it, and then there are some people who are willing to stay. There are some people who get checks, who get disability checks, who have their mail come to the shelter. I remember when I was at the shelter, and there were some men on the other side of the shelter, and I would see them outside in the hot sun, lying down on the grass or whatever, but they got their mail at the shelter. Or they got their mail through a P.O. box or something like that. And I don't know how much money they got in disability, right? That wasn't my business. But there were some people who were actually on disability and getting checked and could actually go and live in a motel or live in an apartment, and they just refused. And then there were some people who were not getting any money, or whatever they got was not enough. Some people were getting, food stamps or something like that. But if you see someone homeless, if you see someone struggling with drugs or whatever, they are in setback. And they are in a sustained form of setback, and they are surviving day to day. They don't know if they're going to make it day to day, right? They don't know if they're going to wake up alive. And the way out of setback is through instruction. You would have to be corrected for something that you missed, but instruction is a form of correction, or correction is a form of instruction. And so this situation with Buster could have been settled had he brought somebody along, or had he researched Annie a little longer to find out what she's truly capable of, and then brought somebody along. Buster did not have to die, period. He did not have to die. In the same way, you do not have to die in your setback. If someone is extending a hand to you, and a lot of times extending a hand is that instruction, is that help, is that direction, whatever is necessary to move you out of one state into another. If you don't take it, then you will stay where you are. And so, like I said, you can die in your setback. Buster cannot recover from the mistake of not asking people. Not researching further, or not asking someone to come along with him. So that means his wife is going to have to bury him along with the ring, with the wedding marital ring. So that's something you think about, because it's not a pretty look. It's a fictional work here, but it's not a pretty look. That if you don't want to die in your setback, it's important to take things step by step. I know there was an eagerness to try to find Paul Sheldon, because anything could have happened. But he also has a radio. He also has a walkie-talkie. He also has a number of tools at his disposal to solve that problem. He could have driven away, got somewhere to a safe spot, and then called for backup, or something like that. But there are a number of things that Buster could have done to prevent him actually being shot in the back. So in other words, there's this assumption that he had it all under control. He had it all worked out, right? In the same way that Paul was lying in the bed, and the camera angle was on top of him, and basically he thought that he was on top of the problem, or he thought he had it all under control, right? So Annie has done her bid. She has shot him, and she's going to go into her spiel about that she believes God sent her to save Paul, or save him, and that it's a sign, and that she was chosen to save him, meaning that we're going to be together forever, and our time in this world must end, and I have put 2 bullets in my gun, one for you, one for me. And what she means by saving Paul, it's something how she done switched on us, because why would he needed rescuing rescuing from the snow, but he didn't necessarily need saving. And she literally likely changed her view of Paul in terms of rescuing him and nursing him back to health, to recovery, to saving him, when he wrote that untitled work. And she felt like he was going down the wrong path. Now, Annie doesn't believe in God, or she has a warped sense of thinking about God. She's just using it because it's probably what's available to her in her mind, or she might have had a relationship with God or something like that, and it's just a warped sense of it, or whatever. Because God is not going to tell Annie to strangle babies, That's not what it is. It's her way, I believe, of distancing herself from the crime she has committed. It's what we call, cognitive dissonance. That you commit the crime, but you distance yourself psychologically from it, as if you didn't just commit the crime. And so when she says, God has called me to save you, or whatever, it's like she's projecting the consequence of the action she just committed onto God. And if she could do that, then she could say, like most people say, I'm a good person. I'm a good person. No way in the world am I really holding this rifle, this shotgun, and no way in the world did I just shoot Buster in the back, and no way in the world am I trapping Paul Sheldon in this house in the basement, and no way in the world am I planning to really shoot Paul and shoot myself. No, that is not me. I'm a good person. So it must be somebody else who is doing it. But no, regardless of any mental instability, you are still responsible as an adult for the decisions you make. You may not go to prison, but you will go to a mental health facility, right? So this is Annie's way of distancing herself from the actions that she just committed, as if the consequences do not apply to her. And again, Annie operates with her own rules. That is her mastery orientation. She has just created rules along the way. She was living off Paul Sheldon's rules when he was saying in a book, there is a justice higher than that of man, and I will be judged by him. She was quoting Paul Sheldon. She read Paul Sheldon, so she was living in that world. That means she was quoting its rules. But then she took herself out of that world once she had access to Paul Sheldon. And once she figured out she could do more with the real Paul Sheldon than even with Misery Chastain, even though she forced him to rewrite Misery's return. So Annie again is going into the spiel, and he's listening to her. I think this is the first time he's really listening to her. He's had this face a bit, in different ways, but I think this is where he's actually listened to, because the stakes are higher. He just saw her shoot somebody. So whatever he read in the newspaper clippings about strangling babies or an honor student, falling to her death, or her father, falling down the stairs, that might have been fiction to him, as if he was reading a fictional novel or something like that. This is real life. This is real life. He heard the gun. He saw the shotgun. He saw Buster fall. Buster is shot in the back. This is real life. He cannot deny this. He cannot be in his delusion. And so now he has to look at this as truth, as it is actual truth. This is not something, he's no longer in a fictional world, the type of world that he creates with his books. And so he picks up, he sees a lighter fluid, the same lighter fluid that I think she was spraying on his bed, and she used to help ignite the flames. And then she comes back with the gun and also with the contents of the needle. So I don't know how much potency it is, but it should take him out, right? But again, I honestly don't believe Annie is going to shoot herself, or I didn't believe that she would. She might have to now because she has shot Buster. But if she hadn't shot Buster, I think she would have just killed Paul and maybe ran off somewhere. And so she was saying, "I love you, Annie." Annie was saying, "I love you," and then Paul said it back. Now, this is the first time that he's responded. There have been multiple times that Annie has sort of given off the signal that she wanted Paul to choose her, to say something, respond. And she says, "I love you," and he turns around and says, "I love you back," as if that's what she's been wanting, and that's what he realized she's been wanting the whole time. And then he says, "You're right. We are meant together. Die so that misery can live. So instead of killing me right now, let me finish the book. Give her eternal life, because right now misery is still basically dead. The last book is in the stores, and so if Annie wants misery to live, she's going to have to give in to Paul and let Paul finish writing the book, and so we can give misery back to the world, and all of this, the books needs to be finished. And Annie goes into a little bit of a back and forth. Yeah, but they will come now. But Paul is saying, yeah, sure, they're going to come now, but it's almost done. Essentially, let's get it finished. So he's stalling. Now, I don't know if he knew he was going to plan to burn the book. He just took the lighter fluid. I'm thinking that it's an option. He would definitely have access to a match, because Annie knows what he does right after he finishes the book, which is the champagne, the glass, and then the match. So he knows that he can get her to do that, because she knows um, his habit. So Paul has made it back up the stairs, and now he is typing, and Annie gets excited about who does Misery end up with, and he says that he's working on the last chapter, and that he would need the three things, right? So that's the cigarette, the matches, and one glass of champagne, Don Perignon, as Annie says. And so here she's excited. So whatever face she gave before, I think, like I said, sometimes it's hard to tell which face is representative of an actor's face for Annie. We can tell when Paul is acting, right? It's all in the way that he doesn't say much of anything, and he responds as well as he can respond, right? But sometimes Annie, I don't know if Annie is really happy about Misery's return, or if she's just, I don't know, I don't know. And so it's sort of hard to read her. So he continues to type and type and type. And this is where he calls out to Annie, saying that he's working on the last chapter, and that he would need those three things I mentioned. And Annie is, of course, happy about it, and because when we see Annie excited about being a Misery, and when she goes into the kitchen and goes and gets those three things, she puts the gun in her pocket, and her face is straight, is blank. So, like I said, which Annie is the real Annie? So here are the three items, and there's the gun. And then he says to get her back out, to have her go back out. In the same way, remember, they're kind of almost having dinner, like at the same time they had that dinner before. And she would come in and put something on the table, and then he would say, do you have any candles, right? Well, then he's saying here, I'm going to need 2 glasses, right? So she can join in. It's like they're having dinner. And that's really to only get her out of the house, out of the room, so he could put the manuscript on the floor and then set fire to it. And so while she's in the kitchen getting the second glass, he begins to pour the lighter fluid onto the manuscript, and this is reminiscent of when Annie forced him to set fire to her own book. His own book, his previous manuscript. And so now he's hoarding knowledge, in a sense, right? When he sets fire, he says to Annie, who does Misery end up with, right? And she's not going to be able to know, because he's going to set fire to it, right? And in many cases, in the beginning, she was forced to set fire. He was forced to set fire to the first book, right? So it really wasn't his prerogative. But this time he wrote this book too, and he can set fire to his book if he wants to. So it is his prerogative. And so the end of the movie still sustains Paul's argument that he didn't want to make Misery his life. And so he's even though he has put in all this energy to write this new book, Misery's Return, he's still willing to set fire to it just to make a point. And so he engages Annie. Now, who will it be? Who does she end up with? Who does Misery end up with? And it's all in here. But before he could reveal it, he sets fire to it. And so again, it's reminiscent of when he had to set fire to the previous book, but at Annie's behest. And Annie is now crying over her misery, because she's been enduring the process, in reading the chapters and everything. She's been enduring the process herself. And but he had really no choice but to go on ahead and burn it, because how else could he sort of make the case for finally escaping if she's going to then turn around and shoot him, right? Turn around and inject it. And she's basically saying, how can you do it? Not my misery, not my misery. Basically, how can you do this, right? And he said, well, I learned it from you. So now we get Paul actually learning, really learning, saying the words learn, right? Versus maybe gathering tools and thinking he might be able to use them, and entering, exiting the room and coming back and retyping and things like that. But this is where he's actually says the word learn or learned. And he's going to say it again at the end of the movie. And so he takes the typewriter and hits her up against the head with it. And it's sort of like almost like when she took the typing paper box and hit his legs with it. And so, of course, she's knocked out. And he still can't get up. It's interesting that he's still, I understand, just interesting. Of course, the fire sort of bolts her or jolts her, and she gets back up. And she uses language like cocksucker and everything. I'm going to kill you, right? And remember how preoccupied she was with the language that he used in his untitled book. So Annie is a bit of a hypocrite. And so they engage in a fight at the end, and he has to do as best he can sitting in a wheelchair. But he manages though to get a handle on her. And so now we know where those hands have been in terms of choking someone to death. She has had that habit of strangling babies, so we know that the history of those hands and how she has used those hands in the past based upon the news clippings. And so she shoots him. And like I said, if Annie truly wanted to shoot him, she would have shot him a long time ago. But she's forced to shoot him because of the circumstance. So she shoots him. And then he takes the hit. And then he manages to get out of his wheelchair to get on top of her and fight her. And of course, he's going to stuff the burned manuscript down her mouth and tell her to eat it until you choke. And that really has a lot to do with the primary theme of misery. Always remember that I'm applying the theme of setback in terms of making a different type of point of view. But of course, the main theme of this film, in just an ordinary sense, is misery. So if she wants misery so bad, then eat it till you choke, right? He's not going to care too much more about her feelings. He's not trying to people please anymore. It's time for him to make his escape. And so they fight. And these are two ideologies fighting, two standards, two habits, two modes of thinking, ways of thinking. They're clashing, right? And the manuscript has fully burnt, so we can't see anything but just crisp. And they're going to have to fight it out, which is standard if one ideology goes against another. Someone has to win out. And so here's where he's saying, eat it till you choke. And then somehow Annie trips and falls, and he thinks she's dead. And a lot of times, different ideologies represent weeds that we might see in a garden, right? And sometimes we think those weeds are dead, but they usually are not. And there's another Annie somewhere. There's another Annie that might sort of fight against Paul, or just another, say, author or writer. So these types of people, when one dies, another comes up in a sense, right? But she's not fully dead here. And so he crawls out, and this has been him throughout the whole film. I was always hoping that Paul Sheldon would sort of um, trick us, trick the audience, the viewing audience, into believing that he's been able to walk the whole time. But this is the prerogative of the writer and director, that he's been crawling the whole time. He's been immobile and crawling the whole time. And so she manages to jump back on his back, and that's just that weed coming back up, because she's going to fight to the death to maintain her misery. Misery makes her happy. She needs misery chastain. Now, she doesn't have the book anymore, but she's going to fight as much as she can to keep Paul Sheldon, even if she wants to kill him in the end. Regardless, it's when you think about Setback, it's something in your past that doesn't want to let you go. Or it's every time you take a step forward, something happens and you have to take 5 steps backwards, right? It's something that keeps pulling at you, that you're going to have to make a decision and say, okay, I'm just not going to be able to entertain this particular thing anymore if I want to move forward. That could be a relationship, that could be a family dynamic, that could be bad money decision making, that could be getting offended every time someone says something. It could be a number of things, and you would have to choose. You would have to really reflect on that thing that keeps pulling at you and pushing you, and won't let go of you, and how it could later become the death of you, right? That if you don't fight it off and really abandon it and let it go, it could actually become the death of you. And so again, there's that last ditch effort to try to pull at him to basically keep him to stay. And that's for her misery. And that's also literally Paul Sheldon. And of course, she doesn't want to go to jail or prison or something like that. But that's really besides the point now. The only real option for her is death, unless she wants to spend years in a jail cell. Now, she's not going to choose death for herself. Paul Sheldon is going to have to choose that death. And it's really a way for him to confront many of his decisions and many of his habits and many of those areas in his life that have overtaken him, that have pulled at him. He has to confront this particular demon in his life, right? And so he manages to take that doorstop and hit her upside the head, and so she's actually fully dead. So 18 months later have passed. We don't know what his recovery time has been, but he's basically recovered, of course. And he's walking with a cane. So he didn't have a cane before when we saw him at the beginning of the movie. And he's kind of stumbling a little bit, but he can walk. He looks significantly better in terms of the whole person, right? But he will forever remember the time that he spent with Annie Wilkes. So this is his new book, The Higher Education of J. Philip Stone. So at the beginning, he didn't know what to title his book. This time, he definitely knows what to title his book. He's taking responsibility for it. He's not leaving it in the hands of somebody else, and he can move forward with it. So he's happy with this book. The agent, we see the agent again. And we didn't see the agent after those first few calls with the sheriff, but we see the agent again, and she's talking about all the different praises and accolades and possible rewards or awards for the book. And he's not even really preoccupied with that. He's, kind of thankful. That's fine. And he's saying that he wrote it for himself. He wrote it for me. He wrote it for himself. It's not for the viewing audience. I mean, it's not in terms of writing for the audience or writing for the publisher or writing for everybody else. It's writing for him. And that's very important. So whatever decisions he makes now concerning this book and future books, he will make sure to write it for himself. And so then we get a little bit of a visual of Annie coming forth, and they are still discussing about how he is not going to be taken seriously. That was his original goal, and it went through a setback with Annie, right, and burning that original book. But now it really doesn't matter to Paul Sheldon whether he is taken seriously, because it only matters what he thinks about himself, right? And it'll be a good thing to return to the Misery series if that's something that he wants to do, but he's putting himself first. And then he talks about with Annie and that whole experience that it helped him. He didn't say learn, but it helped him. So at the end, he learned something, and then now he reflects on it 18 months later that it actually helped him. And the agent is essentially saying, would he be interested in writing sort of like a nonfiction account of that experience at Annie's house? And he's saying that basically he doesn't want to, and also saying that he's not sure if anyone can totally get over that, right? And so the woman who looks like Annie is actually a real waitress, and she's talking about how she's his number one fan, and he'll definitely be careful about that. He'll be much more cautious about that. So then we have the end credits, and one of the things that you always want to think about in terms of end credits is whether or not the character was able to accomplish his or her goal. Paul Sheldon's goal was to create serious work, and that's why he decided to abandon writing or extending the Misery series, really killing it off, and to move into serious work. And then that was threatened through a setback, and then later he ended up fulfilling that goal. And then you think about Annie's goal. Annie's goal was essentially to rescue him, but then she turns around and uses language like save him. So Annie didn't really fulfill her goal because she ended up dying in the end. And then you have all of the other characters, what goals they were trying to set, asking the questions of whether they fulfilled them, whether they endured them, and then whether they fulfilled them. So when you're thinking about end credits, sometimes you want to take some time to really look at the different types of characters and what purpose they brought to the movie. So let's look at the 7 stages of setback, definitions, and what the stages suggest for a character's mastery orientation. I want to look at the accumulation of setbacks first, and then get into the 7 stages. All right, so now let's look at an accumulation of Paul Sheldon's setbacks. There were multiple, but I only want to focus on just the 3 main ones that are kind of obvious. So the first one is his missed opportunity to understand the needs of his reading audience. Making a decision to end the Misery series without really consulting the reading audience, right? Or not taking into consideration the reports in terms of, data and statistics and the praise received for each of his books, not really studying it. See, what happens with writers and authors, they write for a publisher, they submit their work, they are paid for their work, right? Then they market and promote the work, but they don't really study the data like the publisher does. The publisher is looking at the numbers by state, by geography, by particular, um, demographics, gender, um, income levels, everything. They're looking at the data. And Paul Sheldon was so preoccupied with the idea that he didn't want to make writing the Misery series his life, that the fact that he wrote 8 novels is his life. And it has become the life of many of the readers. So to me, he didn't understand the needs of his reading audience. Does he have the right to shut down anything he wants to shut down as a writer? Sure, of course. As an author? Sure, of course. But he also has to take the consequences that comes with that, right? Of course, he didn't think that Annie, as a reading audience, would be so extreme, right? If we just look at Annie as a symbolic individual who represents an amalgam of a reading audience that prefers to continue reading Paul Sheldon's works, then we have to consider also the fact that they might be upset with the ending or shutting down of that book, unless there was something that could extend it. So if we look at the J.K. Rowling, the Harry Potter series, what if she just had the series but didn't have the movies? People would be upset. The reading audience, the customer base would be upset. But it helped that many of the books, part of the series, were turned into movies. And then they were turned into little high school plays. And then they were turned into a whole theme park. Other types of things. And then we can now see many of those movies on regular television, cable TV. It helped that the whole series was packaged and sort of distributed in different ways. And I do believe that if Rowling decided to extend the Harry Potter series for one more book, people would buy it. They would line up and they will buy it. And then, of course, film studios would do their best to then option to make the movie. But that's understanding the needs of a reading audience. These were people who were saying, the customer base were people who were saying that the Harry Potter series got kids reading. It made a difference. It got kids reading. And so that's the reading audience. So I think that his missed opportunity was in not taking his audience seriously. And he's so preoccupied with wanting to become a serious writer, which is the next point, that he didn't take his reading audience seriously. So his missed opportunity to title that work that was untitled and give it purpose, meaning that he knows what the purpose of it is, especially considering that he wants to be considered as a serious writer. And so the fact that he had that work untitled, and maybe sometimes you don't always know the title of your work. I usually do. But maybe sometimes you have titles running through your head and you're not quite sure which one to choose. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt. But to not know the purpose of the work and have Annie tell him what she thinks the work is about is something that is kind of alarming, considering that he wants to pursue this as a particular field. So that means he shouldn't have created his next book as a book to change the course of his career. He should have continued to write another misery book while working on the serious piece and then submitting that along with his manuscript, maybe to another publisher. I don't know. And I don't know if that's really allowed. But at least he would have taken some time, because 6 weeks is not enough to determine if the work is going to be considered a serious work, worthy of publication and promoting, and worthy of shutting down a previously successful, financially workable product that already has an audience that already has a customer base, and that customer base is both domestic and international and global. And so that's why I say he doesn't understand the business side of writing, authoring, and promoting the book for the publisher. And then the last point, Paul Sheldon's missed opportunity to learn about Annie Wilkes. It took too long for him to learn about Annie Wilkes. Of course, he was set back in terms of his um, physical issues, damage to his body and everything, and just sort of lulled into a sense, Annie Wilkes lulling him into a sense of safety and protection, and on the road to recovery. For all he knew, Paul Sheldon, for all he knew, Annie Wilkes was genuine, was the right person to help him, according to what she said about herself. But there were opportunities that he could have learned about Annie just in having a conversation with her, especially a person who wants to talk about his books, right? That's the best time to engage the person, even if you don't want to talk about your books, and even if you have made up your mind to no longer care about your books. The fact that there was someone there who wanted to talk about it, and then that would have given you some insight into her thinking, versus the little times that the brief moments she goes into some little monologue, some little mini narrative about herself, and it's just a single puzzle piece, but you don't have the full puzzle. And it wasn't until almost to the end of the book, to the end of the film, that he really is learning about Annie. And it really wasn't until she shot Buster that he actually took her seriously. So those are the three main points in terms of Paul Sheldon's setbacks. Now let's look at an accumulation of Annie Wilkes's setbacks. And so three main points again. And so I believe Annie Wilkes's missed opportunity to overcome personal misery, that it shouldn't have to take someone coming along to sort of show her the way out of misery, or it shouldn't have to take books on misery and on the main character, Misery Chastain, to show her out of misery. Annie, they could be a catalyst. The books can be a jumping off point, but at some point you're going to have to decide, I'm going to have to address my depression. I'm going to have to address my mental health issues. I'm going to have to address my misery, because she went to the extreme in keeping Paul Sheldon trapped and not letting him go, not wanting to let him go. And that is not a good sign of a person who has worked through his or her problems. And so I feel like that's a missed opportunity for her, because she just refused to overcome her personal misery. The only thing that she did was sit up in bed, watch TV, eat Cheetos, and drink Coca-Cola. Maybe make her a meal, go into town and go get some groceries, things like that, and then play with her pig, Misery. And even the pig could be a source of happiness and comfort and therapeutic catharsis for her, right? It did sort of keep her going, but after a while, the real Annie really came through. The second point I want to make is her missed opportunity to usher Paul Sheldon to full recovery. That she decided to nurse him back to health, not the reverse. And so once she set that goal, she should have seen that goal all the way through to the end. No, she wanted to become an editor. She wanted to become a writer. She wanted to become a pseudo teacher. She wanted to become a taskmaster, a warden. She was trying to do everything but be a nurse, to nurse him to full recovery. And when she takes the sledgehammer and hits his ankles, he was already on his way to full recovery with those legs. She just made the situation worse. And so that lets me know that she's not a real nurse in her heart, in her passion. She might have been a licensed nurse. She might have done all of the education requirements, right? But she's not a nurse in her heart, in her passion, in passion, because no one who has worked that hard and cares so much about being a nurse, being a doctor, being a teacher, being whatever it is going to just trash it and not do well by it. When you see, I understand, and I'm probably going to get some flack for this, but I understand that moms can be depressed, um, and can suffer from postpartum depression, but I'm not really talking about these moms. I'm talking about that mom who throws her kids off the balcony, who drives her kids into the river and lets them drown, right? Or who sets their kids afire, or who pimps their kids out to a person, even if they are under the influence of drugs. That's not a person who wanted to be a mother, and that's not a person who embraced it eventually as motherhood. That is a person who just got pregnant. And again, I'm not talking about the postpartum depression mothers. I don't know that. I haven't experienced that personally, but I do have a sense about people just in general who do certain things and they call it, oh, it was this, it was that, I wasn't in my right mind. It takes some visualization to make a decision like that, to wonder if it would work, to think about how to walk to the balcony and throw your kid off the balcony. So I feel like she didn't really have passion for the job. She might have been forced to take a job like that. Someone in her family might have, like a father or something, might have told her she got to do something, and she found something to do. It's like the people. Not every cop is committed to police violence, right? There are, accidental issues with police, and then there are people who actually join the force and put on a badge just to use police violence against someone and make it race-based. They don't have passion for the job, and they are making the people who care about law enforcement look bad, right? But because they all wear the blue uniform, it's hard to discern which one is good, which one is bad. The problem is, though, you have to begin thinking about whether or not this person is suitable and fit for the job, not someone who just looked at a job announcement and decided, okay, I'm just going to apply to become a cop, and not understanding the full scope of that decision making. And then now they are on the streets and they are having to confront the people on the streets, and many of their personality traits are coming out and they didn't expect it, and now they have committed a deed, and now they're going to be charged, and it's just a number of things. But that just tells you is that because you got many people who are very tired and burnt out in their careers, but they don't commit a crime as a cop. It's because they have passion for the job. They may not always like the job, but they're not going to do anything that's going to garner an ethics investigation or a criminal investigation. So I don't think she really had a sort of full passion for the job, because if you're strangling babies, that means that you are not willing to undergo many of the challenges with the job. When you strangle the baby, you end your inconvenience. See, there's a lot of excitement to take the job, but you're not willing to endure the job. And so if you're strangling babies and hurting people on the maternity ward wing, that means that you really didn't have passion for that job, and you don't know what it means to set a goal, endure a goal, and complete a goal. So she didn't usher him to full recovery. And then the last point is Annie Wilkes's missed opportunity to choose a career that best fits her personality and passion. I teach college students, college English. I do not have a passion for secondary education. That's K through 12. The little kids love me. They love, coming up to me. I think it's so strange, but they love me. But I don't have the patience to deal with kids. Now, if I was teaching at that level, it would be high school, and it would be junior, senior year, because it's much closer to them going to college, and I can help them with transition. But then I would have to deal with the parents, I would have to deal with the administrative staff. I don't have that patience for that. I don't have the passion. However, I do have the passion for what I teach and the administrators, and I don't have to deal with parents because the student is considered an adult in a college classroom. And sure, there's some office politics, and sometimes it can be just really um, silly or whatever. But I kind of understand the system. When I was in college, I was on student government. I sat on a faculty committee. I mean, it's a lot of things that I really care about at that level, and I teach at the community college level. Now, it might be arguable whether or not I have the passion to teach at the university level. I don't have a PhD, so I can't teach at that level. But I know where I have passion for, and I know, and my personality really fits at the community college level, and that may be a limit for me. And that's what I mean. That may not have been. She doesn't. Annie didn't have patience for babies, so why was she on a maternity ward? Because she wanted the honor connected to moving up, but she never really critically thought about, do I really care about babies? Do I care about this? Maybe I need to be a nurse in another department. She might have still should have been a nurse, but she might have should have been a nurse somewhere else. And so she didn't choose a career that best fits her personality and passion. Think about those people who are what's a good work in retail. And you know, when you are working with the public, you need to smile and be engaging. But you have some of the meanest people working in public. That is not the career that best fits your personality and your passion. And so that's something I thought about with Annie. And then the last one, accumulation of Sheriff Buster's setbacks. So I did want to include him in the discussion in terms of assessing this character's setbacks. And so there are three main points. Sheriff Buster's missed opportunity to extend his learning process. So one thing I will give him credit for, that he was very good about being proactive in terms of learning about Paul Sheldon, what he wrote, what he thought about, even being triggered by Annie's presence, and then thinking about that statement that he wrote from one of the books, and then seeing that process all the way through to the library and reading up on old news clippings, and then, you know, just considering that Annie might have Paul Sheldon, right? The problem that I feel that he did not extend his learning process was in learning about Annie. He was so hasty to leave that library with that statement, there's a justice higher than that of man, and I will be judged by him. He was so eager to leave that he didn't think to himself, okay, what about Annie? What about Annie Wilkes? Because it doesn't seem like he had been engaging Annie Wilkes on a regular basis, right, as sheriff. He didn't do a house by house search of Paul Sheldon, and so he was aware of Annie Wilkes' farm, but it didn't seem like he was concerned about trying to find out about Annie, because if he had stayed in the library and gotten more news clippings about Annie, especially the fact that he was looking at a news clipping about her court case on the courthouse steps, that should have prompted him to say, let me do a little bit more research to find out about her so I know what type of person she is, in the same way that he was willing to read all of those novels of Paul Sheldon's Misery series to learn about how he thought. And so that's why I feel like he missed his opportunity, because then it resulted in death. Had he done that, he would have really learned about Annie, and then he would have been more inclined to bring somebody along for backup, right? Why would you, knowing that everyone usually has a gun or shotgun in that type of area of Colorado. So knowing that she would have something like that, it should have prompted him to think to himself, I better bring some backup. The next point, Sheriff Buster's missed opportunity to close out gaps in his professional knowledge base. So the way he moves seems to be at the very beginning when he's trying to find Paul Sheldon, seems to be kind of standard. He's using the helicopter. He located the he saw that the tree was kind of bent, and it wasn't the weight of the snow, it was likely the car crash, so which was true. And then the second helicopter ride, he was able to see the car because the snow had melted. And then he called the state troopers, and then the reporters came out, and then he sort of assessed the car while everyone else was talking, and noticed that the car had been opened, likely by a crowbar. And there was just and then he took calls, he fielded calls from probably newspapers, and then of course the agent, and then he extended his process to learn about Paul Sheldon. So it seems like he had a pretty good professional knowledge base in terms of just standard ways of doing things. But some situations are kind of unique, and you have to be careful not to rely too much on your standard way of doing things, because then it will cloud your judgment. He's going to a house without bringing any backup. He's walking about the house without checking the whole house. He's still on the first floor, so to speak, right? And basically those houses in that area tend to have a basement or an attic, and he didn't check to ask her about her basement. So he's walking about the house, you know, trying to be in a way of authority, but is really not. And then he turns around and comes back in once he hears something, and that leads to him being shot. And so there's some gaps in his professional knowledge base as sheriff, and I don't know if they are elected or appointed, and sometimes we can be distracted with the idea that he has some years on him, which we always believe equates to wisdom. But once I mean, there was no stakeout. He could have left and got to a safer place, as I noted in a previous frame. He could have left and got to a separate place. Maybe drove his car somewhere, had someone with him, and to stake out the house at night, right? Not let on that he's anywhere in the area, but just sort of stake it out, and then he would know beyond a shadow of a doubt he's going at this by himself, and it's likely because he wants to be the person to solve the problem and get the sort of honor of solving the problem, because it looks bad as a sheriff that you still haven't found this person who is lost. And so then there's this drive to try to hurry up and find the person so you can repair your reputation. But when you are trying to do that, you sort of throw off the shackles of standards and ways of doing things and push forward your own personal agenda so that you could look better to your public, right? So I feel like there was some gaps in his professional knowledge base. And then the last point, Sheriff Buster's missed opportunity to utilize the full power of his office. So yes, he goes to the lodge, and then he goes to the general store, and he's just, you know, getting information, gathering intel, so to speak, or whatever. But he has all these men in the town, and he doesn't utilize the full power of his office. He deputizes his wife, but not the men. Not the men to go and search for Paul Sheldon, who is supposed to be this noted, well-known, respected author who is lost in his town. And the woman, she may have, his wife, Regina, may have some skills of her own. She likely can take care of herself. But in a situation like this, where they are trying to find someone who is lost and missing, and he's going back and forth to talk to the lodge manager and the general store manager, and he doesn't take out a badge or like the little star thing and deputize them because he just found out, or he is suspicious, especially when he talks to the general store manager and the manager says that Annie Wilkes has been coming to the store for typing paper. Okay, that should have been right there. There should have been a time that he could utilize the full power of his office and deputize that man, and also the lodge manager and any other man, to then go and search for Paul Sheldon. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So these are the accumulation of setbacks for Paul Sheldon, Annie Wilkes, and Sheriff Buster. So let's recap the 7 stages of setback. So the following represent the 7 stages of setback explored within Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction. And so we're going to apply. And so the 7 stages are the stages I came up with, and the book is going to be available August 2021. And it is missed opportunity, punishment, pain, correction, recovery, restoration, and advanced. So missed opportunity is sort of like that missed instruction, warning, direction. Someone is telling you something and you say, oh, I'm good, as if you don't need to hear that instruction. And the way you actually advance in life is by obeying an instruction. So that missed opportunity, and you said it yourself, that, oh, I had an opportunity to do something and I didn't do it. Oh, I remember my mother telling me to do something and I didn't do it. Oh, I should have done this, but I should have listened to my first mind. That's what the missed opportunity basically suggests. I always like to use the academic analogy. Say the missed opportunity was a math class, and everyone understands that in a math class you have to show all of your work. And whatever problem it is, you have to show all of your work. And so sometimes we get into these math classes and we don't want to show all of our work, and we just want to put the answer down on a piece of paper, or we just want to show part of it and still get to the answer. When the teacher taught you the long way of showing all your work, and she wants to see, or he wants to see, you demonstrate that knowledge, right? So you decide not to do it. You decide not to do it on homework, on tests, and then of course the final exam. Well, she fails you, or he fails you, right? And you try to make a case that, well, I don't see why I needed to show my work on everything. Well, it's no different than a language. When you are learning a language, you have to show all your work on your homework. You don't write it in English, you write it in that language. When you are called upon in the classroom, you don't say it in English, you say it in that language, because there must be a demonstration of knowledge of what you basically learned. So then you fail the course, and then you have to retake it because certain math courses are required for graduation. So then while you are taking that course, retaking that course, you take other courses that are also required, which makes it kind of inconvenient for you that you now have to retake a course you failed. So then that's sort of the punishment for that you have to retake the course, right? The system is punishing you. You could decide to quit school, but eventually that situation is going to come back around again. Some jobs require you to take a math course, or to demonstrate knowledge of certain math concepts, right, depending upon the job. So then the pain is oftentimes the feeling of inconvenience, having to take the other courses that already demand a lot of your time with the course that you have to take over. And then of course the pain is having to do everything that you were supposed to do in the previous course, which leads to correction. So whatever you failed to learn in the previous course, you're going to have to now learn, and which is going to be harder. That's why it's better to do what you need to do in previous courses. They could be life courses, they could be job courses. Say for instance, you're supposed to stay at a job and come to work on time, right? But you come when you want to, and then you are written up, and so many write-ups could lead to suspension and then later a firing. Once you get to another job, well, it could be harder for you to get another job because of that firing. So Correction is essentially, in this particular analogy, in the math analogy, is showing all your work line by line. I remember a teacher, we were in the faculty break area and room, and she was grading her math papers, her student papers. And I noticed, and she had her red pen, and I noticed that she was checking every line. Now we can have upwards of 100 plus students a semester, and that could be, depending on how many classes you are teaching, how many students are in each class, right? That's a lot of work. Not only did she have to prepare the lessons and teach the lessons and meet with students or whatever, but when she was checking the homework, she was checking it line by line. There were certain lines she would mark a X, and then there were certain lines she would mark a check mark. And so she will be the great corrector, in a sense, in this particular analogy. But whatever you didn't do in the previous course, you're now going to have to do, which is going to take a lot of time, because you don't know which teacher you're going to get and which teacher who is going to require you to go above and beyond. And so then once you do that, that leads to recovery. Recovery is recovering from your bad thinking about a particular situation. Your bad thinking was, I don't need to show all of my work. Look, I got the answer right here. I got the answer. I mean, I worked out the problem on my other sheet of paper. I can show that to you. But she instructed you to show all of your work on the test paper, not on some other paper. You could have scratch paper, but you needed to show all of your work on the test paper. So recovering from bad thinking is recovering from the idea that I can do it my way and still get to the destination. But the teacher's telling you that may be true, but I want you to do it in this way, right? And then restoration is sort of like that mentoring. It's mentorship. The person encouraging you on a better path, mentoring you, telling you the reason why it's important to do it in this standard way. Sure, if you got your own class and you were teaching your own class after graduating or something like that years later, you may decide to do it your own way, but you'll find out that when you teach a class yourself, you will find out that you are likely to do it the very same way that you were taught, and you are likely to expect your students to do it exactly the same way you were taught. So a lot of times people want to skip out and skip through the process, not understanding that they're going to get somebody just like them later. And it can be on a job, it can be as a teacher, it can be in any capacity, and you're going to find yourself talking like a teacher in the same way your teacher was talking to you. So restoration is that mentoring. And then advance is that forward and continuous movement, that you want to get out of setback. And again, you have to go through all of these stages in order to get to advance. But you need to understand that some people live to survive setback. But if you think about the visual of the track runner running around on the track, and then it gets to the finish line and doesn't cross. Okay, if he stays at the finish line, he is surviving his setback. But if he crosses the finish line, he is overcoming his setback. And so that's what you want to do. And then advance, you want to continue to stay in an advanced forward and continuous movement, so that you don't always repeat your setback. If you think about the person who is being sort of let out of prison, right? Why is it that they continually go back and forth into prison? Because they are missing something. They're not allowing them they have missed the opportunity to stay out of it. And then the punishment is to send them back, and the pain is to try to figure out why they keep doing it, and they're not being corrected, meaning that they're not receiving instruction. So that leads to no recovery, no restoration, and no advance. And they think just because they got out that that's a success in their life, but you got to stay out. And so these are the 7 stages of setback, and now we're going to apply them to the film. So to miss something is to fail to notice, hear, or understand something that was crucial for you to know. What is Annie Wilkes's missed opportunity? What is Paul Sheldon's missed opportunity? What is Sheriff Buster's missed opportunity? What is the writer-director's missed opportunity? So Annie Wilkes's missed opportunity, I feel, is just in not taking Paul into full recovery. Or let's say, for instance, we leave that off for a minute and we look at the fact that she could have called the ambulance, right? Her missed opportunity really in that regard is friendship, long-term friendship. That had she stayed true to her word, when the roads open up, I'm going to call your agent, call the police, call the ambulance, call your daughter. Then she would have been a woman of her word. And then when Paul Sheldon came to town, to write another book, he would have looked Annie up, and then she would have had a long-term friendship. The way she does it, she traps him and keeps him there, isolates him, which makes him want to run and escape even more. So I feel like that's her missed opportunity. Paul Sheldon's missed opportunity is in basically not titling his work, but it has a lot to do with ending the Misery series, that it just doesn't make economic financial sense for him to end something that is working and productive. And to get into another thing and have to build a whole new base and character, integrity and trust, when he could have done both at the same time. He could have used Misery like you do with a full-time job. You keep the job, you keep the cash flow coming in, and then he could have been working on the new book just quietly and pushing it along the way, right? Sheriff Buster's missed opportunity, I feel, is in not deputizing another person in the office. That may be too easy to think about, but just not staying abreast of new ways of handling certain incidents that come along, right? If you have been the sheriff of a particular town for so long, you get used to just regular day-to-day things, but not maybe taking a continuing education course to deal with kidnappings or something. I don't know, serial killers or just anything like that, right? That I feel like that's his missed opportunity. And then the writer-director's missed opportunity is in maybe not letting Paul walk. You know, his hands do the walking for him in terms of typing, but there's a lot we don't know. You know, we get sort of bits and pieces of Paul Sheldon through Annie, through her biography of him. But I thought it was interesting just overall that Paul never got up and walked. And I don't know if that's really significant or if we should care about that, but it is something that I thought about. The purpose of punishment is to address negative and or bad behavior. To punish is to inflict a penalty, discipline, and correction. So what is Annie Wilkes's punishment? What is Paul Sheldon's punishment? What is Sheriff Buster's punishment? And how does the writer-director use punishment? So Annie Wilkes's punishment is likely the fact that she dies in the end, right? That she is not going to have access to the book, the Misery Returns. That she's not going to sort of live out the rest of her misery through Paul Sheldon's book. right? That she never got to find out who Misery Chastain chose. That's punishment for her. Going to jail or killing her off really is not punishment. That's just obvious, right? If she was caught, she would go to jail, go to court, things like that. And then Paul having to kill her in the end was just obvious because he has to escape. He got to get out of there, and it's basically that if he doesn't kill her, she's going to kill him. So those are sort of obvious. But the true punishment is not letting Annie Wilkes live with her misery. That's what I feel like that is a punishment for her. Paul Sheldon's punishment is doing something other than what the reading audience requires, right? Jumping the gun, thinking that he could change genres, shift his career, and that it would be okay and that everyone would accept him. He was delusional. Even if he didn't cross Annie's path, there was going to be serious issues with him taking that route. Now, of course, the last book, the book at the end of the film, is praised and received, but I think is in large part because of his experiences with Annie and that likely gaining notoriety. But if it had just gone straight and he didn't crash his car and he went back to New York and then he pushed that book, he would have gotten serious blowback from his reading audience, and then that would have been punishment. Sheriff Buster's punishment is just essentially trying to go at this thing by himself without really any backup, and so he's literally killed off. He's punished in the end, meaning that he really didn't have to be punished in terms of being killed by Annie or Annie killing him if he had just asked for help, right? When you think about Virginia sitting at the at his desk trying to clean up his desk, and he comes in and he's frustrated with her and telling her, don't worry about it, don't touch it. It's his way of not asking for help and going in and getting that statement, but then just basically not telling her anything. When he finds out that Annie has been buying the paper, he doesn't tell anybody that he's going out there to the house to ask any questions under a suspicion. So his punishment is just acting alone and not asking for help, not deputizing the men, not telling his wife where he's going. And then how does the writer-director use punishment? Ultimately, the greatest punishment that he uses is with the sledgehammer and having Annie walk out the narrative of hobbling or demonstrate the narrative of hobbling by actually committing the act. And that is the punishment that is felt really throughout the whole film, even though it is in that one area of the film that Annie has a problem. She's not really punishing him to keep him from leaving. She's punishing him really because he thought that he could leave the Misery series and everything would be good. And so she's the person who is standing for all of the reading audience who want that book, and she's essentially taking that sledgehammer and punishing him with that. Because who do you think you are to stop the Misery series when we've been living for this Misery series? You're on your 8th book. There are more books to go, right? And we could tell that is true because he wrote another book, Misery's Return. So Annie was not completely off base. So I think that's how the writer-director uses punishment. The pain reminds you that you have done something wrong, you have made the wrong move, and you need to undergo a process to let the pain ride itself out until the fever breaks. So what is Annie Wilkes' pain? What is Paul Sheldon's pain? What is Sheriff Buster's pain? How does the writer-director use pain? So Annie Wilkes' pain is the fact that the untitled book is a distraction for her, and that she has pain because she feels like there's no nobility in it, in the same way there is nobility in Misery Chastain. And then when she finally reads Misery Chastain's the new book in the series, the last book in the series, pain comes over her, that her misery has to end, right? I mean, the Misery Chastain character is ending. Paul Sheldon is ending the book, but it's also like her misery has to end. And when you're used to something, you feel entitled to it. So Annie feels entitled to pain. I mean, to her misery. She doesn't see it as pain for her. It's breathing for her. Misery, right? Her setback is breathing for her. And so now you're saying I'm going to have to end my misery and start confronting my misery and anything that has contributed to it as manifested and maybe in pain, and even look at my setback. I likely had to lose my license because I was strangling babies. And now you want me to address all of that? That's why people tend to take drugs or drink themselves to sleep, because they don't want to confront the pain. And so when she reads that Misery Chastain has died through childbirth, it's almost like she was dying. You know, Annie Wilkes was dying. And so she felt the pain of that. What is Paul Sheldon's pain? Well, the fact that he had to burn his book. But, you know, that's kind of arguable, because even though he's psychologically undone by it, I don't see any real emotions with it. There was some reluctance to burn the book, but he goes into just a blank face about it. I don't see any crying. And that could be one of the missed opportunities, too, that the director fails to show Paul Sheldon manifest his pain other than yelling, right? No crying at all. And then Sheriff Buster's pain is essentially the pain connected to not being able to solve the problem. Something, he's gone wrong somewhere. That's why I feel like he goes and gets those novels and reads them, because he's gone wrong somewhere. He's made the wrong move. He's made the wrong assumptions or something like that. And so his pain was just not being able, he's the sheriff. And he can't solve this problem, right? And so that's what I feel like his pain was. And then how does the writer-director use pain? And so maybe if we look at Virginia is not noticeably in pain, but it is kind of frustrating when you want to help and the person doesn't want to receive your help, her husband. But the way the writer-director uses pain is maybe the viewing audience sort of reading the newspaper clippings with Paul Sheldon and noticing that many people were dying when Annie was near them, her father, the fellow student. There was also a painful moment when the mother, the parents lose their babies, right? As we were looking at those newspaper clippings, right? There's the pain of Buster dying that Virginia is going to have to now hold in her heart, that her husband died the way he died, right? So pain is used in different ways. You know, you just have to interpret it a little differently, how the writer-director uses it. The purpose of correction is to get you back on the original path set for you, or you set for yourself. Correction is defined as the returning of something to its former place or condition. So was Annie Wilkes corrected? Was Paul Sheldon corrected? Was Sheriff Buster corrected? How does the writer-director use correction? So Annie Wilkes is never really corrected, in a sense that she set the goal to help Paul Sheldon recover, but she only made the situation worse. So she didn't learn from her mistakes. She was all preoccupied with that untitled book, and she dropped the soup on his bed, and she's saying, "Look at what you made me do." but she didn't self-correct and say, okay, he wrote the book, that's his book. Hopefully he will continue to write more Misery series, but I can't be mad at him for that. I'm just going to do what I said I'm going to do. I'm just going to nurse him back to recovery. She was never corrected. If anything, she was trying to kill him at the end. So Annie Wilkes was never corrected. Paul Sheldon corrected? So I mean, through Annie Wilkes, in terms of, okay, you're trying to shut down this book, this series. No, I'm going to get you to rewrite, write Misery's Return and extend the series. So she was corrected, right? She corrected him in that regard. But when he says at the beginning of the film, I never meant it to become my life, and that he wants to write more serious work and be something worth proud of, I interpret that as him not really understanding his audience, and then at the end, his reading audience, and then at the very end of the movie, when he talks to his agent that he learned something from that situation, I feel like he was corrected, or that Annie helped him. I feel like he was corrected in that way. So that now, sure, he says at the end, I wrote it for me. I'm not writing it for awards and recognition. And maybe that's what he started out doing with Misery, and then he took it too far. Regardless, I feel like he might have been a kind of person like Buster, who didn't feel like he needed any help. And then in the end, he felt like he got the help that he needed, right? So Paul Sheldon, yeah, I feel like he was corrected, because anytime you start using the word learned or helped or something like that, I feel like you receive some kind of correction. And so he's back on the path, and I feel like he will on some level consider his reading audience. Was Sheriff Buster corrected? Well, you could say that when he initially addressed trying to find Paul Sheldon, he did it from a place of, previous understanding, his own standards and ways of doing things. But he was willing to be corrected in that, and buying a bag of Paul Sheldon's books and learning about Paul Sheldon and learning about what he wrote and how he wrote, right? In other words, he sort of did what Annie should have done in terms of learning from the situation. So I do feel like he was corrected. And then how does the writer-director use correction? Well, the writer-director uses correction in very sort of extreme ways, especially with Annie, and having Paul Sheldon burn the book, and using the sledgehammer, and making Paul rewrite or write an extension of the series, right? I think he uses correction, but it's sort of biased in the sense that it's whatever Annie wants him to do, not necessarily what Paul Sheldon wants him to do. To recover is to return to a state of health, mind, and strength. Without soundness of mind, it would be difficult to accomplish or achieve anything. So did Annie Wilkes recover? Did Paul Sheldon recover? Did Sheriff Buster recover? How does the writer-director recover characters or use recovery? So Annie Wilkes, of course, does not recover, because and recovery, remember, is recovering from a bad way of thinking about a particular situation. Annie Wilkes does not recover in the end, of course, because she dies, right? Paul Sheldon ends up killing her, but she doesn't recover the soundness of mind of leading him to recovery, leading Paul Sheldon to recovery, and being just preoccupied with that. She doesn't keep her word. She doesn't bring in the ambulance or the sheriff, alert the sheriff, anything like that. So she prevents recovery, which affects her own recovery, right? Or affects her ability to recover on her own. So her soundness of mind is, or lack of soundness of mind, is just unpacked throughout the rest of the film until we see the very end. and all is well with the world and things are resolved. Did Paul Sheldon recover? Sure, he recovered. Not fully recovered in terms of physically because he has to walk with a cane, right? I feel like he was on his way to recovery before she used that sledgehammer. And so now he will always have a limp. He will always have something as a reminder. You can recover in terms of saying, I'm still going to go forth with my career. After all, he did write a whole new book. He ended up burning 2 books, right? The one where she made him burn it, and then the one where he burned Misery's Return. So now, did he recover in terms of extending the Misery series or whatever? No, he meant what he said, that he didn't want to make it his life. And so in some ways, the Annie Wilkes situation kind of helped him to make a different turn, because it's a bad thing when you have extreme actors, people who take your work so seriously to the point that they need to kidnap you and try to kill you when you decide you want to let it go. Did Sheriff Buster recover? Not necessarily, because he dies in the end. He had a warning before he went to the house when the wife was trying to help him and he refused help, meaning that's kind of like a inherent implicit warning in the film. Ask for help. I'm here to help you. Let me help you. And so he goes about the town trying to find, ask questions and find Paul Sheldon without help. So he doesn't recover because he still had the attitude that I can go at this alone and I'm going to do it by myself and I'm going to resolve this problem myself, which led to his death. Then how does the writer-director recover characters or use recovery? So with Paul Sheldon, he wanted to become a serious writer, and he started out that goal to try to become a serious writer, and that goal was thwarted by his hastiness to leave too early, and then ended up crashing his car, and then being subjected to sort of like a mini kidnapping or something like that, being trapped in Annie's house. But in the end, the writer-director still recovers. That main goal that he had was to write seriously, and we see the title of the new book as something that is much more serious. So yes, he does recover or use recovery for Paul Sheldon. Restoration requires mentorship, and mentorship is predicated on learning from someone who has walked out the process. So how does Annie Wilkes restore herself? How does Paul Sheldon restore himself? Did the writer-director restore Annie Wilkes? Did the writer-director restore Paul Sheldon? How does the writer-director use restoration? So Annie Wilkes restores herself and bringing back her own misery. Right? That you're going to write this new book, but you're going to have to end this previous untitled book. I mean, you don't even have a title to it anyway, so it's not really worth anything. You don't even know what it's about because you're asking me what it's about, so it's really not worth anything. So I got to restore my misery, and I'm going to use you to do it. I'm keeping my misery. So you're going to write Misery's Return, and that's how she sort of restores herself. Paul Sheldon restores himself. How does he restore himself? Mainly, Paul Sheldon, strangely enough, takes some mentorship from Annie Wilkes. The first chapter that he writes of Misery's Return is not worthy of anything, according to Annie Wilkes. That is beneath him. And then she goes into that whole spiel about the Rocket Man and everything. And so through her guidance, he writes a better draft. And then she continues to read all of his other drafts and gives him feedback. So, because remember, Annie is the reader. Annie knows the book. She has read the book. She read them from cover to cover over and over again. And so she knows the storyline. So when he was trying to come up with just something to give to Annie to shut her up, she immediately realized, no, this is not what happened. You're not going to be able to fool me into believing that this happened. No, you're going to have to rewrite a whole new draft, right? Because I know the Misery series and I know what you wrote and what you write, and you're going to have to do better. So she sort of works like a taskmaster, a mentor, that you need to have some integrity. This is beneath you. This first draft you're giving me is beneath you. You know better than this, right? I know you know better than this because I've read all of your other books. So did the writer-director restore Annie Wilkes? I mean, in a sense of having Paul write Misery's Return because she wants her misery. So Paul is used as a tool to bring back her misery by writing Misery's Return. Did the writer-director restore Paul Sheldon? Sure. Back to his life? Yeah, of course. Now through Annie, of course, as well, but back to his life. He didn't die in the end, right? And he returned. This time he put a title on his work. This time he knew what the work was about, versus in the beginning of the film, he didn't title it and he didn't know what it was about. So sure, yeah, he's restored in that way. And then how does the writer-director use restoration? I think in terms of not knowing what you need to know to carry out a task, and then searching for what you need to know to carry out a task is a form of restoration or mentorship. So you see Buster operating on previous ways of solving problems and then shifting from those previous ways to now trying to figure out the best way to solve the missing Paul Sheldon problem by now reading about Paul Sheldon. So I think in that way I think the writer-director uses restoration. And then advance. To advance is to move forward in a purposeful way and make or cause progress. Advancing is a forward and continuous movement. So did Annie Wilkes advance? Did Paul Sheldon advance? Did Sheriff Buster advance? Does the writer-director advance any other character? So Annie Wilkes' misery advances, strangely enough, when she forces him to rewrite that book, write Misery's Return. Her misery returns, and when she said before that that misery made her happy, she was actually happy. Now we know that is going backwards, to embrace your misery, to embrace your setback. But for Annie, that was advancing for her because it made her happy. So her misery, her setback made her happy, which advances her in her own way. Did Paul Sheldon advance? So, well, he stayed alive, you know. He put on the face necessary, the actor's face necessary to keep himself alive. And he stays alive all the way throughout the film to the very end, very much because of that actor's face. Now, he had to essentially put on misery. He had to essentially embrace his setback with a smile. Annie was really smiling, but he had to do it, like I said about the baby, the parent sticking out his tongue with the baby to see if the baby is going to mimic the parent, right? He had to put on that baby's face to mimic what the parent looks like. So Annie smiles, Paul Sheldon smiles. Annie frowns a little bit, Paul Sheldon frowns a little bit, or whatever, and then he tries to catch himself so that he can still continue to extend his life. So yes, I think in that way he advances. Did Sheriff Buster advance? Sure. I think he didn't advance towards, he advanced towards the end of the movie, but he's shot, he's killed. But the fact that he was willing to learn something different and move about in a purposeful way in terms of understanding something different represents his advance. And then, does the writer-director advance any other character? I don't think Virginia advances. I don't think the lodge manager advances. I don't think the general store manager advances. I really don't think any other character advances. Plus, uh, we don't get too much engagement with those other characters, with the secondary characters, to know if they advance. But it's not like we see the general manager coming out the store and saying to the sheriff, let me help you with this. Anything I can do, I'm available. You can deputize me or something like that. We got to find Paul Sheldon, right? They're not sort of moving forward in a purposeful way. They stay where they are. They stay where they assigned. The lodge manager is assigned to the lodge. The general store manager is assigned to the general store. You don't see them leaving those places, right, to come out and try to offer some kind of help, right? So no, I don't think the writer director advances any other character. So these are the 7 stages of setback that we apply to the film. So let's look at a special topic. So I wanted to get into goal orientation. So let's look at Annie Wilkes's performance goal orientation, Paul Sheldon's learning goal orientation, Sheriff Buster's learning goal orientation, and then the writer director's performance goal orientation. And we're going to get into the differences. So what is goal orientation theory? Goal orientation theory is related to motivation, and it provides a framework for understanding behavioral intentions and strategies that determine how students, for example, approach and engage in a learning activity. For example, if students desire to pass a course with an A, we may measure those students' motivations based on their willingness to look good to other students or their willingness to learn for learning's sake. The goal will determine achievement of mastery. This means that students may be extrinsically motivated, exhibiting a performance goal orientation, or intrinsically motivated, applying a learning goal orientation. The adoption of a goal orientation reveals mindset. So if you think about Annie has a performance goal orientation because she's not willing to learn for learning's sake. She's willing to demonstrate what a nurse would do in a given situation, but the situation with Paul requires learning. And so in the same way that her time at the maternity ward required learning, the babies, instead of learning about what is upsetting the babies and making them cry, she decides to strangle them. Instead of learning about Paul and why he would be interested in writing a whole new book, she decides to make him burn his book and also utilize any violence to keep him there. So she's strangling both. She's strangling the babies and she's strangling Paul, right? So she has a performance goal orientation. She's not willing to learn. Where you see Sheriff Buster, he initially has a performance goal orientation to do things in the same way he's always done them, but he's willing to change his mindset into a learning goal orientation where he's willing to learn something different so that he could accomplish his goal, right? And then that means that he has better intrinsic motivation. So let's look at it. So what is learning goal orientation? So learning goal orientation is defined as the desire to pursue competence and mastery in a subject matter. Because competence is developed over time, students and individuals alike develop ways and strategies to increase their knowledge through effortful learning. They tend to be intrinsically motivated. Students setting learning goals place a higher value on learning, are more inclined to be self-regulated through self-monitoring, and engage in challenging tasks, spending effortful time on completing the tasks. Students with a learning goal orientation perceive failure as possible, but understand that more time should be spent on adopting an intrinsic motivation to learn the material and adopting a positive attitude towards assignments and tasks. They understand that task difficulty is part of learning. They often apply a growth mindset towards goal completion. So that's a lot to take in, but let's look at the competence angle for a minute. Paul Sheldon does have competence and mastery in terms of writing the 8 novels, right? Writing the series. He wrote it, right? But when he is forced to rewrite or extend or write Misery's Return, and he writes that first draft, his competence and mastery is challenged by Annie, because remember, Annie knows. She knows the books, right? She knows the series. So Annie demonstrates more competence and mastery in Paul Sheldon's work than Paul Sheldon. Sometimes you can just write and be a great writer and know the subject matter, study the subject matter, but not really have a passion for the work that if you were asked a question, would you be able to answer it? In terms of competence and mastery with Annie, Annie strangles the problem before she resolves it. So the babies are crying, that's a problem. Well, babies cry. So then she should now go talk to a supervisor, a supervising nurse, maybe consult some books, talk to a psychologist, understand why babies cry. She's not willing to do that. She's not willing to pursue competence and mastery in the subject matter of crying babies. They're crying because they may be hungry. They're crying because they may have attachment issues. They need their mama, right? They need their parents, their caregiver. And instead of learning about that, the only thing she's willing to do is strangle. She's also not willing to address her own sort of intent in being a nurse, that you are now taking your hands and putting those hands around a baby and strangling a baby, and nothing in her sort of yells out, why am I putting my hands on a baby? So there's some competence and mastery issues in both Annie and Paul Sheldon, Annie Wilkes and Paul Sheldon. Then of course Buster, sort of not increasing his professional knowledge base, right? We don't see Buster talking to the state trooper and having a conversation with him. We still see Buster going off on his own, examining the car, examining the trees, examining things from a sort of isolated point of view. I'm going to do it the way I'm going to do it. So that means that lessens the impact of your competence and mastery in subject matter. And the subject matter changed. So he was willing to read books on Paul Sheldon, rather read Paul Sheldon's books to learn about him, but he wasn't willing to learn more about Annie Wilkes, right? So competence and mastery is a interesting thing, right? So then the task difficulty for Annie would have been how do I resolve this baby crying thing? The task difficulty for Paul Sheldon would be, how do I resolve this idea that I didn't want to make misery my life, right? And then how do I resolve task difficulty for Sheriff Buster? How do I resolve embracing the idea or not embracing the idea that I need help, right? That I can't do this alone. Deputizing your wife keeps you safe. It doesn't keep you focused conscientiously on the particular task and how to solve it, right? I'm not saying that the wife is not useful, but it's convenient, right? And she's not going to really challenge you as much because you are the sheriff and you are her wife. So when you have a learning goal orientation, it reflects your ability or your inclination towards a growth mindset. And we are going to get into that as well, because you set a goal, you endure a goal, you complete the goal. So with Annie doesn't understand how to nurse someone to recovery, right? She doesn't understand that something in her gets mixed up with her own biases and things she wants to do, and she's not concerned about the immediate goal, which is to nurse Paul Sheldon to recovery, or nurse him to a part of the recovery process, and then hand it over to the experts at the hospital, who can then resolve the issue. What is performance goal orientation? So performance goal orientation is defined as measuring one's competence compared to others. Students who set a performance goal desire to appear competent to others or appear less competent to others. They tend to be extrinsically motivated. Students setting performance goals are more concerned with demonstrating their abilities in contrast and or in comparison to their academic counterparts. Students with a performance goal orientation tend to avoid failure by not engaging in an activity, feeling frustration with failure when failure might be imminent. They attribute success to external factors, especially to such beliefs about luck. They are more inclined to focus on the difficulty of the task than on the possibility of completion. They often reflect a fixed mindset about goal completion. So this is Annie all the way. If this is not anybody, this is definitely Annie, that she measures her competence compared to others. And when you remember Paul Sheldon reading the newspaper clippings in the photo album, you see that one student who had honors, who garnered honors, ended up dying somehow suspiciously, and then Annie was the one raised up to have honors, or promoted to have honors, right? That she measured her competence compared to others, right? And that goes on about 2 instances. And when you think about Paul Sheldon, does he measure his competence compared to others? Well, if he wants to be a serious writer, he wants to be taken seriously, he wants to write something worthy of putting on his tombstone. So there may be an implicit comparison to other writers, maybe in his genre, who are writing much more seriously and gaining more praise. So that's just implicit. He doesn't talk about anyone who is sort of writing a serious type of work at a highly competent level, because if you want to do something new, you have to begin studying it and begin outlining and thinking about it and researching and discussing, right? He doesn't mention anybody. When he is speaking with his agent in the office before he goes to New York, he doesn't discuss sort of like a specific genre of work where he wants to be taken seriously. It's not like he wants to begin writing a biography or historical biographies, or writing on a president, or any other, writing on, say, the American Revolution or so. He's not talking about a specific thing. He's just essentially saying, I just want to be taken seriously as a writer. So he's suggesting that what he has been doing with Misery is not serious work, even though it requires a fair amount of good research, right? He doesn't seem to think that it is worthy of anything. So if he doesn't think it's worthy of anything, he doesn't give himself competence. He doesn't apply competence to it. It's not serious enough to reflect high competence. So then he must believe that he is incompetent, right? Incompetent in that area. Now, it's Annie who challenges that notion, in a sense that when he's writing Misery Return, those first drafts, that this is beneath you and this is not what goes on, and I really know about the book, and you're going to have to rewrite these chapters, right? So you almost have to wonder then, has he been writing these books the whole time? And I posed this question much earlier in the film analysis, but we don't know for certain. But it's interesting that the first drafts, he wouldn't want to showcase his talent. Okay. I don't know if Buster is measuring his competence compared to others, but it may be just implicit, or it may be obvious because he's the sheriff. And so he can stand behind the badge and say, I'm the sheriff and I know much more than you anyway. Even though he goes out and talks to the lodge manager, and he talks to the general store manager, and he, talks to his wife in terms of if any more calls came in about Paul Sheldon. But there's an obvious sort of ego-based competence that Sheriff Buster has because he is the sheriff. He's the boss of the town in that sense, right? So he's going to measure his competence implicitly with everybody else simply because he has a title. And that's kind of in contrast to the fact that Paul Sheldon didn't have a title for his work to measure his competence and to measure his ego-based authority on the topic, right? Sheriff Buster represents authority, right? And the authority that he has wielded as sheriff. And even he thought he needed to be humble enough to read about Paul Sheldon to learn more about him, which means that he decided to increase his competence. But he's kind of more performance goal orientation in the fact that he is somewhat in the beginning more performance goal orientation. Applies a performance goal orientation because he's walking about like sheriff, and that I'm the authority, and so I'm not quite sure I need any much more than that. And then he adopts a learning goal orientation because he was willing to resolve his task difficulty. So he did have a fixed mindset at the beginning, but ended up with a growth mindset. So let's look at the side-by-side comparison. So the learning goal orientation, the adoption of learning goals is based on the intrinsic desire to learn and master content through personal effort. Learning goal adopters increase knowledge by utilizing a growth mindset. And then performance goal orientation, the adoption of performance goals is based on the necessity to compare oneself to others and their abilities. Performance goal adopters increase knowledge by utilizing a fixed mindset. So if we stay on the right column just for a minute, the fact that Sheriff Buster wouldn't ask anybody else for help other than just gaining some information about Annie Wilkes and what she's been buying from the general store manager, or looking at the sign-in sheet when Paul Sheldon came in. When Paul Sheldon came to the lodge and left the lodge, right? That he didn't need to increase his knowledge with that, because they basically gave him basic knowledge, right? And he didn't necessarily need to compare himself or contrast himself, because it was just obvious that he's the person with authority. But then he was willing to master content or utilize a growth mindset to try to solve the problem. So what is mindset? This is Carol Dweck. The title of her book is Mindset, The New Psychology of Success: How We Can Learn to Fulfill Our Potential. And she addresses 4 areas. So Carol Dweck defines mindset or mindset theory as the general belief we have about the underlying nature of personal abilities and our decisions. Some people exhibit a growth mindset in which they believe that abilities can be developed over time, while other people exhibit a fixed mindset in which they believe that abilities are static. Mindset is based on assumptions and methods and can inform one's worldview. So we base a lot of times whether or not we can resolve a task issue, resolve the difficulty of the task based upon our mindset, our worldview, whether or not we feel like we are capable and have the skills and tools and mindset to resolve it. So we either believe that if we fail this course, all we have to do is study harder to pass the course, then we are operating with the growth mindset. If we say, I'm not sure I can pass this course with an A or something like that, I'm not sure I will ever be able to get these mathematical concepts to pass this course, then we are operating with the fixed mindset. So therefore, when we operate with a fixed mindset, we won't even try, because especially if we feel like failure is imminent. When you think about Annie must have felt that failure was imminent when she started strangling the babies. That she didn't feel like she was capable enough to understand and resolve the problem called crying babies, right? When she's having to deal with Paul Sheldon and he has written a different book that is not misery, she didn't know how to resolve that problem other than to trap him there and say, if I die, you die, right? Or to make him burn the book and then make him write a whole different book. That's how she resolved the problem. And then Sheriff Buster, I'm not going to be able to resolve this problem, or initially the only way to resolve this problem is to do things the way I'm used to doing things. When in reality he felt that he was not going to be able to solve it until he had to begin reading Paul Sheldon's works, and that's how he kind of overcame a fixed mindset and moved into a growth mindset. So understanding mindset, here's a bit of a wheel here. The nature of one's mindset is always determined by perception of intelligence and abilities, and whether abilities can be developed through effort, persistence, and learning from mistakes. Adopting and trying different strategies for learning is key to perceiving intelligence as developing over time and not simply as static. People who feel they are intelligent without much effortful learning tend to exhibit a fixed mindset about learning in general. In other words, they do not feel that learning is necessary and tend to focus on the possibility of failure if they improve their learning. Their abilities in the moment are important. So essentially, the person is tired of learning. There is nothing in the textbooks that allows for a nurse to strangle a baby. There's something in the textbooks that allows for a nurse to do CPR compressions or try to revive a baby, right? If the baby is unconscious or something like that. But there's nothing in the textbooks that suggests it is okay to strangle a baby. So Annie did not feel like she was competent enough to resolve the problem called crying baby. And she focused so much on the possibility of failure, meaning that the possibility of not being able to resolve the problem, that she stopped her learning. She only focused on the abilities that she could do in the moment that were prior to her actually strangling the baby, whatever. So nurses answer phones, nurses talk to patients, nurses administer, pills, they take vitals, things like that. Okay, she was basically operating with those assumptions. But when the baby started to cry, there was nothing in her background, or I mean, I'm sorry, nothing in her training that instructed her on how to resolve that problem. And so she wasn't interested in adopting and trying a different strategy for learning, which would have required her to talk to someone outside of herself and get help and get someone to show her how to rock a baby, how to talk to a baby, how to feed the baby, all the different things that are normal in terms of training. She wasn't willing to do that. With Paul Sheldon, it's kind of hard because Paul Sheldon has been writing the novel series, the Misery series, and it's hard to say if his learning is really static because it seems like with each series, he kind of improves upon himself. But his perception, though, is that he is static, that his writing is static. It is not something that he wants to be proud of and put on his tombstone, that he didn't plan on it becoming his life. And so he feels like he is static and not moving anywhere. Whereas the reading audience feels like he's moving. You know, the fact that he has written multiple books in the series feels like for them that he's moving. So it's interesting about his mindset. And then Sheriff Buster's mindset, I don't think he necessarily fears failure. I think he's just confused about the task and how to solve it. And that he basically realizes he's not going to be able to solve it the way that he thinks. So through effort and persistence and learning from his mistakes, he's willing to change his mindset from fixed to growth. So in looking at the wheel, the nature of mindsets, habits of mind, created by experiences, create blind spots, self-deceptive, shape our lives, shape our world, can be developed, can be transcended. And the fact that Annie is willing to put her hands on a baby and strangle the baby tells you a lot about her worldview and how her life is shaped and how she shapes the world. Because as soon as she does that and the babies die, she shapes the parents whose baby has died, right? She shapes the hospital. She shapes the laws. Even though strangling babies is not in the academic textbook, at least in terms of training, it might become part of the academic textbook because of the court case. And it's definitely in the law books and in the legislation on what to do with attempted murder or something like that, right? So she shapes the world, she shapes the life of the people around her. I often note in a previous frame, why is it that Sheriff Buster is not really engaging Annie Wilkes, right? I also say in a previous frame, why isn't Paul Sheldon engaging the town? Because had he had dinner with the sheriff, or had he had dinner with the townsperson, or even the lodge manager, or even visited the general store manager and saw Annie Wilkes get his books, the general store manager would have whispered something in his ear, in Paul Sheldon's ear, about Annie Wilkes. But that's kind of like a blind spot for him, that he'll come to a town and write for 6 weeks on end at a time, but not know the town, right? That's his habit, but he's not learning about the world around him. And the fact that he's missing is now shaping the very world that he enters and exits all the time, right? And so mindset matters, because you might say Paul Sheldon has a fixed mindset about the town he visits. I don't really need to know the people. I just really need to know this lodge. I'm just here to write a book and then I'm out. Okay. I don't need to know much more than that. But the people care about you. The people in that town are reading audience members, right? They know you are in town, and you don't care enough to know them. And so that represents a fixed mindset that he's not willing to know anything other than his goal, which is still important. You can't knock him for having a goal to finish the book, but it's interesting that he's not willing to know any more than what he knows, right? That's why I say he's kind of like Buster in the beginning, Sheriff Buster in the beginning, that he's only willing to know his ways of thinking, and until he's pressed in his mind about learning something about Paul Sheldon, um, he wasn't going to change, right? And then Annie Wilkes, of course, is just not going to change at all. And we see in the end that she doesn't change. And so the novel, and I mean, the film basically kills her off. It's like, it's like judge, jury, and executioner. You are not willing to learn anything beyond your misery, so there's no sense in you remaining in the world. So this is, I took another screenshot of um, the characteristics of a fixed mindset and characteristics of a growth mindset. If you type in fixed mindset, growth mindset, visuals, graphics, you will find different types. And so I always, I don't use this one all the time for my classes, but this is the one I could find. So the fixed mindset is you believe intelligence and talent are fixed. You believe effort is fruitless. You believe failure really defines who you are. You hide your flaws. You avoid challenges. You ignore feedback. You view feedback as personal criticism, and you feel threatened by others' success. Think about the fact that Annie challenged Paul Sheldon to burn his book and rewrite or write Misery's Return. And the problem with Annie is that she had a problem with the serious work that was on title. She had a problem with that, but she doesn't have the talent for writing to understand that that you can transition from writing the Misery Chastain series into writing more serious work. She believes then that intelligence is fixed, is static. It can't be transitioned. It can't move from something else, move from one thing to the other. And I think on some level, Annie wanted to write. She's so inclined to write. And authors have always said that the best way to learn how to write or to become a better writer is reading. And so she was already starting the process by reading, but she wasn't putting her hands to work to begin writing. And so her effort, there's no sense in putting in the effort, right? When she lives in misery or in isolation, that's Annie believing that failure defines who she is, right? She's hiding some flaws that she has. She avoids challenges. She ignores any kind of feedback. When Paul Sheldon was trying to tell her that that's the way slum kids talk, how they use profanity in the new book that he was writing, he had written, she didn't want to hear it. Paul Sheldon was trying to teach her, even if he wasn't directly trying to teach her. He was trying to teach her something in that moment, and she ignored it. And in some ways, she looked at it as personal criticism. And then, of course, I think on some level, she felt threatened by his success. And then characteristics of a growth mindset: you believe intelligence and talents can be developed. You believe effort is the path to mastery. You believe mistakes are part of learning. You view failure as an opportunity. You believe failures are temporary. You embrace challenges. You welcome feedback. You view others' success as inspirational. And I think this best characterizes Buster, the one who was operating in my mind, in my view, as housing a fixed mindset. That the talent to, well, the intelligence that he lacked was that professional sort of expanded competence. And he, at that time, he didn't really have time to go and take a course, a continuing education course, but he was willing to buy the books and learn to improve his intelligence on the topic of Paul Sheldon, right? And so therefore, had he lived, he might have decided to do much more with his professional career. And so he put in the effort to learn about Paul Sheldon, to master their understanding, and the mistakes are part of. Now, I don't think that he learned fully because he didn't ask for help. So that's where he made a mistake. But the failure to really understand the job was an opportunity for him to learn. He embraced the challenge. That's a big challenge, having to read all those books. The feedback was kind of implicit, and then view others' success as inspirational. Well, he thought Paul Sheldon's work was worth reading, All right, so conclusion. One of the things I want you to think about when you think about that visual is, can a person move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset? And I would ask my students this, and they would say, yeah. But that's only true if you address many of the aspects of a fixed mindset first. You can't just jump and skip to a growth mindset. If you have a problem with receiving feedback, you're going to have to address that. If you have a problem with embracing, have a problem with avoiding challenges, you're going to have to address that. If you have a problem with pursuing mastery, thinking that intelligence is static and cannot be developed, you'd have to address all of those areas on the fixed mindset side before you decide to address anything or begin to walk in a growth mindset, which has this process on its own. So yes, you could move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset, but you would have to begin challenging those areas where you still struggle. And yes, you can have a fixed mindset in certain areas of your life and have a growth mindset in other areas of your life. You could be the type of person who could do sports well, and want to learn from your mistakes and things like that, fall and get back up. But then you could be the type of person who looks at the math problem and just don't think you can do it, right? And say, okay, I'm not going to do it, or I'm just going to pass with a 70 in the class. When in reality, if you put more effort into your learning, you could actually pass with an A, right? If you work out the problems, if you do what the teacher asks you to do. So that's what I want you to think about when you are considering fixed mindset and growth mindset. So in conclusion, what can we learn from Annie Wilkes's setbacks? What can we learn from Paul Sheldon's setbacks? What can we learn from Sheriff Buster's setbacks? And what can we learn from the writer-director's setbacks? So Annie Wilkes's setback is essentially seeing the task all the way through. Whatever goal you set, see it all the way through, even if it becomes difficult. So that means you have to be careful about the goals you set. If the goal was to usher Paul Sheldon to recovery, that was the main goal. Trying to become Paul Sheldon's editor and taskmaster isn't the right goal. She could have become a taskmaster in terms of helping him learn how to walk, and we never see her do that. We never see her, other than patch him up. She doesn't talk about his recovery. She other than when she wants to come in with the robe and say she's depressed because of the rain, and that she has this gun, and maybe I'll put bullets in it or something like that, and she notes that his legs are almost getting better and things. That's when she kind of talks about it, but she doesn't go through the process like a physical therapist might do. Check on the legs, check and see if you have mobility, and the result of her failure to usher him to recovery is the visual of him always crawling. He's always crawling. He's always on the floor crawling. And I think by the end of the film, there's no indication that he can begin walking on his legs at all. And so that's what I feel that her setback, that's what we can learn, that be careful of the goals you set, and whatever goal you set, see it all the way to goal completion. Then what can we learn from Paul Sheldon's setback? His setback is actually rooted in hastiness, enthusiasm, right, to get back to New York, which is obvious, right? But he's moving about in a blizzard. And if he could stay 6 weeks, he could stay a few more days. He has the money, right? It's not like he doesn't have the money, but in his hastiness to change gears, professional gears, and stop the misery writing business and move into the serious work creates a setback for him. And then the physical setback, or the literal setback, is when he leaves during a snowstorm, during a blizzard. And I would challenge the hastiness that even though you may be eager to do something else, you need to really address it and think about it first, and outline it and talk it over honestly, right? Because you want to end something that is financially and economically productive, and that is that really garners a reputation, sustains a reputation with the publisher. So then if you are changing and switching gears on them, that's a risk. So the hastiness to exit one thing and enter another is something that I feel that Paul Sheldon needs to address. What can we learn from Sheriff Buster's setbacks? I feel like it's the isolation, the failure to ask for help. That he moved himself further along by being willing to learn something different, but he remained in a kind of fixed mindset too at the same time in one area of his professional efforts, because he wouldn't receive help. As soon as I can't stress this enough, as soon as the general store manager told him that Annie Wilkes had been coming in for typing paper, and she's not known to be a writer and use typing paper, that should have been something in him that said, let me ask for help. I need to go out there and I need to ask for help. So I feel like him not asking for help is a setback for him, which actually led to his death. And then what can we learn from the writer-director setbacks? So the fact that we kind of learned too late about Annie, or the fact that Paul Sheldon doesn't know the town, or doesn't know about Annie, or doesn't know the history. It might have looked kind of different in film had Paul Sheldon known about Annie and then ran his car off the road as she sort of rescued him and then trapped him in the house. What to do then, right? Having him leave and exit, I understand how that moves the plot along, but I don't understand why he could never walk, or why he could never try. He would do a little bit of exercise with the typewriter, but it's a lot that I could say about the writer-director, but I just don't have it fleshed out, and that may be something that I think about later in a subsequent book analysis of Misery. So I'll have to think about that. So these are the reference sources that I use for this particular film analysis, so DWEC, and then some scholarly research on applying goal orientation, and then the chart that I got for the fixed mindset versus growth mindset. And you can find that chart in different ways. And then, of course, information about academic achievement, goal orientation. So these are some sources that might be useful. All right, so hopefully you were able to gain some insight from this film analysis. Like, subscribe, and visit. So like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell for more discussions. You can visit my website for more content, which is also still in process, reginayfavors.com. You can also send me an email, reginayfavors@yahoo.com. So the book will be available on Amazon summer 2021, which is really August. I'm going to try to get it done. And then the book title is Overcoming Setback, 5 Keys for Entering and Exiting Correction. Thank you very much for listening to this film analysis.